Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 81, Shadow Domain. Note, I will change Two Tails' consciousness name to Nikomata for ease. What exactly does the Raikage want to accomplish here? Danzo Shimura tossed a report on border intelligence across the negotiation table towards AI, his tone full of irritation. Just a reminder to not go too far, that's all, AI replied nonchalantly, glancing at the scroll's contents before looking away. The intelligence on the scroll was originally devised by the Raikage's own strategists. Going too far? Danzo sneered, angered by AI's brazenness. His voice took on a chilling tone. It seems Kumogakure doesn't realize its position. Those demands of yours, Konoha will never agree to them. Is that your opinion, or the Hokage's? AI ignored Danzo's comment, fixing his gaze directly on the third Hokage, who sat across from him wearing the Hokage's robes. We're willing to negotiate peace and a ceasefire with Kumogakure, the third Hokage replied calmly. But your terms are far too harsh, as if the defeated side were dictating terms to the victor. As a Hokage, I can't accept that. Then we cannot accept your terms, either, AI declared, slamming his hand on the table, his voice booming like thunder. Sharing technology, assisting with building a medical system. Humph. Just those two conditions alone are unacceptable for Konoha, Danzo retorted with a cold sneer, visibly irritated at being ignored. It's been 10 days already. We don't have time to keep wasting here. If we can't reach an agreement, then it's time for us to leave. AI stood up, his stance unyielding. Do you even know where you are? Danzo rose as well, probing AI's true intentions. And do you know why I brought B here with me? AI shot Konoha's leaders a contemptuous glance, watching their expressions change. Minato Namikaze had already informed Konoha's upper ranks that Killer Bee was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, so everyone present understood the implications. A Jinchuriki going berserk within the village during wartime could cause devastating destruction. Killer Bee was both an insurance policy and a looming threat. Now, AI had brought that threat into the open, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Enough. The third Hokage intervened to defuse the escalating tension. He eyed AI, who appeared ready to leave but hadn't yet ordered his people to go, sensing that AI had other intentions and wasn't truly prepared to break off talks and reignite the conflict with Konoha. Realizing this was enough for the third Hokage. What he wanted was a peace treaty with Kumogakure. Confirming that Kumogakure genuinely desired peace without hidden agendas, he felt that most terms, aside from a few core issues, could be negotiated. What's on your mind? The third Hokage asked AI directly. Since we've ruled out some cooperation terms that are impossible to agree upon, let's settle the remaining contested terms with a show of strength. AI crossed his arms, his shoulders flexing with muscle as he boldly voiced his demand. Absurd. Danzo Shimura's eyes flickered briefly, and he let out a cold snort. At Kumogakure, we believe in the power of the strong. Let's have a competition. I'll select a few members from my team, and you from Konoha can do the same. On equal terms of strength and status, whoever wins gets to decide on one condition to keep or discard. AI completely ignored Danzo as he spoke. Something like the Chunin exams, perhaps. The third Hokage's face showed a thoughtful expression, and he finally nodded slowly. For witnesses, let the nobles of the land of fire residing here in Konoha observe the match. Having secured his desired outcome, AI smiled, turned, and left the negotiation table with the Kumogakure team. Every ninja village has a liaison office, usually overseen by some unlucky noble. If they had a choice, no noble would want to stay in a ninja village, a place so different from their own world. Soon, the news that the Kumogakure envoy would have a friendly match with Konoha's ninjas spread quickly throughout the village. After some discussion, they set the date for the following day. The battlegrounds were already prepared, whether borrowing the Chunin exam fields or using ninjutsu to set up a temporary arena, there was no shortage of options. Meow. A bluish-black cat leapt out from the shadows, clawing at the hem of Kagetsu's robe. With a firm grip, it jumped up and landed steadily on his shoulder. When there's no one else around, Nikomata, you could at least act normal. After all, you did say you're not just a cat. Kagetsu glanced at the cat on his shoulder, speaking in a calm voice. I think the problem lies in how you modified me. Nikomata licked its paw, its tone dripping with accusation. I think it's perfect. Kagetsu carefully sealed a vial of emerald green liquid and placed it on the shelf, speaking softly. Don't you enjoy slipping through shadows? Don't you like having your own private space? As long as you hide there, no one can catch you easily. You should know, I went through a lot of trouble to transform you into this form. If you were truly the Nikomata, I might not even be able to handle the amount of chakra involved in the transformation. Don't mention her. Nikomata grumbled, purring in irritation. They're planning to act when the match begins tomorrow. Recently, information about some weaknesses in the barrier defenses of the Technology Development Department, as well as a few internal building plans, has been passed to those barbaric Cloud Shinobi through spies. Cloud Shinobi, barbarians. Kagetsu set aside his experiment momentarily and stepped towards the door. I inherited Matatabi's memories, and I have no fondness for those barbarians, especially their Kage. Nikomata, carefully distinguishing between itself and its original body, made it clear. Kagetsu lifted Nikomata up by its front limbs, raising it high to examine the intricate markings on its fur with a focused gaze. Nikomata currently carried a jutsu known as Shadow Domain, which allowed it to turn any shadow into a personal realm. This shadow could be from a person or even from a building. Particularly at night, Nikomata could wander freely through the shadows of the entire village. Shadow Domain was a secret technique where chakra consumption depended on the expanded space it covered. Once activated, it constantly drained chakra, much like how a transplanted Sharingan drains chakra when used by someone without Uchiha blood. If forcibly shut down, anything hidden within the domain would vanish just as the Shadow Domain itself would. After obtaining Nikomata's permission, Kagetsu found a way to integrate this jutsu directly with Nikomata. Although Nikomata only had a portion of a tailed beast's chakra, less than a complete tailed beast, it still possessed the trait of nearly limitless chakra regeneration. Thus, sustaining the Shadow Domain's chakra consumption wasn't much of a burden for Nikomata. Chapter 102, Chapter 82, Jinchuriki Battle. Original Ninjutsu Creation. Name, Shadow Domain. Rank, A. Effect, using In Release, this technique activates shadows, causing them to expand and gain a three-dimensional form. The size of the shadow space depends on the amount of chakra consumed and the area of shadow it connects with. By continuously supplying chakra, the shadow space remains active. It can store items or even allow someone to enter within. Conclusion, when not under attack, this is an ideal hiding spot. Approval rating, 900/1000, higher approval grants more inspiration and rewards in similar techniques. Rewards, +3 to physical attributes, +1000 chakra points. This jutsu is somewhat like the toad flatness shadow manipulation technique, allowing one to hide within another's shadow. Although it doesn't enable control over the host, it offers superior stealth. As long as a target's shadow has briefly connected with the shadow of the Nikomata, Nikomata can silently merge into the target's shadow. For the Nikomata, Nightfall offers a perfect time to roam freely through shadows due to its Shadow Domain abilities. However, the shadow hosting the Shadow Domain must remain unharmed and unbroken. If it's damaged, it could destabilize the Shadow Domain, potentially alerting Sensory Ninja to the disruption. After checking the jutsu stability, Kagetsu Nara released the Nikomata, then opened the door to another room in the Technology Development Department. This was a storage room for technological achievements. The room was dim, cleared of clutter, and felt a bit empty. On the wall hung a mask without a face, merely glancing at it gave a sense of power within. The mask was inscribed with intricate sealing symbols. Kagetsu Nara's creation, Curse Mark of Void. Quality, purple, growth potential. Traits, a soul poison crafted through special means, with mysterious, ever-changing properties. Description, a ninja tool made using chakra and the power of nature, incorporating aspects of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It has the ability to use chakra as a bridge, corroding souls and inducing transformation. Conclusion, wearing it will let you experience the ugliness and emptiness of the soul. Approval, 2010/10,000, physical strength +20, chakra +1500. That mask is dangerous, Nikomata said, perched on Kagetsu's shoulder, its fur standing on end. Every time it saw that mask, it felt a strange discomfort. To you tailed beasts, who are pure chakra entities, it certainly is dangerous, Kagetsu admitted. To chakra, it's like a virus, it can weaken you, distort you, and even lead to death. Nikomata shot Kagetsu a peculiar look. Don't look at me like that. Right now, it doesn't truly threaten the tailed beast's abilities. Kagetsu glanced away from the ominous mask marked with a curse seal and, after checking over the remaining items in the room, left with Nikomata. The next day. At the venue for the Chunin exams, the Konohagakure and Kimogakure diplomatic groups prepared for 5 prearranged matches. The spectator stands were packed, filled with Konoha villagers, visiting merchants, and shinobi. All seats were taken. Under the watchful eyes of the third Hokage and AI, a Kimogakure Jonin was swiftly defeated by a Jonin from the Hyuga clan. It looks like we won the first match, the third Hokage noted with a slight smile, his mood visibly lifting as he watched the 2 contestants leave the stage. Beside him, AI's expression darkened. For the taijutsu specialist Kimogakure shinobi, the Hyuga clan, with its mastery of Gentle Fist, was practically a nightmare opponent. With the Byakugan and Gentle Fist technique, the Hyuga could counteract Kimogakure's physical combat style almost effortlessly. AI could see how, once the Hyuga Jonin activated his Byakugan, he precisely seized opportunities to strike with gentle fist, exploiting weaknesses and inflicting destructive damage on the Kimogakure Jonin. Under the piercing gaze of the Byakugan, the Kimogakure Jonin's every attack was exposed, and eventually, he was struck in key points, unable to mold or use chakra anymore. Even if he were to enter the fray himself, AI could only rely on speed to try and suppress the Byakugan's abilities. After all, even if the eyes could keep up, it was useless if the body couldn't react quickly enough. So, this is Konoha's Hyuga clan. AI made a mental note of it. After both contestants left, the second match soon began. Perhaps because of the swift loss in the first round, the second Kimogakure Jonin seemed hesitant, constantly avoiding direct engagement. Thus, the battle unfolded with Konoha's Jonin pressing forward aggressively, holding the advantage, while the Kimogakure shinobi struggled to keep up, facing one dangerous moment after another. The Konoha villagers and shinobi in the audience were thrilled by this scene. For them, in light of past conflicts and even wars with Kimogakure, witnessing a Kimogakure Jonin in such a difficult position was deeply satisfying. This battle lasted for quite a long time and finally ended with Konoha's victory. The third match was almost a direct replica of the second. Afterward, the third Hokage, who had initially been pleased, along with several sharp-minded Konoha ninjas, frowned slightly. But before they could think too much, the fourth contestant from Kumo appeared and was already standing in the arena. Standing at the center of the stage, wearing sunglasses, Killer Bee looked around at the packed audience, suddenly feeling the urge to perform like he was at a concert and wanted to sing. But just as he raised his arms, he felt a sharp gaze from the stage and immediately lowered them in frustration. Is that the Eight Tails? Seeing Killer Bee standing in the arena, the third Hokage's brief moment of doubt was instantly cleared. Fortunately, he had anticipated the possibility of the Eight Tails appearing and had already arranged for a suitable opponent for him. Uzumaki clan, huh? As he saw the red-haired woman suddenly appear from Minato's side and teleport into the arena, AI quickly guessed her identity. After all, Kumo had been involved in the destruction of the Uzushiogakure during the Second Great Ninja War. Woman, I won't go easy on you, Killer Bee said as he pulled out his sword from his back and gripped it with both hands. He held his right hand up, pointing the blade at her, speaking quickly in a strange tone. Uzumaki Kushina, who was making her debut in front of the people of Konoha, was also quite excited. She had already received a message from the third Hokage through Minato, telling her that if the Eight Tails Jinchuriki showed up, she would have to deal with him. Adamantine sealing chains. At the moment the match began, with a quick shout from Kushina, golden chakra chains shot out from her body, rushing toward Killer Bee at an incredible speed. Yo, you're a dangerous woman. Killer Bee's body instantly became surrounded by a layer of lightning-release chakra armor. Before the golden chains could touch him, his body vanished from his spot in a flash. Speed, huh? You're nowhere near as fast as Minato. Kushina's keen eyes instantly caught the trace of Killer Bee's rapid movement. The golden chains made a sharp turn in midair and, almost like a prediction, spread out in the place where Killer Bee would appear next. Chapter 103, Chapter 83, Battle and the Mask. Whoa. Killer Bee, startled by the sudden twist of the chains, felt a surge of electricity across his body. In an instant, he sped up, moving almost like he was teleporting short distances, and reappeared behind Kushina Uzumaki. Useless, completely useless. In her excited tone, Kushina directed her adamantine sealing chains to twist midair, weaving into a tight net that ensnared Killer Bee as he charged forward. In this space, I hold the absolute advantage. You're like a fish caught in my net. Seeing Killer Bee trapped within the chain-woven net, Kushina relaxed slightly but clenched her fists in anticipation. On the sidelines, AI watched the scene and understood his younger brother's predicament. The limited space restricted Killer Bee's movements. In a real battle, he could use his speed to dodge the chains by creating distance, but here, the chains could reach him no matter where he moved. There was truly nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Killer Bee didn't respond to Kushina's words, staying silent. Instead, he tossed a pencil wrapped in electricity toward her, flicking it with his arm. Clang. The golden chains behind Kushina spun like a fan, forming an impenetrable shield. The pencil bounced off the chains and flew off to the side. But in the next moment, Killer Bee charged at Kushina, with two long blades in his hands bursting with blinding lightning, his entire body surrounded by electric energy. Supersonic lightning style slash. By infusing the blades with lightning chakra, Killer Bee enhanced their cutting power. The high-frequency vibration from his lightning release gave the blades penetration power exceeding even wind release techniques. If his opponent was struck, they'd be paralyzed, immobilized for just long enough to decide the outcome of the battle. Clang. However, the chains surrounding him reacted immediately, tightening rapidly according to Kushina's will. Killer Bee's blades clashed against the chains, emitting a metallic clash. Damn it. Killer Bee hadn't expected the chains to be so tough that even his supersonic lightning style slash couldn't cut through them. In the shrinking space, he moved quickly, searching for any room to maneuver. Asterisk clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk. The rapid, continuous clash of metal rang out as Killer Bee unleashed his full speed and strength, striking repeatedly. Yet, despite his efforts, he couldn't sever a single one of the chains binding him. The chains weren't only incredibly tough but also had powerful regenerative properties. Each time his blade landed on the same spot in quick succession, the damaged section would instantly mend itself. Just as the chains were about to wrap around Killer Bee's body and fully restrain him, two massive octopus tentacles sprouted from behind him, aiming to pry the chains apart like giant hands reaching for the sky. The audience erupted in gasps at the sight, and even the third Hokage tensed momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Damn it. I can't use my strength. Without the tailed beast's power, Killer Bee hadn't felt anything unusual. But once he drew on the eight tails' strength, he realized the chains were designed to suppress him, or rather, the beast inside him. As soon as his tentacles touched the golden chains, a wave of weakness washed over him. The tailed beast's chakra felt as if it was sealed away, drastically weakened and restrained by the chains. The chains coiled tighter, binding Killer Bee's limbs and extra tentacles together, dragging him toward where Kushina Uzumaki stood. Flames of 5 different colors ignited on Kushina's fingertips, and the smile on her face sent a shiver down Killer Bee's spine. Stop. Just as Kushina was about to press her 5-element seal onto Killer Bee's abdomen, a strong arm grabbed her wrist. AI appeared on the field, grasping Kushina's arm, but he didn't dare use force, as a dagger was pressed against the back of his neck. This ends here. We concede this match. AI said, releasing her hand and surrendering on Killer Bee's behalf. There was no way he'd let Konoha place a sealing technique on Killer Bee. Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Namikaze Minato, who stood behind AI. Only after seeing Minato's nod did she finally withdraw the chains of the adamantine sealing chains. At the same time, Killer Bee retracted the octopus tentacles behind him. Although he hadn't fully used his strength, like the incomplete version of his tailed beast transformation, he sensed that even if he tried, this woman could still easily overpower him. I'll take the final match, AI announced, remaining in the arena. He glanced toward Minato, who also stayed on the field, already guessing who his next opponent would be. As expected, in the next moment, Minato stepped forward to face him. In the Technology Development Department, a figure slowly materialized in front of Monim. The ANBU outside have been dealt with. It seems that a large number of them were redirected to guard against the battle involving Lord AI, leaving fewer ANBU here, said Rai, covered in blood. Then let's hurry. We need to complete the mission and withdraw before the battle over there finishes, Monim replied with a nod. Following the mental map they'd memorized over the past few days, they bypassed the security barrier through a detected gap, using transformation techniques to blend into the Technology Development Department. They carefully maneuvered past various checkpoints, eventually reaching their target room. As they opened the door, the first thing they noticed was an unusually striking mask. It seemed to have a magnetic pull, instantly capturing their attention and hinting at its extraordinary nature. Here's the healing tag scroll, Rai said after searching the room. From a selection of scrolls, he finally located the one related to the healing tag. He carefully stored the healing tag scroll and bundled up the remaining scrolls to take as well. Just as they were preparing to leave, Rai noticed his partner, Monim, reaching for the mask on the wall, which seemed to stir the chakra within him. Hiss. Monim suddenly let out a sharp hiss as the mask slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Under the stunned gazes of both men, the dense sealing runes on the mask began to crawl up Monim's arm, forming a black pattern on the back of his hand that resembled a 3-tomo Sharingan. Monim felt an agonizing, soul-wrenching pain ripple through him. Staggering, he fell to his knees, his vision darkening. Chapter 104, Chapter 84.1, Mutated Monim. In the audience, the third Hokage and other ninja with sharp senses all turned their gazes in the same direction simultaneously. Even Namikaze Minato and AI, who were engaged in a fast-paced battle, stopped for a moment. An invisible pressure emanated from afar, weighing heavily on everyone present. What is that? The third Hokage's eyes scanned Uzumaki Kushina and Killer Bee, sensing a dark, ominous, and sinister energy similar to that of a tailed beast. For a second, he almost thought it was a Jinchuriki going berserk. The match is temporarily halted due to an emergency. Minato. In an instant, the third Hokage used the body flicker technique to reach the field and stop the battle between AI and Namikaze Minato. Seeing the serious look in the third Hokage's eyes, Minato nodded immediately and vanished from the field. Don't leave. As Minato disappeared, AI's body flared with intense lightning, and he pursued at near instantaneous speed. AI's sudden movement stirred the Cloud Village envoy group. Led by Killer Bee, they quickly followed behind him. After instructing the gathered Umbu to secure the area and prepare for any developments, the third Hokage, along with an Umbu team, dashed toward the source of the dark energy. Monim. Cloud Ninja Rai was flung back by a powerful force. Shouting, he watched his comrade, who had escaped from the technology development department, steadily fall into a worsening state. Monim had transformed into a monster. Pale, mutated tissues kept spilling out from his mouth, covering his body in a foamy layer that quickly hardened upon contact with the air, forming a solid shell over his body. A bone-like mask, twisted and sorrowful, completely obscured Monim's facial features. The transformed Monim no longer resembled himself. Now he looked monstrous. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his muscular body and clothing were encased in a black shell. His face was replaced by the mask, and a thick tail extended from his back, tapping the ground lightly. Rai's shout caught the mutated Monim's attention, and his golden, cold, violent eyes locked onto Rai, emitting a sense of invisible pressure. This wasn't killing intent or a powerful aura, it was more like a predator targeting its prey, a primal fear that chilled the soul, as if facing a natural enemy. Rai, disregarding the Konoha ninja around him, quickly erased himself from sight, vanishing into thin air. Kekkei Genkai, smoke release. This ability allowed him to hide his presence and render his body invisible. Smoke release was an elite Kekkei Genkai for stealth and assassination, invaluable for evasion in critical moments. Realizing his comrade had lost all reason, Rai immediately decided to flee. But in the next instant, Rai's eyes widened in shock. Not far in front of him, the mutated Monim vanished in an instant under his gaze, so fast that even Rai, who was focused entirely on him, couldn't catch a single hint of movement. Bang! Just as Rai was about to vanish into the air, he felt a heavy blow land behind him. He was sent flying forward with no ability to resist the powerful force. Under the impact, his control over his own body shattered, and most of his body went numb upon hitting the ground. Despite his strong physique, a trademark of Kimogakure shinobi, Rai felt like several of his bones had fractured under that tremendous force. Roar! With a savage, beastly growl, harsh and inhuman, the mutated Monim let out a layered shockwave of sound. Rai's mind went blank under the blast of sound. Gathering what chakra he had left, he barely managed to regain control of his body, but he knew that in his current state, his only chance of survival would be to find a place to hide, activate his Kekkei Genkai, and wait for rescue. However, feeling his critically wounded body and seeing the mutated creature leap high into the air above him, ready to crush him with its heavy stomp, he was filled with despair. Just as Rai closed his eyes, accepting death, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, his body felt weightless and began to lift. Opening his eyes, he saw Minato Namikaze carefully laying him down, and a familiar figure surrounded by crackling lightning. Heavy stream burst. The third Raikage son, AI, appeared right in front of the mutated Monim, his shoulder and elbow bent as he drove them powerfully into the creature with the speed and force of his momentum. The creature's tough shell cracked instantly, collapsing inward as its massive body flew back like a cannonball. It skimmed across the ground several times before finally carving a deep trench as it came to a halt. Where's Monim? After taking down the creature in a single blow, AI flashed over to where Rai lay on the ground, his face stern as he asked. Watch out. Before Rai could answer, Minato's warning reached AI's ears. AI immediately reacted, grabbing Rai and teleporting them to another location in an instant. Boom. A black sphere exploded where they had just stood, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Following the direction of the attack, they saw the creature AI had knocked away slowly rising from the loose soil. The fatal wound in its chest, which would have been deadly to any ninja, was rapidly healing before their eyes. Seeing this scene, AI and Minato Namikaze were both shocked by the monster's regeneration ability. However, it was clear that the mutated creature had completely lost its sanity, and was enraged by AI's previous strike. It crouched like a beast, standing still, its head raised high, its mouth opening at an extreme angle as a black, dangerous-looking sphere continuously grew inside. This familiar scene made both Minato and AI think of the tailed beast bomb. We can't let it explode in the village, Minato said with a serious expression. He threw a special kunai at the mutated creature, then, in the same instant, appeared beside it. Just before the black sphere became unstable and was about to explode, he placed his hand on the creature, and both of them disappeared from the field. A black light beam suddenly shot through the sky, cutting a half-circle across the clouds before vanishing. Chapter 105, Chapter 84.2, Sage Mode. What was that? AI asked, looking at the ground where Rai lay. That was Monim. He touched a mask, and that's when the mutation started. Rai gritted his teeth and answered, bearing the pain. AI's expression grew colder. He saw the Cloud Ninja delegation's subordinates approaching, and handed Rai over to them, ordering them to leave the village immediately. He then turned into a streak of lightning and rushed toward the direction where the light beam had shot off. If he hadn't known, it wouldn't have mattered, but now that he knew the monster was Monim, he had to investigate. He sped through the area like lightning, smashing through any obstacles in his path, sending dust flying as he quickly reached the battlefield. Before he even had time to catch his breath, he was stunned by what he saw. The huge monster on the battlefield was able to match Minato's speed and reflexes. It's worth noting that no one in the entire Cloud Ninja delegation, not even his brother Killer Bee, could understand how terrifying Minato was better than he could. His ability to flash in and out of space, unpredictable and deadly, meant that anyone who couldn't keep up would die. Even AI, who had the lightning release chakra mode and could enhance his speed and reflexes, found it difficult to deal with Minato. But now, what was he seeing? The creature that had been transformed by Monim was actually able to keep up with Minato's speed and reactions, trading blows back and forth without falling behind. Was it swift release? No, the speed and reflexes of the creature didn't come from Monim's swift release. AI's mind immediately considered a new possibility. But before he could think further, he quickly pushed the thought away. Monim's swift release might be fast, but it wasn't faster than his own lightning release chakra mode. Had the creature been enhanced? AI didn't dwell on it. He took advantage of a gap in their battle and dove right into the fight. Be careful of his movements. He's moving fast. And getting faster. Seeing AI's arrival, Minato quickly warned him. Before, the monster seemed to be adjusting to its power and body, but now it was starting to master both. While Minato could handle the monster's speed and reaction time, its tough, steel-like body and incredible healing ability made it much more difficult to deal with. With strong defense and recovery, that meant if they couldn't land a killing blow, they could easily get stuck in a long, drawn-out battle. What Minato lacked now was a way to deal with such a tough monster, one with high defense and strong vitality. Sealing techniques could work, but the ones Minato knew took time to activate. AI vanished in front of the monster, his fist surrounded by lightning, striking toward the monster's mask like a fast-moving spear. But in the next moment, the monster's body suddenly disappeared from AI's sight, and a powerful force, along with a black explosive ball, hit AI hard from behind. SZZZZT. Lightning spread from AI's body, arcing outward. Are you okay, AI? Minato appeared nearby, taking a defensive stance as he quietly asked. Cough. I'm fine. AI braced himself on the ground, getting back up. His well-trained body, combined with his lightning release chakra mode, absorbed much of the damage. He stood up, rolled his shoulders, and replied with a heavy expression. That explosive ball from before almost broke through his lightning release chakra mode. What really made him uneasy was the strange, chakra-infused energy that surrounded it. Watch out for his speed and chakra, Minato warned. What exactly is he? AI caught the hidden meaning in Minato's words. As he prepared his chakra in case of another attack, he asked in a low voice. I'm not sure, or maybe I'm too scared to confirm it. But he feels like someone in Sage mode. At that moment, both Minato and AI quickly dodged the monster's attack. Sage mode. AI's eyes widened in shock. This reminded him of the Toad Sage Jiraiya. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, known for their love of raiding and collecting forbidden techniques and Kekkei, they were well aware of the 3 Sage regions and their signature Sage modes. It only looks a little similar. I can sense natural energy within it. But strictly speaking, aside from the natural energy, this is completely different from the Sage mode I know, Minato responded while attacking and dodging. Lightning fast level. AI struck the monster with a heavy knife hand, but it got stuck on the thick steel-like outer shell. A black explosive bolt shot out from the monster's mask, turning into a black electric lightning beam that wrapped around like a pillar of light. In a split second, AI, who had been hit by the blast, vanished with Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique. Thanks, AI said, his expression a bit grim, though he still thanked Minato for the rescue. If he could, he wouldn't want Minato leaving the Flying Thunder God seal on him. This isn't working. His power is increasing, and the natural energy is making him more berserk and violent. Buy me some time, and I'll try using a sealing jutsu to deal with him, Minato said to AI. Leave it to me, AI nodded. His body crackled with lightning as his hair and fur stood on end in the full activation of his lightning release chakra mode. The electric energy condensed further, and the currents around him sizzled with a sharp crackling sound. AI suddenly vanished from his spot, appearing high in the sky. He raised one leg, taking a decisive, all-or-nothing stance, and shot downward toward the monster below. Raging Thunder Axe. Boom. AI's leg collided with the monster's outstretched arm. After a brief moment of stillness, the ground beneath the monster exploded and sank deep into the earth. The monster's arm cracked under the pressure, unable to handle the force. AI's leg pressed down on the monster's shoulder, forcing it to its knees in the cratered ground. Roar. A painful, ear-piercing scream erupted from the monster's mouth, as though it had been heavily wounded. Although AI knew about the monster's defensive and recovery abilities, he didn't stop. His body spun midair, and once again, the Thunder Axe of Wrath struck. This time, the steel skin on the monster's back shattered, and its body, now over 3 meters tall, collapsed into the center of a newly created deep pit. Dense black symbols quickly gathered from the edge of the pit, flowing like a stream towards the bottom, covering the monster's body. As Minato Namikaze finished his movements, the sealing jutsu fully took effect on the monster. Under AI's cautious watch, the monster's screeches gradually weakened, and its expanding body was tightly wrapped by layers of dirt, leaving only its head exposed. Chapter 106, Chapter 85.1, AI's Interest. A terrifying sense of oppression. AI's expression grew somber as he looked at the creature sealed by the sealing technique, its head about to be buried in the earth. According to Rai, this creature had mutated from monim, and the transformation was truly shocking. Facing it, AI felt a deep, soul-crushing pressure. The creature's power had been amplified to a level that even made AI take notice. If he had faced it alone, he doubted he could subdue it as quickly as he had now. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement with AI's observation. If it weren't for the two of them working together, this creature's unpredictable speed alone would have posed a massive threat and inflicted severe damage on any other ninja. With its incomprehensible steel-like skin and regenerative abilities, it would be a battlefield menace, second only to a tailed beast. Just as Minato was about to say something, his expression shifted, and he vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, AI's figure darted away in a flash of lightning. The sealed earth suddenly swelled like a balloon before bursting apart, dirt and blood shooting out in all directions with a fierce, whistling wind. A deep crater, nearly 100 meters in diameter, was blasted into the ground nearby, wiping out the surrounding trees and vegetation. From above, the crater looked like a single, ominous eye set in the forest. A broken mask fell from midair, bouncing twice on the ground before lying still. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, Minato and AI reappeared at the edge of the crater. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the mask on the ground. Don't move. Just as AI was about to step forward to examine the mask, Minato urgently called out. It's best to be cautious with that mask, Minato said, feeling a faint, sinister energy emanating from it. AI glanced at Minato and stopped in his tracks. What just happened? Didn't your sealing technique work? AI looked around the bottom of the large crater, stunned by the power of the explosion that had left the area bowl-shaped. I don't fully understand it either, Minato Namikaze replied with an awkward smile, though he had a hunch. He suspected it was connected to the strange, natural energy that had been emanating from that monster. I'm taking this mask. AI pointed to the mask and demanded firmly. He clearly noticed that Minato was holding something back, but chose not to press further. Now that the monsterized monim was dead, the mask he left behind naturally belonged to the Cloud Shinobi. It was obvious that this mask held a great secret, possibly even related to Sage Mode. For the Cloud Village, which relentlessly pursued power, this was not something they could abandon. Minato hesitated. But soon, his dilemma was resolved. A Cloud Village diplomatic team and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived with a squad of ANBU, which made Minato breathe a sigh of relief. What happened? And where is the monster? Hiruzen, who had learned some details on the way, landed beside Minato, gazing at the massive crater below. With a sense of suspicion, he turned to Minato for an explanation. AI and I worked together to deal with the monster. This is what remains after it self-destructed, Minato summarized concisely. The monster was our Cloud Village Jonin, monim, who had mutated. I need to take this mask back with me, AI said, creating a lightning clone to reach for the mask on the ground. But as soon as the lightning clone touched the mask, it destabilized, becoming an unstable humanoid spark, its energy dispersing outward. It was a sign that the technique couldn't be sustained and was beginning to disintegrate. Humph. AI let out a muffled grunt. In the end, the lightning clone burst into a flash of electricity and vanished in front of everyone. Part of the chakra dispersed into the air, while another part was absorbed by the mask. For a moment, all eyes were on the eerie mask on the ground, its ghostly face seeming to waver between laughter and tears. Should I try with a shadow clone? Minato Namikaze suggested, looking cautiously at AI. AI initially wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, he silently nodded. Although he worried that Minato might simply teleport the mask away using the Flying Thunder God technique, the current situation, his knowledge of Minato, and his curiosity about the mask all made him set aside his sudden unease. With AI's permission, Minato swiftly formed a hand seal and created a shadow clone. Mimicking AI's lightning clone technique, the clone stepped forward and picked up the mask. Just like before, the clone exploded into a puff of smoke, and the mask fell back to the ground. Absorbing the clone's sensations and memories, Minato winced as he suppressed the sudden disturbance in his chakra, then frowned and said, the mask has some kind of power. It absorbs and destabilizes chakra. It's best not to touch it, or it may interfere with chakra refinement and usage. Unconvinced, AI activated lightning release chakra mode, powering up to maximum output as he engaged his lightning armor. He strode forward and grabbed the mask. An unusual force surged from the mask into AI's body, causing his lightning release chakra mode to flicker as if it was short-circuiting. AI felt the power eroding his chakra and even his consciousness. A faint whisper echoed in his mind, eventually blending with his own voice. Clatter. AI threw the mask, which landed face down on the ground with a slight bounce. He felt as though something foreign had entered his body. His arm, which had held the mask, tingled with numbness and a sense of loss of control. At the same time, however, he noticed a subtle increase in his chakra. If he hadn't been carefully monitoring his body, he might have missed this slight boost. Saki, AI called, his gaze shifting to a female ninja in the Kimogakure delegation. Carrying a scroll on her back, Saki stepped forward, using a sealing technique to contain the mask. She opened her scroll, placed the mask on a symbol-marked seal, performed a series of hand signs, and sealed it away. After completing this, she quietly returned to her group. Due to the unexpected incident, the Kimogakure delegation lost interest in returning to Konoha. Instead, they quickly signed the peace agreement on the spot, and Minato, along with the 3rd Hokage's ANBU escort, saw the delegation out of the Land of Fire. Chapter 107, Chapter 85.2, Sage Mode. Lord Hokage, the Technology Development Department has been robbed. Among the stolen items is the technique for creating healing tags. On the way back to the village, an ANBU hurriedly appeared before the 3rd Hokage, kneeling on one knee as he reported the news. Understood. The 3rd Hokage was silent for a moment, then looked at the freshly signed peace document in his hand. In the end, he sighed, unwilling to stir up more trouble. If he chased after the Cloud Shinobi delegation to make them stay, then without a doubt, the hot-headed 3rd Raikage would immediately abandon the battles with the sand and stone villages to launch a relentless attack on Konoha to rescue AI and Killer Bee. In that case, Konoha would have to face the rabid Cloud Shinobi directly, with Stone lurking behind, and maybe even the Mist Ninjas who were still undecided on the battlefield. Konoha would be dragged into the war's muddy pit by Cloud in an instant. Better to let it go. Even with the technology to create healing tags, without enough medical ninjas and expertise, it would be difficult to quickly recover and master the production process. At least for the duration of this war, there was no immediate need to worry about this. Of course, if possible, they could use spies to retrieve what had been lost. Back in the village, he could discuss this with his old friend, Danzo. The 3rd Hokage placed his Hokage hat on his head and walked toward the village. What a pity. In full Jonin attire, Orochimaru looked in the direction where the Cloud Shinobi delegation had disappeared, sounding somewhat regretful. Was there a problem with the plan? Uchiha Shisui asked softly from beside him. No, what Orochimaru-sensei regrets is that the experiment was interrupted before it could reach the final stage, replied Kagetsu, also looking disappointed. The mutation was forcefully halted by AI and Minato Namikaze before reaching the final stage. Otherwise, he would have liked to see just how powerful a Jonin could become after breaking through the boundaries between ninja and sage. But there's still a chance, isn't there? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He thought of the mask that AI had taken with him. My reverse summoning time is almost up, and you should head back to the village as well. I'm sure Lord Third will call you in for some questioning, Orochimaru said, cutting Kagetsu off before he could respond. He should be at the Konoha border, facing off against the hidden cloud. With a poof sound, Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. Let's head back too, Kagetsu said, beginning to form hand signs. He summoned Nikomata, and as the shadow domain spread open, both Kagetsu and Shisui quickly sank into the shadowy realm. After Kagetsu and Shisui disappeared within the shadow domain, Nikomata turned into a puff of smoke and vanished. In the Technology Development Department. At the exit of the shadow domain that Kagetsu had set up, Kagetsu and Shisui stepped out through a glowing doorway. Not long after, Kagetsu received a message from the Umbu. Following the Umbu member, he arrived at the Hokage's office in the Hokage Tower, where he found the 3rd Hokage looking weary. Kagetsu, you've come, the 3rd Hokage said, managing a small smile. Lord Hokage. Kagetsu bowed to him. The creature that appeared in the village, was it something created by the Technology Development Department? The 3rd Hokage asked quietly. What creature? Kagetsu blinked, giving the Hokage a puzzled look. A group of ninja from the Hidden Clouds delegation infiltrated the Technology Development Department and stole some confidential information, including techniques for making healing tags. Then one of the intruders mutated, transforming into a masked monster. I just want to know, does the loss of the healing tag technology affect the Technology Development Department? Also, does the department have the kind of technology that could cause such a transformation? The 3rd Hokage's voice was calm and gentle. The chakra that the creature released earlier, though not as powerful as that of a tailed beast, had a similarly intense presence and pressure. For ninjas with keen sensory abilities, the creature's chakra presence felt as bright and overwhelming as the sun in the sky. The Hokage wasn't looking to blame anyone, he just wanted to understand the situation. Many experiments conducted under Orochimaru's leadership in the Technology Development Department were unofficial and unreported. Even if he wanted information, he had to ask directly. So, you want to know if, with the healing tag lost, the thieves could quickly replicate it and produce it on a large scale? Kagetsu asked. Seeing the third Hokage nod, he continued, that would depend on the skills of the thieves and the resources of their village. But in the short term, we don't need to worry about the healing tag technology falling into other villages' hands. Also, Nono Yakushi and I have already started developing a new generation of medical ninja tools. Even if the healing tag hadn't been lost, Orochimaru-sensei had planned to sell it to other villages in the future, much like the explosive tags. As for the concept of mutation, it's better to say it's the sage mode of a ninja. Kagetsu paused for a moment before giving the third Hokage an answer that shocked him. Sage mode. The third Hokage's face immediately turned serious. As the Hokage of Konoha and the teacher of the legendary Sannin, he certainly knew what the sage mode was. It was a complete enhancement of a ninja's abilities, bringing them to an incredibly powerful level of strength. But he also knew how difficult achieving sage mode was. Those who achieved this were called sages. The techniques they used were called sage techniques. The power and effectiveness of these techniques far surpassed that of regular ninjutsu. His 3 disciples were all qualified to learn sage techniques, but so far, only Jiraiya had barely mastered the power of sage techniques. Yes, it's about extracting and purifying natural energy, adjusting it to a level that a ninja can safely accept. Although there's still some risk, it's much safer compared to directly practicing the sage techniques in the 3 sage regions. The success rate is much higher, Kagetsu replied. Is there a research project on sage mode in the technology development department? Of course there is. Even now, if the third Hokage needed it, Kagetsu could present the full set of experimental procedures and results. However, the project that mutated Monim wasn't exactly a sage mode project, it went a step further. It didn't just involve natural energy, it also touched on aspects like the ninja's emotions, willpower, and soul. I haven't heard Orochimaru mention this project, the third Hokage quietly said. Because it hasn't truly succeeded yet, Kagetsu quickly responded. It's called the Curse Seal. It allows people to passively absorb and distribute natural energy. Of course, right now, it can only be considered a poor version of sage mode, with a high level of risk. Is that so? I understand now. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. After asking a few more questions about Kagetsu's training, he allowed him to leave. Chapter 108, Chapter 86.1, Third Raikage vs. Raza. Boom. A black beam of light shot out from nearby, exploding in the center of a sand ninja squad. The next moment, a monstrous figure with jet black skin and 4 arms charged into the group. Its sharp claws gleamed like open blades, shredding through the unsuspecting sand ninja formation in an instant, leaving behind a storm of blood. Wind style, binding web. Nearby, a sand ninja jonin rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing their signature jutsu without hesitation. An invisible net of wind chakra wove together, completely enveloping the rampaging monster. This large-scale wind net, infused with chakra, possessed the slicing properties unique to wind-style techniques. The binding web was both destructive and wide-ranging, with the added ability to restrain its target. The web cut deep gashes into the monster's body, each wound crisscrossing its dark flesh. However, the injuries began healing at an alarming rate, closing up almost as quickly as they appeared. Roar. The monster let out a deafening roar, the sound wave so powerful they tore through the wind net binding it. The net disintegrated into fragments, unable to withstand the sonic blast. With its massive claws, the creature ripped apart the remnants of the jutsu as if shredding a piece of tattered fabric. Wind style, chaotic airflow. Wind style, sand scattershot. Wind style, blade of wind. One wind style jutsu after another was unleashed upon the creature from every direction on the battlefield, each attack aiming to overwhelm it completely. The turbulent wind and sand engulfed the area, obscuring all visibility. The concentrated barrage of jutsu was so intense that it carved several meters off the battlefield's surface. Did we get it? One nearby sand ninja asked, panting as they stared at the dust-filled zone where the monster had been. No. Its life force is still strong. The sensor ninja in the group grimaced. The oppressive, sinister chakra that made their skin crawl was still there. If anything, it was growing stronger. Fall back, the sensor ninja shouted urgently. The nearby sand ninjas immediately began retreating, but even with the warning, the enraged monster was faster. Another black beam of light pierced through the sand-filled battlefield, but this time, it didn't just flicker and disappear. Instead, it solidified into a tangible blade of light, sweeping across the battlefield in a wide arc. Any sand ninja caught within its range was instantly swallowed by the light and evaporated, unable to resist its sheer power. The once crowded battlefield now featured a stark, semicircular swath of emptiness, cleared by the monster's devastating attack. As the pillar of light struck the ground, it erupted into a magnificent explosion. This scene immediately drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. A Sunagakure Jonin, who had narrowly avoided the light beam using a substitution technique, stood on the quaking ground, shaken by the explosion. Battling against the surging shockwave, he warily watched the monstrous figure reappear through the swirling dust. The few Chunin and genin who had survived by sheer luck were terrified. Screaming, "Monster," they scrambled backward in desperation. Damn it. From another part of the battlefield, Raza, locked in combat with the third Raikage, cursed under his breath as he observed the scene through his third eye of sand technique. The war had raged on for this long, and while the Sunagakure forces had managed to hold off the Kimogakure invaders led by the third Raikage, their losses were severe. Although wind release had an advantage over lightning release, Kimogakure's overall strength far surpassed the current might of Sunagakure. The disparity in high-level combat power was especially stark. If it weren't for Konoha's support in holding off the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki and the elite Jonin squad led by AI, even Raza's efforts to contain the third Raikage wouldn't have been enough to turn the tide. Sunagakure was in such dire straits that even children from the village had been forced to take the battlefield. The One-Tails Jinchuriki was being kept as their ultimate weapon, a last resort measure to release the tailed beast if their forces collapsed, ensuring mutual destruction. The only thing keeping Raza going was the alliance with Konoha and Iwagakure, as both nations had shouldered a significant portion of the pressure from Kimogakure. In particular, a recent shift of Kimogakure forces toward the Land of Fire's border, seemingly preparing for war with Konoha, had given Raza a momentary sense of relief. But the third Raikage's sudden, unanticipated assault had dashed those hopes. Sunagakure brat. Your opponent is me, roared the third Raikage, I. His body crackled with lightning as he leapt out of the swirling golden sands and charged at Raza again. Raza quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands onto the ground. Waves of golden sand began to surge in front of him, rising higher and higher like a tidal wave before cascading downward. Boom. The battlefield's terrain was instantly altered, swallowed and reshaped by the flood of gold dust. The third Raikage's charging figure was swept away by the massive waves of sand. The sheer weight of the gold dust, imbued with Raza's chakra, slowed down even ice-renowned speed and momentum, significantly hindering his straight-line assaults. Magnet release, gold dust burial. The technique buried the target deep within layers of gold dust before triggering a massive explosion, leaving a deep crater in the ground. This was a jutsu capable of restraining, even suppressing, a tailed beast. The sand-covered ground shook violently as muffled explosions echoed one after another from deep underground. Then, everything gradually returned to silence. Third Raikage, you'll have to stay underground for a while. Raza, who had momentarily suppressed the third Raikage by burying him deep beneath heavy golden sand with a sudden burst of power, let out a small sigh of relief. Using such a large-scale jutsu in quick succession took a toll on him. He knew all too well that his gold dust burial wouldn't be enough to defeat the third Raikage. After facing him multiple times over the past year, Raza had seen firsthand the immense strength of the Raikage's lightning release armor. It was a testament to the third Raikage's unmatched physical conditioning and mastery of lightning chakra, elevating his defense to an almost invincible level. To transform a relatively simple jutsu into something that rendered him nearly impervious to weapons was a clear sign of his terrifying power. If it were anyone else, being buried under Raza's gold dust burial would mean the end of the battle. But against the Raikage, whose defense was unparalleled, Raza could only hope to deal with the monster before he clawed his way back to the surface. Chapter 109, Chapter 86.2, Experimental War. A mass of sand rose beneath Raza, lifting him into the air. Under his control, the sand formed a staircase, merging with kunai and shuriken scattered across the battlefield. Raza sprinted up the floating golden steps, heading quickly toward the monster. Hovering in the air, the Eye of Sand provided Raza with a clear view of the battlefield. He noticed Pakura locked in a fierce fight with the newest iteration of the AB combo. The intensity of their battle was so overwhelming that even experienced Jonin could only provide support from a distance. Magnet release, gold dust cube. With a shout, a massive golden cube descended from the sky, slamming into the monster that had been rampaging through the sand ninja ranks below. The cube's sheer size and weight, combined with the momentum of its fall, caused the ground beneath to tremble violently upon impact. Seeing Raza's arrival and his decisive move to pin down the terrifying creature, the surrounding sand ninja were reinvigorated, their spirits lifted. Did we get him this time? Despite the powerful attack, the sand ninja nearby still had lingering fear etched on their faces. It wasn't that they doubted Raza's strength, but the monster's resilience had exceeded everyone's expectations. Every time they thought he was dead, the creature managed to heal his wounds and recover completely. Again and again, his relentless vitality had even left the attacking Jonin feeling hopeless. Be careful, Lord Raza. He's immortal, one of the surviving sand ninja shouted a warning to Raza in midair. Troublesome. Raza frowned, already aware that his attack hadn't finished the enemy. He didn't need anyone to tell him, this wasn't over yet. A blinding black beam shot into the sky once again, shattering the golden cube into fragments. The creature, battered and weak, lay on the ground. Its white skeletal mask was covered in cracks, and its dark, destructive eyes burned with violent intent, locking onto Raza, who hovered midair. Targeting me now, huh? Raza's gaze met the monsters in the air. He could feel the overwhelming violence and insatiable desire for destruction radiating from its eyes. It wasn't just a feeling, it was almost tangible, enough to affect him directly. This creature wasn't just powerful, it was even more dangerous than a tailed beast and utterly incapable of communication. Raza made his judgment swiftly. Magnet release, gold dust realm technique. The moment the creature bent its knees as if to leap toward him, Raza acted first. The golden cubes scattered from the earlier explosion were quickly repurposed, conserving his chakra. Sharp golden spikes formed and pierced the creature from all angles, crisscrossing in a deadly pattern. Its defense is strong. Raza noted the resistance and toughness he felt as the gold dust spikes collided with the creature's skin. He calculated silently, in terms of durability, this creature's body was second only to the third Raikage's impenetrable lightning armor. Under different circumstances, Raza might have had the luxury to study this beast and its unique properties. But with no idea when the third Raikage would break free, he had to act fast. Gold dust sealing technique. Layers of golden sand enveloped the creature's body, forming an enormous, seamless golden cube. The surface of the cube was inscribed with intricate, tadpole-like sealing symbols, crisscrossing like chains to secure it tightly. Keep an eye on it. Feeling the creature's struggles weakening and finally fading inside the cube, Raza let out a sigh of relief. But he had no time to relax. On the other side of the battlefield, the third Raikage had already re-emerged from underground, his imposing figure rising to the surface. Raza quickly issued orders and then rushed toward the Raikage without hesitation. The third Raikage's unbreakable lightning armor had left Raza utterly frustrated. All he could do was coordinate with the elite sand shinobi to continuously pressure him, draining his stamina and chakra bit by bit. However, the third Raikage's stamina and chakra reserves were astonishingly vast. This made every war involving him a prolonged affair, often lasting for days. While Raza's bloodline limit and magnet release techniques countered the lightning techniques of the cloud shinobi and the Raikage, his chakra expenditure was far greater than the Raikage's. His only hope now was for the reinforcements promised by Iwagakure to arrive soon. If the battle dragged on much longer, the Sand Village's core forces would suffer losses Raza couldn't afford to bear. After 1 day and 1 night, the Kimogakure, cloud, shinobi retreated once more. However, before retreating, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki forcefully used the power of his tailed beast to reclaim the golden cube that sealed the mysterious monster. In the Kimogakure camp, the third Raikage stood before the broken golden cube, watching as it crumbled into a pile of golden sand after losing its chakra support. Inside, the lifeless remains of a grotesque monster were revealed, and the Raikage's expression shifted in surprise. This time, it still left behind a physical body, he muttered. He observed the mangled creature's body. From recent experiments, he knew that once someone was transformed into a monster by the mask and subsequently sealed, the monster would typically become a highly unstable bomb. Yet, this time, the monster's explosion hadn't destroyed the cube entirely. Killer Bee stepped forward, using one of his blades to pry the mask off the monster's face. Beneath the mask was the face of a shinobi wearing a Sunagakure forehead protector. Under the watchful eyes of the Kimogakure shinobi, the moment the mask was removed, the body of the ninja disintegrated into fine ash. A mere Chunin could threaten teams with Jonin-level combatants and even force Raza himself to step in, remarked the third Raikage, studying the black and white mask in his hand. The power of this mask is truly incomprehensible. Having discovered through experiments that the mask could transform shinobi into extraordinarily powerful monsters, the third Raikage, had orchestrated this war with careful planning. It was an effective tool. Although the creatures created by the mask lacked control, distinction between friend and foe, and were extremely chaotic and violent, they could be devastating when properly deployed on the battlefield. At the very least, they were capable of holding off a Kage or an elite Jonin of considerable renown. Such individuals, even among the 5 great shinobi nations, were scarce. I had even tested engaging these monsters in close combat. Despite their raw savagery, their steel-like skin and rapid regeneration allowed them to endure his hell stab and withstand his punches. While most of the time they were little more than punching bags, the fact that they could take his blows without immediate destruction proved their remarkable strength. For most shinobi, being confronted by such a high-speed, heavily armored monster was nothing short of a nightmare. Additionally, the mask itself had the ability to absorb chakra, which granted the monster's steel skin resistance against ninjutsu. Standard ninjutsu could barely scratch the monster's defenses, making it nearly impossible for ordinary shinobi to breach their armor. Thinking about how this mask had been developed by Konoha, Ice wariness toward the hidden leaf grew even deeper. But if they could crack the secrets behind the mask's technique, Kimogakure could produce similar weapons for their own use. Chapter 110, Chapter 87.1, Akatsuki. Land of Rain. 3 figures clad in black rain cloaks walked through the unrelenting downpour. Their vision was filled with sheets of rain, their ears consumed by its deafening roar, and their bodies chilled by the damp, biting air. The villages they passed were desolate. Some were sparsely inhabited, others were littered with piles of corpses, or worse, completely abandoned. Women, children, the elderly, men. The dead were either emaciated skeletons lying where they succumbed to starvation or bloated and pale, their wounds washed clean by the endless rain. Skinny, half-starved beasts prowled among the corpses, searching for scraps. No matter how one looked at it, this was a scene steeped in despair. I've heard stories about Hanzo of the Salamander and his rain village. Is this really the land he's protecting? Came the muffled voice of a man among the trio, his tone heavy with unease. They stood in a barren canyon, its rocky walls imposing and lifeless. At its center lay a flat, muddy plain dotted with tufts of waterlogged weeds. Whoosh! 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 The sound of slicing wind cut through the rain. As if lying in wait, several black-clad figures leapt down from the cliffs above, landing deftly before the trio. At the front stood a young man with bright orange hair, his rain village headband gleaming despite the rain. His expression was sharp and resolute. Beside him were a red-haired boy and a kunoichi with a paper flower adorning her head. So, you're the Konoha ninja, the orange-haired youth stepped forward, his voice steady and clear despite the rain. Yahiko, leader of the Akatsuki, I presume. Uchiha Shisui removed his conical straw hat, revealing his face. He stepped forward, seeking confirmation. You claim to be Konoha shinobi seeking mutual cooperation, Yahiko declared, raising his hand. Let me make this clear, Akatsuki does not take on missions involving the slaughter of shinobi in war. Wait. Yahiko, the kunoichi interjected. Aside from their headbands, they haven't shown any proof they're from Konoha. Proof of our identity. Shisui glanced at his companion, Kagetsu, who gave him a subtle nod. From within his cloak, Shisui produced a scroll, flicking his arm to send it flying toward Yahiko. What's this? Yahiko caught the scroll in one swift motion and unrolled it, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Aren't you shinobi? Don't you understand the protocols for exchanging intelligence between ninjas? Shisui asked, genuinely surprised. Apologies, our Akatsuki organization has never had such formal, official contact with another ninja village before, so. Yahiko awkwardly scratched the back of his head, clearly unsure of how to proceed. Do either of you understand this, Nagato, Konan? Yahiko instinctively glanced at his two companions for help. I'll handle it, leader. I used to work in the rain village's umbu, so I know how to handle things like this. A calm, steady voice came from behind the trio. The speaker was an older ninja, his face showing signs of age. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan seemed to trust this man deeply, as they immediately handed the scroll over to him. There's actually another way to prove our identity, Kagetsu said, glancing at his companion, Shisui. Catching the signal, Shisui closed his eyes briefly. When he reopened them, his Sharingan glowed a vivid red. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The older ninja behind Yahiko's group gasped in surprise upon seeing Shisui's eyes. That's the Sharingan. Yahiko and his companions instinctively turned their attention to Shisui's eyes. Nagato, in particular, stared intently, his gaze lingering on Shisui's crimson pupils for a moment. If even the Sharingan isn't enough to convince you, then perhaps the mention of Lord Jiraiya will. Kagetsu stepped forward confidently. Jiraiya. Hearing this name, the members of the Akatsuki exchanged bewildered glances. If anyone in the ninja world remembered the name of the Sannin most vividly, the Rain Village would undoubtedly be one of them. After all, it was the Rain Village's leader, Hanzo the Salamander, who had bestowed the title upon the trio. The Rain Village had experienced firsthand the power of the young Sannin during the war they led. Even after all these years, the title of the Sannin remained deeply resonant in the Rain Village. As their fame in the ninja world grew, the Rain Village took a certain pride in the fact that their leader had once bested these formidable shinobi. Yahiko's reaction to Jiraiya's name, however, was far stronger. He, Konan, and Nagato were the only ones who truly understood their connection to the legendary Sannin. Kyusuke-senpai, please lead the others to stand guard. Konan, Nagato, and I need to have a proper discussion with our friends from Konoha. Yahiko hesitated briefly before addressing the older ninja behind them, his tone respectful. I understand, Kyusuke replied with a nod. As a former umbu, he knew when to step back, avoid probing too deeply, and respect certain sensitive matters. When Yahiko sent his men to guard the surroundings, he finally approached the trio of Kagetsu with Nagato and Konan, extending a hand as he asked, were you sent by Jiraiya-sensei? No, this has nothing to do with Jiraiya-sensei. I only happened to hear about you from him. Our teacher is Orochimaru, Kagetsu replied, shaking Yahiko's offered hand and denying the assumption. Orochimaru? The three exchanged puzzled glances, their minds involuntarily conjuring an image of a sinister man, cold and grim, who might casually threaten their lives. I know Jiraiya-sensei trained you for 3 years, so I'm aware that you have some very special abilities, Kagetsu continued, casually leveraging Jiraiya's name to gain their trust and goodwill. You. Yahiko's trio immediately became cautious, their wary eyes fixed on Kagetsu. Don't worry. I'm not here for you too. My purpose here is Conan. Kagetsu clarified. While he did harbor thoughts about studying the Rinnegan, he knew very well that it was like handling a live explosive. His target this time was solely Conan. Chapter 111, Chapter 87.2, Cooperation. What do you want with Conan? Yahiko and Nagato both tensed, their anxiety turning into subtle hostility. Nagato, in particular, looked ready to act. Cooperation. Kagetsu ignored the sudden shift in their emotions and pressed on. You need food, weapons, and medical supplies, don't you? Yes, Conan replied after meeting Kagetsu's gaze. She didn't sense any malice from him, so she nodded slightly. Food, weapons, and medical supplies were in critically short supply, not just for the Akatsuki but for the entire Omega Kure. During peacetime, things were barely manageable, but now, in the midst of war, Omega Kure could hardly sustain itself. Merchants refused to sell goods to the village, and even if they did, the prices were exorbitant. If Kagetsu could truly provide these necessities, no matter his conditions, Conan was prepared to convince Yahiko and Nagato to accept. After all, securing these supplies could save countless lives in Omega Kure and the Land of Rain. Relax. We mean no harm, Kagetsu assured them. You're skilled in paper release, aren't you? His words left the trio momentarily stunned, as they had expected a more demanding request. Paper release. Yes, that's right, Conan responded thoughtfully. She extended her arm, and a bouquet of paper flowers formed effortlessly in her hand. Can you use paper release to make explosive tags? Kagetsu asked suddenly, taking the bouquet of paper flowers and examining it with his chakra. Do you need explosive tags? Conan's eyes lit up instantly. I can make them. Because explosive tags are so expensive, I've been collecting scraps from other ninjas to study and figure out how to make them myself. The explosive tags used by the Akatsuki right now. They're all made by me. But I'm still not very skilled, so I can't mass-produce them yet. Also, the materials I use aren't the best, so the durability and power of my tags are noticeably inferior to the real ones. However, if I had enough explosive tags to practice and perfect my craft, I'm confident I could supply you with as many as you need. To prove herself to Kagetsu, Conan immediately began crafting explosive tags using her paper release technique. Just as she claimed, the process was impressively quick. Kagetsu took one of the freshly made tags, attached it to a kunai, and lit it with chakra before throwing it. Bang. The sound cracked like a firecracker, shattering the curtain of rain. Water droplets sprayed everywhere as a faint shockwave, no stronger than a breeze, rippled out. This is a defective version, Conan said, breaking the rain-soaked silence with a red-faced explanation. The ones I make at my best are much more powerful. Even so, the tags barely had the power of a firecracker. If this was her high-quality work, it was still far weaker than an official explosive tag, maybe not even a tenth of the real thing's power. Was this the real reason that, in the future, Shikamaru could obliterate an immortal enemy with just a few dozen explosive tags, while Conan, the so-called explosive expert, failed to kill herself and a masked man with 500 billion tags? And as for buying explosive tags with shared funds, forget about whether the ninja world could even produce that many explosive tags in a decade or two, the cost alone would be impossible to cover. Even if Kakuzu worked himself to death, he'd never earn enough. You couldn't possibly spend every penny the Akatsuki earned solely on explosive tags, right? Trust me. I'll definitely make better explosive tags for you. Conan said earnestly, seeing the skeptical silence from Kagetsu and the others. At that moment, she felt an almost blinding sense of enlightenment. So this is how it's done. So, she could actually help Yahiko and Nagato in this way. She wasn't the most useless of the three, someone who only needed protection and couldn't contribute anything to the organization. No explosive tags, Kagetsu said, shaking his head slowly under Conan's disappointed gaze. Explosive tags, when purchased in villages, were closely monitored. The ones with this level of power might be fine for small ninja villages, but in places like Konoha or other major ninja villages, they wouldn't pass quality checks. Apart from personal use, they were practically worthless. But your paper release, it's more than enough for us to work with, Kagetsu added, his words causing Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato to perk up from their previously disheartened state. They had thought this collaboration was doomed. Let's try something. Can you use your paper release to copy this tag? Kagetsu took out a healing tag and handed it to Conan. What is this? Conan asked, accepting the tag. She tried to replicate it with her paper release but ended up producing a series of failed imitations. This is a healing tag, Kagetsu explained, stopping her from continuing. It's used on the battlefield as an emergency substitute for medical ninjas, to treat injured shinobi. It mainly works on wounds but is less effective against poisons. I'll need time, Conan said, looking at Kagetsu with hopeful eyes. Time is the one thing we don't have, Kagetsu replied, gazing at the trio. You all understand how rare medical ninjas are in the ninja world. When war breaks out, a lack of medical support leads to massive casualties. Konoha was able to survive being attacked by multiple villages during the Second Great Ninja War because of the medical team led by Tsunade of the Senju clan. They saved countless Konoha shinobi and ensured the survival of their Chunin-level fighters. Explosive tags can already be replicated using your ability, even if they're subpar copies. This shows that they don't require advanced techniques or resources to make. But healing tags are different. Right now, only Konoha can produce them consistently. Perhaps in the future, Kumogakure might also manage it. But if your paper release can mass-produce healing tags, even imperfect ones, they'll be valuable enough during wartime to trade with merchants or major ninja villages for immense wealth and resources. A monopoly like this is the most profitable business. Even if your tags aren't as good as the originals, sheer quantity can make up for it. If you succeed, you alone could sustain the entire Akatsuki organization. Konan's face lit up with a look of hope, as if she could already envision the future Kagetsu described. Although the Land of Rain was isolated and their education beyond the 3 years spent with Jiraiya was limited, their experiences over the years had taught them enough to discern whether Kagetsu's words were true or not. Whoosh! A piece of paper cut deeply into Konan's arm, and crimson blood flowed down from the wound. Amidst the shocked exclamations from Yahiko and Nagato, Konan placed the healing tag that Kagetsu had given her onto the wound, activating it with her chakra. Under the 3 stunned gazes of Konan's companions, a green halo filled with life energy began to form around the healing tag. The wound on Konan's arm quickly healed under the tag's effect. In no time, the skin was smooth and flawless, with only remnants of blood remaining. It's real. Konan felt the warm power from the tag. If she could master this ability, the number of casualties among the Akatsuki members during battles would greatly decrease. Their team would grow rapidly. Please teach me how to make healing tags. Konan suddenly bowed deeply to Kagetsu, her voice filled with urgency. She knew that, on her own, it would take too long to replicate the healing tag, and the results might not be as effective. This is the foundation of cooperation, Kagetsu replied. I can teach you the techniques to make healing tags, and I can also provide some materials and supplies you need. But in return, the healing tags you sell will need to be shared equally with us. How does that sound? Chapter 112, Chapter 88.1, Bounty Station. Do you have something you want to ask, Shursue? After parting ways with the Akatsuki and resuming their journey, Kagetsu turned to the contemplative Shursue walking beside him. Is this really okay? Handing over such a technique to that organization? Shursue, unable to hide his doubts, voiced his concerns. According to the intel, the Akatsuki's position in the Land of Rain hasn't been officially recognized. Are you worried about Hanzo? Kagetsu immediately caught onto Shursue's hint. In Konoha, Hanzo of the Rain was regarded as a figure whose fame rivaled that of the Kage from the 4 great nations. After all, even the legendary Sannin, in their youth, had fought him together and still suffered a crushing defeat. Had it not been for Hanzo's reluctance to eliminate them, and Tsunade's exceptional medical ninjutsu, the existence of the Sannin today might have been a question. Yes, Shursue admitted. Under the influence of Orochimaru and Kagetsu, Shursue's perspective had matured significantly. In his view, there was no way the Rain Village would tolerate the Akatsuki, a rogue ninja organization, growing unchecked. The fact that they hadn't yet acted might simply be due to other underlying reasons. That said, Shursue felt a sense of admiration for the 3 founders of the Akatsuki, especially Yahiko. Yahiko's ideals of peace resonated deeply with Shursue's own. More importantly, Yahiko was actively working toward his vision of peace, putting it into action rather than just speaking about it. If the village truly values that paper release user, we should consider inviting them to join Konoha, Shursue said after a brief pause. His words were tactful, but even someone as blunt as Anko could see his true intention. That's basically kidnapping, Shursue. Anko's blunt statement made Shursue freeze, his expression stiff. What Shursue had in mind was to find a way to invite Konan to Konoha, offering her the protection of the village. While this would be difficult with most other shinobi, Konan's status as one of Jiraiya's former students gave them a unique advantage. With Jiraiya's endorsement, having all 3 of them, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, integrate into Konoha as allies wouldn't be far-fetched. Shursue had also observed the deep bond between the 3. Convincing one of them to join would likely influence the others to follow suit. However, Anko's interpretation was akin to forcibly abducting someone and bringing them to Konoha. That would be difficult, Kagetsu shook his head. He didn't delve into the specific challenges the trio faced but instead shifted the perspective. They won't abandon the organization they built with their own hands to come back with us to the village. Yahiko may seem easygoing, but he's probably a very stubborn person. If Konan were willing to leave with us, he wouldn't stop her, he might even give her his blessing. But he himself would never come along. And with the bonds they share, Konan wouldn't leave him or Nagato behind. So, inviting them is bound to fail. As for resorting to force, are you worried about Lord Jiraiya? Shursue assumed he understood Kagetsu's concerns. Given their identities, it was indeed difficult to take action against Jiraiya's disciples. Kagetsu didn't bother to correct Shirsue's assumption. How could he explain that the eyes hidden beneath Nagato's bangs were the legendary Rinnegan? Facing that power, there was no guarantee they'd come out unscathed. He wasn't planning to sever ties with Yahiko's group just yet. What about Omega-Kure and Hanzo? Enko suddenly asked. At this rate, they'll clash with Omega-Kure sooner or later, right? That depends on their strength and whether our warnings make any difference, Kagetsu replied while continuing on the road. Where are we heading next? Shirsue noticed Kagetsu had no intention of returning to the village immediately. Picking up his pace to keep up with him, he asked curiously. We're going to an underground bounty station located near the border of the Land of Rain and Konoha, Kagetsu responded. I need to find a certain ninja. The employment of ninjas in the ninja world was predominantly handled by the 5 great shinobi villages, but many rogue ninjas, wandering shinobi, and defectors from villages still needed money to survive. The underground bounty station catered specifically to these individuals who operated outside the established shinobi systems. Their clients included nobles, merchants, and even other shinobi villages issuing bounties. The one who utilized these bounty stations most effectively was the 3rd Tsuchikage. During times of war, Iwagakure would hire large numbers of rogue ninjas and defectors to attack and harass enemy shinobi. Although the underground bounty station was a chaotic mix of individuals, it also housed powerful ninjas, some comparable to Jonin or even elite Jonin. Kakuzu was one such formidable ninja. As a long-standing figure in the bounty station, he had outlived numerous managers. As a regular client, he enjoyed the highest level of intelligence services the bounty station had to offer. Wherever there was a lucrative bounty, Kakuzu would appear. His high mission success rate and outstanding reputation had turned him into a legend among the bounty station's managers. For a major village like Konoha, finding someone like him wasn't particularly difficult. Or, more accurately, even Orochimaru could use his own resources to provide Kagetsu with relevant information. Of course, such intelligence was limited to Kakuzu's location and identity. Come out. Having exchanged his bounty for money at an underground bounty station, Kakuzu carried a case of Ryo as he walked into a dense forest, stopping amidst the trees. War was a profitable time for rogue shinobi like him. The battles between Suna, Kumo, Konoha, and Iwagakure caused an influx of missions on the underground black market. Recently, Kakuzu had been wandering around the outskirts of the various war zones. In that time, he'd already killed at least a dozen shinobi from different villages. He wasn't surprised to find himself being tracked, it was to be expected. Whether or not information about him was leaked didn't matter much, he never trusted anyone to begin with. Konoha brats, huh? Kakuzu's gaze settled on the 3 shinobi who appeared before him. He squinted at their headbands, then turned without hesitation and began walking away. Chapter 113, Chapter 88.2, Kakuzu. Hey! Why are you just leaving? Anko stared in confusion at the rogue ninja who showed no sign of engaging them. We're missing Nin this calm nowadays. Are you after my head? Kakuzu paused mid-step and turned back, his voice cold. Anko was caught off guard by the question and turned to Kagetsu, silently asking if they should attack. Kakuzu-san, may I study you? Kagetsu ignored Anko's gaze and instead addressed Kakuzu earnestly. Study me. Kakuzu's expression darkened instantly. He rummaged through a stack of bounty notices in his hand, flipping through them carefully. What a shame. It seems my memory didn't fail me, you're just a group of fledgling brats. Either you're not worth a bounty, or the reward is so low that no one bothered to report it to me. Fighting you will only waste my time. And time, after all, is money. Setting his case of Ryo aside with exaggerated care, Kakuzu flexed his muscles and cracked his neck. Since you're not destined to amount to anything significant, there's no point sparing you. Let's end this quickly. Fire style, searing migraine. Kakuzu's hands blurred through hand signs as he spoke. In an instant, flames erupted from his mouth, expanding into a blazing inferno that surged toward the 3 Konoha shinobi. Water style, water formation wall. The moment Kakuzu moved, Shirsue reacted just as quickly. He darted in front of his companions, forming hand seals at nearly the same speed. A spiraling wall of water erupted from the ground beneath his feet, rotating to shield him, Anko, and Kagetsu completely from the approaching flames. The raging sea of fire clashed with the swirling torrents of water, producing a sharp sizzling sound. In the next moment, the spinning curtain of water transformed mid-air into a roaring water dragon, crashing down from the sky. The massive surge of water extinguished the flames. Amid the rising steam, both sides moved rapidly, almost instantly. Those eyes, they're the Sharingan. Kakuzu's voice echoed among the trees. Unlike his earlier reluctance, there was now a hint of excitement in his tone. This reminds me of that man, the one who stood equal to the first Hokage back then. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Flower Claw Crimson. Ignoring Kakuzu's nostalgic remark, Shirsue's Sharingan spun in his eye sockets, tracking Kakuzu's movements. With precise timing, he flung a dozen shuriken while forming hand seals. His chest expanded, and in the next moment, he exhaled bursts of flame, engulfing the flying shuriken in fiery orbs. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust erupted from Kakuzu, blowing Shirsue's fire technique into disarray until it dissipated entirely. However, this also revealed the shuriken concealed within the flames. Clang! 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 The shuriken struck Kakuzu's body but failed to inflict any damage, falling to the ground as if hitting solid rock. Through his Sharingan's keen insight, Shirsue noticed Kakuzu's skin had hardened. At the same time, he observed the unique, inhuman nature of Kakuzu's body. There were no chakra pathways like those in a normal ninja. Instead, 5 distinct chakra sources of different colors stood out clearly. In Shirsue's mind, Kakuzu's body was nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. No wonder Kagetsu wants to study his body, Shirsue thought. He felt a sudden understanding. Given what he knew about Kagetsu, Kakuzu's unique physiology must be incredibly enticing to him, like some kind of powerful Kekkei Genkai. Is this a secret technique? Shirsue speculated silently. But his movements didn't falter. His Sharingan spun rapidly, channeling the potent force of Yin released directly into Kakuzu's brain. For a brief moment, Kakuzu seemed trapped in a genjutsu, his expression struggling as he froze in place. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shirsue drew the short blade from his back and used the body flicker technique to appear right in front of him. Just as Shirsue was about to sever the opponent's limbs to capture him alive, a sudden and inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. In the next instant, his body vanished from in front of Kakuzu. At the same moment, Kakuzu's arm, shimmering with a stony texture, came crashing down toward Shirsue. If not for some inexplicable hesitation on Kakuzu's part, Shirsue might have had to face that rock-powered punch head-on. The reason for Kakuzu's hesitation was reflected in Shirsue's Sharingan as he landed. A black shadow was linking Kakuzu's shadow to another. How surprising. An Uchiha and a Nara brat, Kakuzu remarked, turning his head toward Kagetsu on the other side. Shadow snake hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Kakuzu could finish his words, a sharp sound filled the air behind him. Snakes lunged at Kakuzu from behind, coiling and biting at him. Boom. A sudden burst of electricity. The body that the snakes bit into dissolved instantly, breaking apart into blazing electricity before fading away. However, the paralyzing current traveled through the snakes, reaching Anko. Even though Anko reacted quickly to the danger and severed the connection almost instantly, her body was still affected by the paralysis, leaving her momentarily unable to move. A kunai took this chance to slash toward Anko's neck. Anko could even feel the icy chill of the blade, but in the next moment, her uncontrollable body suddenly regained its mobility. She leaned back just in time, tilting her head sharply. Her motion not only smashed into Kakuzu behind her but also avoided his lethal strike. Humph. Kakuzu, knocked back by the impact, could only think that Anko's body felt as solid as a rock. What kind of jutsu is this? Kakuzu asked, his gaze fixed on the faint black patterns that appeared on Anko's body. His eyes then shifted to her shadow before landing on Kagetsu. Using the shadow imitation technique to forcibly control a teammate's body, just like a puppet, to evade my attack. Seems like you're no ordinary group. My genjutsu doesn't work on him, Shirsue said as he flickered to Kagetsu's side. From the moment he activated his genjutsu to when Anko was forced to avoid an attack under the control of Kagetsu, everything happened in an instant. He now understood that the genjutsu from his Sharingan had no effect on Kakuzu. His body is a bit special. You can think of him as a Jinchuriki, Kagetsu explained. Are you saying it's because of the 5 chakra sources inside him? Even though he had received some information about Kakuzu from Kagetsu beforehand, experiencing it firsthand was still quite baffling. How about we just stop here? Our fight is meaningless, Kakuzu raised his hand. Facing 3 powerful opponents with no bounty on his head, he had no desire to engage in a life-or-death battle. Then, can I study your body? Kagetsu asked seriously once more. It seems you all have underestimated me. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed again, but he didn't say anything more about retreating. Instead, he clasped his hands together, and while his body underwent intense changes, he slowly spoke, after all, I'm the one who once nearly assassinated your first Hokage. In an instant, Kakuzu's clothes tore apart, and black, monstrous creatures emerged from the stitches in his body. What's that? Seeing 4 monsters circling Kakuzu, his torn skin reattaching itself with black threads, Anko and Shirsue both widened their eyes in shock. That's Earth Grudge Fear, a forbidden technique from Takigakure. It's also our target this time, Kagetsu said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the terrifying scene. Upon hearing Kagetsu's words, Kakuzu's heart sank as he felt offended by their gaze. In the ninja world, Those who covet the secret techniques of others were considered the most despicable and the most hated. Chapter 114, Chapter 89.1, Shursue vs. Kakuzu. It seems I can't treat him like a normal shinobi, muttered Uchiha Shursue, his tone low and wary. Having suffered a minor setback, Shursue observed Kakuzu's demeanor. The Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly before settling into the distinctive pattern of a four-pointed pinwheel. That's. Kakuzu's sharp senses immediately picked up on the sudden shift in chakra nature radiating from Shursue. Noticing the chilling presence now emanating from the Uchiha and the ominous pattern in his eyes, Kakuzu instinctively tensed. Without delay, one of his detached masked creatures sprang into action, quickly blanketing the area in a dense, misty fog. At the same time, another mask fired a piercing lance of condensed lightning chakra. Lightning style, false darkness. A high-level lightning style jutsu known for its lethal piercing power and immense destructive potential. Boom. The brilliant flash of lightning tore through the mist in an instant, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated through the battlefield. Kakuzu's attack hit its mark, but he did not press the advantage. Instead, he and the masked creatures swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between themselves and Shursue. As a veteran bounty hunter, Kakuzu knew better than to engage in unnecessary fights. The moment he recognized those infamous eyes, etched into his memory from countless years of experience, he decided against continuing this confrontation with the young Uchiha. Although false darkness was a powerful trump card, capable of devastating opponents in battle, Kakuzu doubted its effectiveness against those eyes. Suddenly, the mist began to tremble. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by the aftershock of the earlier explosion, swept through the area, dispersing the fog entirely. Before Kakuzu could fully withdraw from the battlefield, a massive chakra-formed arrow pierced through his head with unrelenting force. From the thinning mist, a colossal, glowing green figure emerged. Its imposing presence reflected in Kakuzu's dimming eyes as the spectral entity loomed over the battlefield. The thick mist began to dissipate. It seemed that the chakra maintaining the mist vanished along with its caster's life. Kakuzu, who had been pierced through a vital spot by the arrow, lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. But in the next moment, a barrage of arrows, fired by the giant clad in emerald green energy, rained down from above, blanketing the area where Kakuzu lay. The supposedly lifeless Kakuzu suddenly sprang into motion, leaping to dodge the attack. A nature mask emerged, shielding him from the front. At the same time, the earth rolled on either side of him, forming a protective dome of rock that resembled a giant pot. This defense encased Kakuzu and the nature masks that had detached from his body. The arrows struck the rocky dome, their piercing force embedding deep into its surface, turning the structure into a spiky porcupine. Despite the overwhelming assault, this earth-released defensive jutsu bought Kakuzu enough time to retreat and regroup. Susanoo, ha. Emerging from the shattered earth, Kakuzu knelt on one knee, staring at the green, skeletal giant ahead of him. For a moment, even he, with his usually emotionless demeanor, felt a pang of awe. Many modern shinobi may have forgotten the legends of old, but Kakuzu, who hailed from the Warring States era of the ninja world, could never forget the names of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. They were once figures of unmatched power, whose mere mention commanded respect and fear. He had personally faced Hashirama in battle once. The man's power had shattered Kakuzu's understanding of what a shinobi could achieve. Hashirama had rightfully earned the title God of Shinobi. The only reason Kakuzu managed to escape with his life and return to Takigakure was because Hashirama, for some unfathomable reason, decided to spare him. It wasn't due to Kakuzu's own strength, it was sheer luck. As for Madara Uchiha, the man renowned as Hashirama's equal, Kakuzu had gathered as much information on him as possible, even secretly observing one of Madara's battles from afar. The sight of Madara's Susanoo, its overwhelming power and the devastation it could cause with a mere swipe, had been burned into Kakuzu's memory, an unshakable nightmare alongside his encounter with Hashirama. Now, standing before Kakuzu was another manifestation of Susanoo. While it wasn't Madara's, it lacked the same form and color, the destruction it caused was no less staggering. Black tendrils burst from Kakuzu's chest, their writhing forms stitching together the damage done by the arrow. They wove through the gaping holes in his chest, reconnecting and restoring what had been lost. One of the detached nature masks was pulled back into Kakuzu's body by the black tendrils, replacing his damaged heart. Meanwhile, a shattered mask and lifeless tendrils were expelled from his body, falling to the ground as nothing more than discarded remains. Lightning crackled faintly across the giant skeletal figure, whose surface showed subtle cracks. However, under Shursue's continuous supply of chakra, those cracks were healing rapidly. The destructive power and piercing strength of the lightning style, false darkness were formidable. The Susanoo in its skeletal stage could not fully block the attack. Seeing the skeletal giant knock another arrow, Kakuzu understood one thing clearly: unless he defeated his opponent, the chances of escaping unscathed were next to none. The enemy's attack range was too far, and its power was terrifyingly strong. Bang! The arrow transformed into a blazing meteor, once again hurtling toward Kakuzu. Even though Kakuzu had immediately gone on the defensive and tried to evade, the arrow still tore through most of his body. If not for having turned his body into a mass of black earth grudge fear threads, he would not have survived. Thanks to the stolen hearts that served as his chakra sources, Kakuzu had long abandoned the vulnerabilities of a normal human body. In some ways, calling him immortal wouldn't be far from the truth. Even with most of his body destroyed, he could still survive and recover quickly. But this time, he hadn't managed to relocate his heart in time. Another one of the elemental mask monsters inside him was lost. The remaining 3 masks outside his body quickly merged with his broken form, repairing his missing body parts with their earth grudge fear organs while replenishing his chakra sources. 2 hearts remained. Chapter 115, Chapter 89.2, Kakuzu cornered. Kakuzu calculated in his mind. 1 water affinity heart, and 1 earth affinity heart. He had deliberately sought out hearts with different chakra natures to handle a variety of enemies. Over the years of mastering the forbidden earth grudge fear technique, he had amassed 5 hearts of different chakra natures. But today's opponent was no ordinary foe who could be overcome by exploiting elemental weaknesses. He couldn't afford to let the distance grow any further. At long range, his opponent would simply fire arrows at him again and again, each one lethal. Against the Sharingan's keen perception and unerring accuracy, running or dodging was futile. Just now, even with his best efforts to defend and evade, his opponent's arrow had still hit his most vital spot. Although he was hailed as having an immortal body, Kakuzu's so-called immortality was merely a matter of using his spare hearts to cheat death, it wasn't true invincibility. Once all 5 hearts were destroyed, he, too, would face the inevitability of death. Lightning flickered across Kakuzu's body, and under the influence of the lightning release, his speed and reaction time soared to new heights. As the colossal Susanoo loomed closer, Kakuzu had no intention of engaging it directly in combat. Instead, his sharp eye swept the battlefield, searching for the Uchiha's companion. Yes. With only 3 hearts left, Kakuzu had no confidence in defeating an Uchiha wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan. His plan was to create a diversion, targeting the Uchiha's ally to force the Uchiha into a dilemma. This would buy him a chance at survival. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head scorching flame. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind chaos wave. The combination of 2 powerful techniques created a destructive force far greater than the sum of its parts. A raging sea of fire erupted, instantly engulfing the dense forest. Under the roaring inferno, the green, towering figure of Susanoo was swallowed, no different from the surrounding trees being consumed by the flames. After unleashing this devastating attack, Kakuzu didn't stop. Using his earth grudge fear technique, he brought together his remaining 3 hearts. Above him, the 3 elemental masks began gathering a massive amount of chakra. Fire. Wind. Lightning. After a brief moment of charging, the chakra from the 3 masks interwove in midair, forming a roaring beam of energy. With the force of an unstoppable avalanche, it shot forth in a thunderous blast. Susanoo in its skeletal form had remarkable defense and offense but lacked agility. When the chakra cannon sliced through the sea of fire and streaked toward it, Shirsue's Susanoo was pierced almost instantly. Earth grudge fear, final shot. A deafening explosion erupted from the center of Susanoo. The blast flattened the ground, carving out a crater several hundred meters wide. At its center lay the tattered remains of Susanoo, barely maintaining its skeletal form. The current Susanoo had only half its body and 1 arm left. That intact arm was curved protectively as if shielding something. Even this wasn't enough to finish you. Truly an incredible defense, Kakuzu muttered, his voice tinged with frustration. Kakuzu, having unleashed 2 powerful jutsu in quick succession, stood in place catching his breath. He stared at the still intact Susanoo in the battlefield, a glimmer of astonishment in his heart. But after only a brief recovery, he launched another assault. 3 elemental mask creatures transformed into turrets, rapidly firing a series of jutsu one after another. The Susanoo, standing at the center of the crater, endured a saturation bombardment in an instant. Whoosh! Just as Kakuzu continued his jutsu barrage, a blazing punch came streaking toward him from behind. The fire elemental mask creature reacted almost immediately, spinning around to intercept the attack. It took the full brunt of the blow on Kakuzu's behalf. The creature, blackened and charred, with only its mask intact, was sent flying and collided with Kakuzu, sending both of them tumbling embarrassingly across the ground. Kakuzu glanced at Anko, who was pulling back her fist, then at the fire elemental mask creature, which had been nearly shattered in half. He began to regard this girl with a hint of seriousness. At the very least, her strength was comparable to the power he wielded when enhancing himself with Earth Release. Just as Kakuzu prepared to charge forward and capture this girl as a hostage, the fire elemental mask suddenly malfunctioned. Caught off guard, Kakuzu could only watch as the detached fire elemental mask erupted into a series of chain explosions, like fireworks lighting up the battlefield. The fire elemental creature was shredded into fragments without any chance of resistance, its mask breaking apart and scattering across the ground. Akatsuki Genkai. Now reduced to only 2 hearts, Kakuzu's eyes darkened as he glared at the approaching Anko. He ordered the sole remaining intact wind-release mask creature to withdraw alongside him. It was clear that this young girl possessed a unique Kekkei Genkai, similar to Scorch Release, yet distinctly different. Based on its effects, it was even more insidious and dangerous. He needed to avoid close-quarters combat or any direct contact with her fists. At this point, Kakuzu's sense of crisis had reached its peak. He had to find a way to retreat immediately and replenish his hearts, compensating for the severe losses he had just suffered. Not to mention the bounty for today's mission. The earlier destructive jutsu had undoubtedly obliterated all that precious money. Coupled with the loss of 3 powerful hearts, today's disaster made Kakuzu feel a sharp pain in his chest, one he couldn't regenerate away. Wind Release, Net of Captivity. Kakuzu weaved his next jutsu, aiming to regain control of the battlefield. The wind attribute masked monster spat out a large amount of web-like wind towards the incoming Anko. Without dodging or evading, Anko simply raised her arm to protect her face and charged straight into it. The sharp wind cut into Anko's body, but to everyone's surprise, there was no bloodshed as expected. The wind lines deeply sank into her skin. Under Kakuzu's shocked gaze, Anko actually broke free from the web-like wind. Aside from some red marks on her body, she was covered in blue flames and appeared before him unharmed. Fire Release, Twin Serpent Kill. 2 serpents, their bodies entwined in blue flames, shot out from Anko's sleeves, lunging towards Kakuzu. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from the front, shattering the fire serpents in midair. As expected, the broken serpent bodies exploded into fragments, sending shockwaves that spread in a circular motion around them. At that moment, a greenish arrow pierced through the spreading shockwaves, striking Kakuzu and killing him once again. A massive green giant rose from the ground, drawing a bow and preparing another shot. A shattered mask was violently expelled from Kakuzu's body, falling into a lifeless heap. Kakuzu's heart sank completely. At the same time, as Kakuzu's attention was focused on Shisui and Anko, and his emotions were in turmoil, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed a kunai into his body. What? Kakuzu, who hadn't sensed any enemies approaching, looked down at the strange kunai tip protruding from his chest in shock. Fortunately, the blade hadn't pierced his remaining heart, and the wound was only a minor injury, which didn't bother him. Almost instantly, he launched an attack backwards. With the connection of black threads, his body seemed to split into several parts. His reverse-jointed fist swung back to strike at his attacker. However, the attacker withdrew immediately, releasing the kunai and retreating almost as soon as it had stabbed into Kakuzu's body. Kakuzu's attack hit nothing but air. In the next moment, Kakuzu's face changed dramatically as he realized he couldn't control his body. Or rather, the earth grudge fear inside him had undergone some unknown change, causing it to grow sluggish and unresponsive. Chapter 116, Chapter 90.1, Returning to the Village. Ugh. As the battle ended, Shisui fell to his knees, clutching his eyes. Crimson blood trickled down from the corners of his eyes. Shisui. Kagetsu and Anko instantly appeared at his side. I'm fine, Shisui muttered, his Mangekyo Sharingan fading away, revealing his dark pupils. But it wasn't just his eyes, his entire body was racked with intense pain. Kagetsu quickly jabbed a syringe into his neck and pushed the liquid inside. Almost immediately, Shisui felt his deteriorating condition improve rapidly. The sharp pain in his eyes was soothed by a cooling sensation, and the agony faded. His previously blurry vision became clear again. This should stabilize you for now. Once we're back at the lab, I'll conduct a full diagnostic on your condition, Kagetsu said as Shisui stood, releasing his hand from his eyes. Shisui nodded, asking no questions about the syringe or the subsequent examination. Thanks to the cooperation of the Uchiha clan, the Technology Development Department possessed comprehensive data on Uchiha physiology. Everything from the single Tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo had been extensively studied by Orochimaru and Kagetsu. Before this, the most advanced and powerful Kekkei Genkai data in their hands had been the wood release of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. It was no secret within Orochimaru's team that the first Hokage's cells could mitigate some of the side effects of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. The only true challenge was balancing the powers of these two legendary bloodlines. Suddenly, a mass of white material surged from Shisui's body, expanding rapidly in the wind. It took the form of a humanoid creature, completely white and monstrous in appearance. Would release and natural energy, huh? The white creature, now separated from Shisui, barely touched the ground before being trapped by a shadowy bind. What is that? Anko, startled by the sudden appearance of the strange being, almost struck it with her flaming fist. Shadow neck binding. A pitch-black arm extended along the creature's white body, snaking up to its neck and gripping tightly. Crack. The creature's head slumped lifelessly. It seems to be some kind of parasitic ninjutsu, Kagetsu murmured, eyeing the unexpectedly revealed white zetsu with mild surprise. Without hesitation, he retrieved a spare storage scroll and sealed White Zetsu's corpse inside. From his somewhat hazy memories, Kagetsu recalled that White Zetsu's body bore a peculiar resemblance to Shin's, both seemingly linked to wood-release techniques. He had long desired to study a White Zetsu, but until now, he had never encountered one in person. Was it because of his contact with the Akatsuki trio? Or was it linked to Uchiha Shursue? Kagetsu pondered the reasons for being targeted and parasitized by White Zetsu. After some thought, those seemed like the only two plausible explanations. To be cautious, Kagetsu used natural energy to examine both his and Anko's bodies, confirming there were no anomalies. The only one parasitized was Shursue. What about him? Should we take him back to the village? Anko, who had been watching Kagetsu seal the strange creature's corpse into the scroll, glanced toward Kakuzu, still standing motionless on the other side of the field. Let Nikomata, Two Tails, handle it and bring him back. While speaking, Kagetsu activated the sealing technique on his abdomen with chakra. As he pressed his palm to his stomach, a small, agile blue cat-like beast emerged and landed gracefully. You sure love bossing me around, Nikomata grumbled, stretching briefly before trotting toward Kakuzu. The black shadow domain unfurled as Nikomata leaped, spreading like a dark curtain to envelop Kakuzu, who offered no resistance. Moments later, both vanished from sight. A puddle of black shadows flowed back swiftly, merging seamlessly into Kagetsu's own shadow. Upon returning to Konoha, Kagetsu and his team went straight to the Hokage's office to report the mission. After reviewing Kagetsu's submitted report, the third Hokage suddenly asked, "How are they?" The third Hokage's abrupt and seemingly unrelated question didn't confuse the three before him. Kagetsu and his teammates understood immediately who he was referring to. Well, you could say they matched Jiraiya-sama's tastes quite well, Kagetsu pondered for a moment before replying, earning a raised eyebrow from the Hokage. Jiraiya's tastes. The third Hokage's mind wandered to his perverted former student, whose silhouette was often spotted loitering near bathhouses. His expression tightened slightly at the thought. Kind, and advocates for peace, Kagetsu explained. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Among them, Yahiko is the core of the group. His personality and principles are somewhat similar to Minato-san. That's quite high praise. The third Hokage was visibly surprised. He hadn't expected Kagetsu to hold Yahiko in such high regard. As one of the rising stars among Konoha's new generation, Namikaze Minato was often viewed as the epitome of perfection. With immense strength, a humble demeanor, and a magnetic charisma, Minato's passion for the village and the will of fire burned brightly. To his enemies, he was a fearsome figure of death, while to his comrades and the villagers, he was a source of admiration and respect. For Kagetsu to compare Yahiko from the Land of Rain to someone like Minato was enough to pique the third Hokage's interest further. It's just their personalities that are similar, Kagetsu clarified. In terms of strength and vision, he's nowhere near Minato-san at this point. Even so, that's impressive, the third Hokage remarked with a slight smile. He didn't dismiss Kagetsu and his team after they finished their mission report. Instead, he set aside his paperwork, stood up, and walked to the office window. Gazing at the scenery outside while puffing on his pipe, he appeared lost in thought for a moment before speaking again. You said their Akatsuki organization has already grown to a certain size and influence, he asked abruptly. Yes, Kagetsu replied earnestly. Shursue, Anko, and I visited their base. They've gathered around 100 ninjas and are steadily growing. In the Land of Rain, Yahiko's advocacy for peace resonates deeply. His vision naturally attracts those weary of war and those yearning for peace. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully, listening closely as Kagetsu shared his observations. Chapter 117, Chapter 90.2, Experiment on Kakuzu. What about Hanzo? And what about the Rain Ninja? What is their stance toward this organization? The third Hokage continued asking. Based on what we've learned, Hanzo hasn't appeared publicly for a long time. As for the Rain Ninja, their attitude toward the Akatsuki is somewhat ambiguous. There have been some conflicts between the two sides, but both have exercised restraint. Kagetsu reported everything he had found. Conflicts. It seems the Akatsuki have some strength after all, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. When there are irreconcilable differences, conflict with restraint usually suggests that neither side holds an overwhelming advantage. If the Akatsuki were weak, there would be no restraint. They would have been wiped out during the initial clashes. Of course, the third Hokage didn't truly believe that the Akatsuki could compare to the Rain Ninja village. After all, Hanzo hadn't even intervened in the disputes. However, regardless of the situation, the Akatsuki had already become a force independent of the Rain Ninja village, a significant ninja group in the Land of Rain that couldn't be ignored. After dismissing Kagetsu and the others, Danzo Shimura appeared in the Hokage's office. Let me go to the Land of Rain, Hiruzen. Danzo stood in front of the desk, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen seated in the chair opposite, making his request. What are you planning to do? The third Hokage frowned slightly. Since the Akatsuki have ties to Konoha, we must pull them into the land of fire's fold, Danzo said seriously, leaning on his cane. They've grown into a proper organization now, and it's inevitable that they will clash with the Rain Ninja Village. If possible, having Jiraiya's disciple take over as the leader of the Rain Ninja Village would benefit us. Yahiko isn't someone who would lead a war against the Rain Ninja Village, the third Hokage shook his head. If you intend to manipulate them into participating in a war, it won't be easy. Once he realizes his situation, he won't stay so naive. Danzo scoffed coldly. Pursuing peace. Even Konoha hasn't achieved that goal. And now, this fledgling organization founded by 3 young people in the land of rain thinks they can. Let me think about it. The third Hokage didn't doubt for a second that his old comrade could accomplish what he claimed. As the darkness of Konoha, Danzo Shimura's methods outside the village were far more aggressive and ruthless than his actions within. If Danzo said he could make the Akatsuki understand their situation, it meant he was prepared to push them to the brink of despair. What's there to think about? Since they've already accepted Konoha's support, they must follow Konoha's orders. When did Orochimaru ever start taking a soft approach? Right now, Iwagakure and Sunagakure are preoccupied with Kimogakure. This is one of the few opportunities we have to act. Let me handle it. Whether it's the Akatsuki or a Megakure, at least one of them has to stand on Konoha's side, Danzo declared coldly. Don't act recklessly. Yahiko and the others are Jiraiya's disciples, the third Hokage snapped, glaring at Danzo. They are Konoha's shinobi first and foremost. They should act in Konoha's interests. If the Akatsuki refuse to listen to Konoha's orders, then we'll replace them. At most, I'll spare those 3 and have them join the Root Division. Danzo replied sharply. I've already summoned Jiraiya back. You'll take over his current assignment, tracking and driving out the Kirigakure squads that have infiltrated. As for the Land of Rain, I'll leave it to Jiraiya and Kagetsu, the third Hokage said decisively, cutting off further argument. Technology Development Department. Inside Kagetsu's laboratory. Kakuzu, who had just regained consciousness, felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. His green eyes scanned the room, landing on Kagetsu, who stood nearby. You're awake, Kakuzu? Kagetsu asked without looking up, wielding a chakra scalpel to slice another black tendril from Kakuzu's body. Ahem. Bastard. What did you do to me? Feeling the stillness of his chakra within his body, Kakuzu did not show any signs of fear or panic. He was quite accustomed to situations like this. As you can see, Kagetsu said, placing the black tendrils in another device. Looking at the data displayed from the analysis, it was clear that Earthgrudge Fear was indeed an S-rank forbidden technique. Apart from transforming the user into something unrecognizable, it was incredibly powerful in terms of assistance. The fact that one could extend their life just by constantly exchanging hearts was truly impressive. Mr. Kakuzu, how about collaborating with me? Kagetsu stood in front of Kakuzu again. If you cooperate with my research, I'll upgrade your Earthgrudge Fear. Earthgrudge Fear is perfect. Kakuzu, lying on the examination table, with only his head still capable of some movement, said with effort as he opened his mouth. I can see that you've carefully selected your 5 hearts, and you've created corresponding combination jutsu based on the 5 main chakra natures. But your potential has its limits. To put it bluntly, Mr. Kakuzu, you're like a bankrupt version of the third Hokage. Kagetsu and Kakuzu looked at each other, and he spoke calmly. So-called combination jutsu aren't just about using 2 types of chakra nature together. You have to consider the coordination between the jutsu, the chakra ratio, and which type of jutsu will be primary and which will be supplementary. For example, the most common combination jutsu, Fire Style and Wind Style, uses Fire Style for the main attack and Wind Style for support. Most elite ninjas can combine 2 chakra natures, but combining 3 chakra natures is a whole different level of difficulty. After all, understanding the targeting, countering, and fusion of chakra attributes, as well as the combination of jutsu, requires deep research and mastery. It's very hard to unleash the power of combination jutsu involving 3 or more chakra natures without years of experience and a strong foundation in ninjutsu. Among the best at using combined ninjutsu, there's no doubt that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is the top of the ninja world, unquestionably the pinnacle of skill. His title of Professor of Ninjutsu is well-deserved. So, how do you plan to upgrade my Earthgrudge Fear? I've already reached its limit. Despite feeling a bit annoyed that Kagetsu had compared his abilities to a failed version of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakuzu didn't dwell on that issue and instead focused on the key question. Have you ever considered integrating the heart of a Kekkei Genkai user? Kagetsu asked softly. Are you crazy? Kakuzu widened his eyes in shock. He never imagined Kagetsu's idea would be this wild. Looks like you've tried it. Kagetsu noticed the change in Kakuzu's expression and a curious gleam flickered in her eyes. What happened? Tell me. It failed. I couldn't merge with the heart of a Kekkei Genkai user, and the heart ended up damaging the mask. Kakuzu paused, then answered, the mask can only accept a single type of heart. Even if a ninja possesses multiple chakra natures, only one can be accepted by one mask. Then it seems like there's still room for evolution, doesn't it? Kagetsu smiled, clearly pleased. I only have one heart left. Facing Kagetsu's smile, Kakuzu remained silent for a moment before gritting his teeth. If the experiment failed and damaged his remaining heart, even an immortal like him would be doomed and go to Pure Land. Chapter 118, Chapter 91.1, Meeting Jiraiya. Jiraiya hurried back to the village, covered in dust from his travels. After reporting to his teacher, the third Hokage, and handing over all his tasks, he took the initiative to invite Kagetsu out for a meal. The place. The Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. Sitting at the table, Kagetsu looked at the plates of grilled meat piled high in front of him and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Aside from Tsunade, who had been away from the village for a long time, it seemed that both Jiraiya and Orochimaru always treated their team members to meals at barbecue restaurants. As for the so-called Ichiraku ramen shop, it was like it had been forgotten. They only went there during their own small gatherings. I'm starting now. Anko pressed her palms together in gratitude before happily digging in. Beside her, Shisui smiled and began placing the perfectly grilled meat onto Anko's plate one piece at a time. Watching this, Jiraiya scratched his head and laughed heartily. Thanks for coming, Jiraiya said, sitting down beside Kagetsu. He threw a large arm over Kagetsu's shoulders, pulling him close. I already heard about Yahiko and the other two from Sensei, Jiraiya added. Are you planning to meet them, Lord Jiraiya? Kagetsu could read the complex emotions on Jiraiya's face. The news about Yahiko and his group seemed to bring both joy and concern. Yes. The old man wants me to take charge of the situation in the Land of Rain. Honestly, it's been a long time since I last went there, Jiraiya said with a sigh. The Land of Rain held many vivid and troubling memories for him. It was where the fame of the Sannin had been born, but at the cost of significant hardship. Hanzo had made sure they tasted defeat and humiliation many times. Although it ended with Hanzo granting them the title of the Sannin, neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru or Tsunade felt much pride in the name. Take Jiraiya, for example, he preferred introducing himself as the Toad Sage. Now, with a mission to return to the Land of Rain, there was a good chance he'd have to face Hanzo again. The thought stirred a mix of emotions in Jiraiya, and he didn't know how to vent them. Are you worried about Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the Hidden Rain? Kagetsu asked, perceptively picking up on Jiraiya's mood. Ha ha ha, that's only part of it. Honestly, I'm just feeling conflicted about meeting my 3 long-lost students again, Jiraiya chuckled, trying to brush it off. While he had a healthy respect for Hanzo, he no longer felt fear. Even without Orochimaru or Tsunade by his side this time, Jiraiya's power had reached its peak. Even if he were to clash with Hanzo, the outcome would be uncertain. He just had to be cautious of Hanzo as poison. You've taught Yahiko and the other two very well. Shisui said with a gentle smile. He held a deep admiration for Yahiko, whose warmth and charisma reminded him of Minato Namikaze. Moreover, he appreciated Yahiko's ideals. The only regret was that Yahiko's vision was overly naive, just like his own had once been. Really? Jiraiya seemed pleased. He already knew about the actions Yahiko and the others were taking. Their pursuit of peace aligned with his own dreams. That's why he had been tirelessly searching for the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage. Nagato, with his Kagetsugan, and perhaps even Minato Namikaze, were both individuals he had placed his hopes on. They've grown so much. How long do you think their naivety will last? The sudden question from Kagetsu caused the smile on Jiraiya's face to stiffen. Shisui and Anko exchanged subtle glances, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Why do you say that, Kagetsu? Do you think their pursuit of peace is naive and childish? Jiraiya's expression quickly returned to normal. He hadn't planned on debating Kagetsu, but looking at him now brought back memories of Orochimaru. When they first met those 3 children, Orochimaru had coldly stated that killing them would have been the greatest mercy they could offer. Jiraiya, who had always thought well of Kagetsu, now wondered if Orochimaru's influence had seeped too deeply into him over the years. He resolved to steer Kagetsu back to a better path. No, pursuing peace isn't naive or childish, Kagetsu replied, shaking his head. His answer eased Jiraiya's expression, but what he said next made Jiraiya tense up again. But their actions are far too naive. It's understandable, though, they're only 12 or 13 years old and haven't had a proper education or training. They're charging forward fueled by passion and a vague concept of peace. Is that such a bad thing? Jiraiya asked hesitantly. You fought in the Second Ninja War, you're in the midst of the Third, and you've completed countless missions. Can't you see the dangers here? Feeling a bit shaken by Kagetsu's piercing gaze, Jiraiya rubbed his face awkwardly. Is this about legitimacy? The Hokage asked me to oversee matters in the Land of Rain because he wants me to support them, doesn't he? It's because you're the only one who has a chance of protecting those three, Kagetsu said bluntly. And also because, as their teacher, you might be able to ensure their organization sides more firmly with Konoha. From that perspective, the third Hokage values you a lot. At the very least, he didn't assign this matter to Danzo. Do you have an issue with that creepy old guy? Jiraiya suddenly perked up. I've just heard plenty of warnings and stories from Orochimaru-sensei, replied Kagetsu calmly. If that old man were to visit back then, he wouldn't have cared whether Yahiko and the others were your disciples or not. Chances are, he would have deemed Hanzo more worth winning over and sacrificed the lives of your three students to secure Hanzo's support for Konoha. After all, the things the Akatsuki have been doing are intolerable and unacceptable to any Kage. Frankly, I'm surprised the Akatsuki managed to rise to fame in the Land of Rain without being eradicated by Hanzo's forces. It's beyond my expectations. Jiraiya slowly nodded at Kagetsu's words. While Jiraiya wasn't as intellectually sharp as Orochimaru, he had lived through countless experiences and commanded numerous battles. He could clearly see through many things. However, his focus had always been on finding and nurturing the child of prophecy, so he preferred to avoid those soul-draining matters. Just looking at how worn down the third Hokage had become was proof enough of how taxing those responsibilities could be. Chapter 119, Chapter 91.2, Kakuzu upgraded. If you don't think highly of the Akatsuki that Yahiko and the others established, why did you choose to cooperate with them? Jiraiya asked curiously. Because they're more worth investing in, of course. That Conan's paper release technique could become a significant economic pillar for the future technology development department, Kagetsu answered openly, showing no hesitation about his motives. You and Orochimaru are practical as ever, Jiraiya muttered, then looked at Kagetsu and asked, so, in your view, conflict between the Akatsuki and Omega-kure is inevitable? That depends on whether the Akatsuki know when to restrain themselves, Kagetsu replied. They lacked a stable source of income yet provided food to the citizens of the Land of Rain. During times thick with the smoke of war, they even tried to stop every single instance of bloodshed. The fact that the Akatsuki managed to grow and survive without collapsing is already beyond Kagetsu's expectations. Then again, considering the chaotic nature of this world, it made sense in a way. After all, there were plenty of people whose ideologies had gone astray from a young age. He had a prime example right beside him, someone he had painstakingly influenced and guided back to the right path over time. Convincing someone as stubborn and deeply entrenched in their beliefs as a radical Uchiha, who clung to a single ideal or belief to the bitter end, to shift toward rational thinking was no small feat. The solution is actually very simple, Nara Kagetsu said, noticing the troubled look on Jiraiya's face. How so? Jiraiya's eyes narrowed at Kagetsu, and he tightened his grip on the young shinobi's arm. Eliminate Hanzo and let Yahiko or Nagato become the leader of Omega-kure, Kagetsu suggested with a casual tone. That way, the question of legitimacy won't be an issue anymore. Your way of thinking is dangerous. Jiraiya groaned, feeling a headache coming on. He was convinced that Orochimaru had corrupted Kagetsu's mindset. This is the most effective solution. If you could convince Hanzo to step down and hand over the leadership of Omega-kure to Yahiko, that would be ideal, Kagetsu continued. You might as well suggest. I take over as Hokage, Jiraiya muttered, releasing Kagetsu's arm. He didn't believe for a second that he could convince Hanzo of anything. Then there's no other way, Kagetsu said with a shrug. When the time comes, just make sure to protect Konan. Her ninjutsu is currently vital for the technology development department. Is there really no other way for Yahiko and the others to coexist peacefully with Omega-kure? Jiraiya leaned in closer to Kagetsu, still convinced that the young Nara must have another idea. In that case, make the Akatsuki an indispensable part of Omega-kure and even the Land of Rain, Kagetsu replied. And how do we do that? Jiraiya asked, his curiosity piqued. Protect Konan and guide her well, Kagetsu explained. She needs to quickly start mass-producing healing tags. Then, figure out how to sell them to the other ninja villages. Once she can generate significant profits for Omega-kure and the Land of Rain, while also having enough power around her to ensure her safety, it will be possible to maintain a balance. At the very least, the villages that rely on healing tags won't allow Omega-kure to harm the Akatsuki due to their own mutual distrust, Kagetsu said, laying his plan bare. When you go to Omega-kure, remember to bring a batch of materials for making healing tags. Once they're sold, make sure they settle the payment according to the contract, Kagetsu added. Jiraiya fell silent, lost in thought. He felt as though Kagetsu was scheming against both him and Yahiko's group, but he couldn't deny that the plan held some merit. In the laboratory of the Technology Development Department, the first surgery Kagetsu had prepared for Kakuzu had just concluded. These are newly cultivated earth grudge fear tendrils, Kagetsu explained. Since they were grown from your own body, there won't be any issues with rejection. Watching the black tendrils, alive and writhing as though they had their own will, successfully integrate into Kakuzu's body, Kagetsu let out a relieved sigh and stepped back a couple of paces. Wait. What are they doing? Kakuzu, bound tightly by sealing jutsu on the operating table, glared with bulging eyes. He could feel the searing pain coursing through his body and cried out hoarsely. Relax. They're eliminating the incompatible parts, breaking them down to serve as nourishment for the rest, Kagetsu explained calmly, his eyes fixed on the streams of data about Kakuzu's body displayed on the instrument. As he monitored, he used medical ninjutsu to fine-tune Kakuzu's condition. But Kakuzu could no longer hear Kagetsu's words. At that moment, all his senses vanished, sight, hearing, touch, everything gone, leaving only his consciousness intact, alert, and active. This clarity, however, was its own kind of torment. Waves of excruciating pain, like relentless tsunamis, battered his mind without pause, threatening to tear his sanity apart. He could feel his chakra being rapidly drained, consumed in vast quantities. He could also sense that some profound transformation was taking place within his body, a monumental change far beyond his control. Lying helpless on the operating table, Kakuzu realized he was nothing more than raw material to be molded, incapable of even the faintest resistance. He lost track of time. When his consciousness began to blur, his chakra dangerously close to being depleted, a gentle surge of foreign chakra flowed into his body through the experiment table. This process of evolution felt like death by 1,000 cuts. Kakuzu's awareness drifted between sharp clarity and faint obscurity over and over again. Eventually, he opened his eyes, regaining control over his body. Relief washed over him, like a man who had survived the brink of death. Congratulations, Kakuzu. The procedure was a success. A familiar voice spoke beside him. Though Kakuzu normally loathed its owner, in this moment, the voice felt like heavenly music to his ears. What happened to me? Kakuzu asked hoarsely, his movements stiff as he sat up on the operating table. The sealing jutsu binding him had been removed. He could once again command his body, though it felt like a soul adapting to a new body, awkward yet strangely exhilarating. Several black tendrils emerged from beneath the skin of his right hand, moving nimbly in front of him as though obeying his will. He carefully examined his body and noticed that at least a fifth of his size had shrunk. He now appeared shorter than the person in front of him, Kagetsu. Looking at Kagetsu, who seemed completely unguarded, Kakuzu's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Don't be hasty. Your body is far from perfect now, Kagetsu said, glancing up at Kakuzu, who seemed ready to make a move. He waved the document in his hand. I have both good and bad news. I'll tell you both. The good news is, you can use Kekkei Genkai techniques now. The bad news is, you won't be able to change your body parts freely anymore. What do you mean? Kakuzu froze, stunned. Did I not explain it clearly? Kagetsu asked, looking puzzled. Because of the upgrade to the Earth Grudge Fear, a regular ninja's heart can no longer support it. In the future, if you want to replace your heart, it must undergo the necessary treatment. Otherwise, no matter how many hearts you change, they will only serve as nourishment for Earth Grudge Fear. So you mean, if I want to replace my heart from now on, I'll have to come to you? Kakuzu asked, already accepting the situation. After hearing Kagetsu's explanation, it seemed that he would still have some freedom in the future. That's right. I can process any type of heart for you, but of course, you'll have to pay the price. Are you willing to work for it, Mr. Kakuzu? Chapter 120, Chapter 92, Deal with Kakuzu. You want to control me? Kakuzu, a shinobi who had lived for decades, surviving from Konoha's first Hokage's era to the third Hokage's reign, was naturally wary. Needing you to replace my heart? Wouldn't that mean I'll always owe you my life? You're not just insulting my skill, you're also questioning my integrity, Kagetsu said, narrowing his eyes. This is a technical issue, not an attempt to control you. Is there really a difference? Kakuzu countered. Trust was not in his vocabulary, neither in people nor in anything, except money. The difference lies in this, your inability to replace your heart freely is a technical problem, Kagetsu explained. And technical problems can be improved and upgraded over time. Once the issue is resolved, the flaw will naturally be eliminated. Do you really have such good intentions? Kakuzu's face was full of distrust. I pursue advancements in technology and immerse myself in research. You pursue strength and are consumed by wealth. Can't we each get what we want? If I need you to do something, I'll pay you for it, Kagetsu replied bluntly. Payment is acceptable, Kakuzu's heart inexplicably eased. Looking at Kagetsu's youthful face, he found it slightly less annoying. I'll give you a higher priority. Since you prefer a straightforward transactional relationship, Mr. Kakuzu, that makes things much easier, Kagetsu said with a clap, handing Kakuzu a stack of papers with visible delight. What's this? Kakuzu asked, baffled, as he accepted the hefty stack and began flipping through it. Just a few pages in, Kakuzu's expression began to change drastically. The more he read, the more pronounced the changes became. Within moments, his breathing was heavy, resembling the sound of bellows. Your surgery and modification fees, Kagetsu said in a cheerful tone, clearly enjoying Kakuzu's reaction. This has nothing to do with me. Kakuzu stood abruptly, trying to banish the dizzying numbers from his mind. Defaulting on Detsu's bad behavior, Kagetsu remarked calmly, watching Kakuzu. And, more importantly, your current modifications are incomplete. Without follow-up services, even maintaining your work as a bounty hunter will be difficult. Kakuzu had half a mind to teach Kagetsu a lesson, but a dangerous aura locking onto him from behind quickly put that thought to rest. I'll pay it back, Kakuzu muttered softly. What he was truly thinking, however, was anyone's guess. You can also work it off, deducting the amount from the rewards of the tasks you complete for me. No need for actual payment, how does that sound? Kagetsu asked, watching Kakuzu's emotionless face. He could tell the man was likely scheming something, but he didn't mind at all. Kakuzu nodded. The deal is done, Kagetsu said with a satisfied smile. The earth grudge fear masks in your body should have calmed down by now. Can you control it with your consciousness? If so, then try out your new power. Hearing Kagetsu's words, Kakuzu easily guided the unfamiliar energy within him and began using it. He felt his body suddenly become much tougher, almost like when he used earth release techniques to enhance his defense in the past. But this time, it felt easier, there were no hand signs needed. What is this? Kakuzu looked at his hands, sensing the energy coursing through his body. A Keki Igenkai, Kagetsu said, then added, steel release. Even though Kakuzu had already guessed it, hearing it confirmed left him in a daze. The so-called Keki Igenkai combines two chakra natures in a single individual, allowing them to manifest simultaneously. When this happens, the two chakra natures transform into a new elemental property, Kagetsu explained. This is the shinobi world's understanding of Keki Igenkai. Kagetsu's voice pulled Kakuzu out of his daze. Compound ninjutsu refers to combining techniques from two elemental natures, either through clones or by using them at different times. This is fundamentally different from Keki Igenkai. Did this guy really succeed? Kakuzu stared at Kagetsu, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief. He had always believed that his mastery over earth grudge fear was absolute, so much so that even the technique's creator couldn't surpass his understanding of it. Yet, the man in front of him, Kagetsu, had exceeded his expectations. Without knowing the complete workings of earth grudge fear, he had used just the tendrils inside Kakuzu's body to perform an upgrade that Kakuzu himself found unbelievable. And it worked. Could it be that earth grudge fear had hidden potential Kakuzu hadn't discovered? The thought briefly surfaced in Kakuzu's mind but was quickly dismissed by his rationality. No. Even though Kakuzu had only recently regained his mobility, he could still feel changes in his earth grudge fear. After all, this technique was deeply integrated with him, every minor fluctuation was almost impossible to miss when he focused on sensing it. It wasn't that the technique's potential had yet to be fully uncovered. It was that its potential had been artificially expanded. What was even more terrifying was what he had just heard, the current state of earth grudge fear was still incomplete. There was even more room for it to evolve. At present, earth grudge fear can only support two Keki Igenkai. Steel release has already taken one slot, so you can choose the second one yourself. Of course, Kagetsu added with a sly smile, it'll cost you. Before Kakuzu could voice his choice, Kagetsu continued, of course, everything is still in its early stages. There aren't many Keki Igenkai that are ready for immediate use. For now, after you've adapted to steel release, the only options available for transplantation are lava release, wood release, and blaze release. Wood release. Kakuzu's voice was filled with disbelief. Did he just hear a name that sent a shiver down his spine? You're interested in wood release? Kagetsu glanced at him, unsurprised by his reaction. Wood release had been mythologized in the shinobi world for far too long. You're saying you can transplant wood release into me? For a moment, Kakuzu began to think that being captured by this kid for experimentation might not be the worst thing to happen to him. If he could get wood release, why would he even need 5 different hearts with varying chakra natures? Don't get your hopes up. It's not going to be on the same level as the first Hokage's wood release, Kagetsu said, immediately crushing Kakuzu's expectations. Even if you get a heart with wood release, you'll only be able to use basic wood release techniques. The first Hokage was an exception. Even if the technology development department had access to cells from the first Hokage, their current method of using in release to stabilize them would still require an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan for further research, and where could Kagetsu possibly find one? Kakuzu still looked reluctant to give up. Once it's perfected, and you can handle a third Keki Igenkai heart, you can pick wood release then, Kagetsu offered, trying to appease him. Chapter 121, Chapter 93, Chakra Core. Hogyoku 2, Chakra Core, Chakra Heart. Quality, purple. Characteristics, a chakra heart core made based on biological cloning and cursed seal techniques. After undergoing medical ninjutsu surgery, it can replace a ninja's heart. Description, this is a highly advanced piece of technology that integrates several exceptional techniques. It has the ability to supply chakra to its user. Note 1. Depending on the user's needs, the chakra core can have a single chakra nature, and under the physical activity requirements, it will provide chakra of the corresponding nature. Note 2. The second generation chakra core can merge two different chakra attributes into one, creating a new chakra attribute variation. Due to the lack of more Kekki samples and research materials, the manufacturing difficulty and failure rate of the second generation chakra core is high. If there are any mistakes or oversights in any part of the process, the chakra heart will fail. Note 3. Even if the chakra heart, chakra core, is successfully created, finding a person who can perfectly match it is very difficult. The person undergoing the surgery needs multiple body modifications. Ninjas who undergo chakra heart surgery without the necessary body modifications are at great risk, with potential life-threatening complications. Result: wood release, weak, blaze release, steel release, lava release. Conclusion: adequate knowledge of human biology, skilled medical ninjutsu, and a deep understanding of ninjutsu and chakra nature transformation are the minimum requirements for creating it. Recognition: 900 out of 1000, physical strength plus 20, chakra plus 1000. Kakuzu's acceptance and recognition immediately reflected in Kagetsu's experience. Though the recognition didn't give Kagetsu much inspiration to improve his chakra core, it was still valuable. At least it confirmed that Kakuzu, who had mastered the forbidden technique Earth Grudge Fear, and had a body modified by this forbidden technique, was indeed highly compatible with the chakra heart. This was true even for the more demanding second-generation Kekki chakra heart. In the forest, Kakuzu, having just regained his freedom, was familiarizing himself with his body through battle. His sparring partner was Uchiha Shisui. Clink. 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 Kunai struck Kakuzu's body, making a sharp metallic sound as they hit, as if striking steel. Even when they collided, Shisui's kunai, tightly gripped in his hand, was crushed by the force of Kakuzu's hand. It was clear that steel release not only enhanced Kakuzu's defense but also his strength. In the intense battle, Kakuzu quickly adapted to his body and the new fighting style. This is the scroll that records the Earth Grudge Fear technique. After the battle ended, Kakuzu, satisfied with the outcome, summoned the scroll containing the Earth Grudge Fear technique and handed it over to Kagetsu as part of his payment. Generally, ninjas keep the techniques and jutsu they master as their greatest secret, trying to conceal them as much as possible. After all, for most ninjas, their intelligence is like a second life. Once their secrets are known and targeted, unless it's by someone too powerful to be countered, most ninjas end up suffering from intelligence leaks. That's why forbidden jutsu like Earth Grudge Fear are as important as life itself to someone like Kakuzu. It would have been impossible in the past to force him to give up a forbidden jutsu he relied on for survival. However, right now, Kakuzu handed it over willingly. Though this might allow Kagetsu to understand him better and target him, Kakuzu felt that with his current body, there were no real secrets left. Besides, Earth Grudge Fear would be upgraded by Kagetsu anyway. Whether he handed the scroll over or not, it didn't matter much. By handing it over, Kakuzu could save Kagetsu some time, allowing him to enhance the Earth Grudge Fear technique and further improve his power. Kakuzu did want to obtain wood release, even though it was a weakened version, as Kagetsu described it. Also, I'll make sure to repay my debt, Kakuzu said to Kagetsu. If you have any tasks, I can help during the upgrade of Earth Grudge Fear. The payment will go towards my debt. There is indeed a task. Kakuzu fell silent for a moment, staring at Kagetsu, who had responded quickly and efficiently. It was clear that Kagetsu had already planned how to use him. Though treating the situation as a complicated transaction, Kakuzu wasn't angry. He simply thought of it as taking on a mission from the bounty station. I need you to go to the Land of Rain and join a ninja organization called the Akatsuki. Kagetsu wasn't worried that Kakuzu would refuse. As they locked eyes, he smoothly presented the mission requirements. A spy. Or should I eliminate them? Kakuzu nodded, asking for more specific details. He had taken on similar missions before, infiltrating a ninja organization, gathering intelligence, and then exchanging the leader's head for a bounty. No, no, no. It's to protect someone and handle the money. Kagetsu shook his head, offering Kakuzu an unexpected answer. I understand protecting important people, but handling money. Kakuzu felt something stir inside him. Kagetsu lightly cut his skin with a kunai and then placed a healing tag on the wound, activating it. He demonstrated its effects in front of Kakuzu. As you can see, this is another invention from the Technology Development Department, a healing tag. It can substitute for some of the duties of medical ninjas on the battlefield and provide emergency treatment for injuries. While explaining, Kagetsu continued, the Akatsuki has a ninja skilled in paper ninjutsu, who can quickly and in large quantities produce these healing tags. We formed a partnership with them. We provide the technology, they make the products, and then the money from selling them is split reasonably. As far as I know, their organization doesn't have anyone skilled in managing money. You'll be responsible for handling the finances and distributing the earnings. This will definitely make a lot of money, right? Kakuzu was always sharp when it came to money, and he almost immediately realized how much profit this would bring to Kagetsu. Which ninja hasn't been injured? Who doesn't need a healing tag? It was easy to imagine that the healing tag would become a standard item for ninjas, just like explosive tags, with a similar cost but much more widespread use. How much money would that be? And it would keep coming in. For a moment, Kakuzu's lips couldn't hide a grin. At the same time, he felt a sense of confusion. Was the way he had been making money, hunting rogue ninjas and taking missions for rewards, wrong all along? Was this the proper way to earn money? When do I leave? Kakuzu shook his head, brushing away the absurd thought. Clearly, this method of making money was an exception and had nothing to do with him. He still preferred the satisfaction of earning money with his own hands and counting it. Once the second heart transplant is completed, you can head to the land of rain. I'll provide you with an identification certificate and confirm your long-term salary. Hearing Kagetsu's words, Kakuzu's dislike for him inexplicably lessened a little. This kid was even offering him a salary. Then, I'll use lava release. With earth and fire, I'll have 4 different chakra natures. Kakuzu made his decision. Chapter 122, Chapter 94.1, Masks. Battlefield of the Land of Wind. Sunagakure Camp. Inside the meeting tent, powerful shinobi like Chiyo, Raza, and Pakura had gathered. At the center of their table lay 4 pale, eerie masks, each distinctly ominous. Are these hollow masks, void masks? Chiyo asked, her right hand extending 5 chakra threads, each connecting to one of the masks on the table. Under her control, the mask hovered in midair, seemingly lifeless yet exuding a chilling aura. It's peculiar, she observed. It devours and disrupts chakra flow while simultaneously corroding the user's mind. And the medium for all this is the shinobi's chakra. As Chiyo continued to study the mask, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. A master puppeteer of Sunagakure, she was accustomed to controlling numerous puppets in the heat of battle, often with little effort. Yet manipulating this single mask demanded far more chakra and focus than any of her previous creations. What struck her most, however, was the intrusive force that seemed to seep along the chakra threads, attempting to invade her mental world. It felt oddly familiar, though she couldn't immediately place why. What could it be? Chiyo frowned, deep in thought. Her gaze drifted toward the corner of the tent, landing on an elderly companion who had accompanied her here. The sight of the old man triggered a realization. Jinchuriki. From the intel provided by Raza, the mask's amplifying effects and the corrosive mental intrusion bore a striking resemblance to the berserk state of an uncontrolled Jinchuriki. More unsettling was the sinister energy emanating from the mask, an unnatural mixture of release, spiritual forces, and natural energy. It was as though the mask itself housed malevolent intent. Only 4 were recovered. Where on earth did those barbaric Kyumo shinobi get their hands on these masks? Chiyo asked, withdrawing her chakra threads and allowing the mask to drop back onto the table. She highly doubted the masks had originated in Kimogakure. As someone who had lived through the Second Great Ninja War and had both children and grandchildren, Chiyo knew more of the shinobi world's secrets than most. Longevity in a high position brought certain privileges, including access to obscure knowledge and intelligence. Could these be spoils from Kyumo's raids on the Uzumaki clan back then, she murmured, suspicion flashing in her eyes. The Uzumaki clan seemed to have a jutsu involving masks. But, wasn't that just an ordinary jutsu? Chiyo instinctively connected it to a possibility. Back when the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, the group that gained the most spoils of war was the Kimonin, who had been the main attackers. Who knew what they might have obtained from the Uzumaki clan? After all, in terms of history, the Uzumaki clan was one of the few that could rival the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju. It wouldn't be surprising if such a clan had unique ninja tools or treasures passed down. It's Konoha. Raza's response made Chiyo look up. The very mention of Konoha sparked disgust deep in her heart. If she had any choice, she wouldn't have allied with Konoha in any way. Of course, the death of the White Fang was some consolation to her. According to intel extracted from a captured Jonin, Kyumo once sent a delegation to Konoha to obtain the healing tag technology developed by their technology development department. Besides that, the delegation also brought back a special mask. Raza shared everything he knew with Chiyo. A single mask. Chiyo nodded at first but then looked at Raza in surprise. Her gaze shifted to the 4 masks laid out on the table before her. They're all real. Raza immediately addressed Chiyo's doubts. He had tested all 4 masks, they were identical in every way. Those Kyumo brutes figured out how to make these masks. Chiyo's expression grew serious as she temporarily set aside the issue of the healing tags. On the battlefield, the impact of these masks was second only to that of a tailed beast. In some cases, they were even more useful than a tailed beast. If the war hadn't reached such a critical point, she wouldn't have brought what remained of the village's forces here to provide support. One of the main reasons behind this desperate situation was the masks. They had completely unbalanced what was once a relatively even battlefield. It's worse than that. Raza's face showed a mix of complexity and even a hint of fear. They're splitting. Chiyo's gaze sharpened instantly. They're feeding on souls. The masks consume the souls of the ninja they kill, corrode, or influence. All of these souls establish some sort of connection with the masks. When the mask devours enough souls, it begins to split. From one, it becomes two. Raza's voice trembled slightly as he spoke, clearly unsettled by the topic. He had seen firsthand what happened to those who wore the mask and became corrupted by it. Once the mask was removed, they were left paralyzed by fear, their bodies disintegrating into nothing but drifting ash. The battlefield of the Ninja World War had become the perfect breeding ground for the mask to gather power. Chiyo and the Jonin gathered in the tent stared silently at the four ghastly pale masks lying on the table, each bearing a different, eerie expression. Raza didn't know what all of this signified, but his instincts screamed at him to keep his distance from the masks. What about Konoha? Do they have anything to say about this? I recall that Orochimaru, who is on the front lines, is the founder of their technology development department, right? Chiyo's sharp gaze fell on Raza. I sent someone to ask, but Orochimaru's response was cryptic. He only mentioned that the masks were tied to the soul and nature, and that they had some connection to the Uzumaki clan's masks. Raza shook his head. He was certain that Orochimaru knew far more than he let on, but whatever additional knowledge he had, he clearly wasn't willing to share it easily. However, Raza added, his expression growing somber as all eyes in the tent turned toward him, Orochimaru did reveal one crucial piece of information: the power of the masks can grow. Grow. Everyone froze at the statement, and then their expressions changed drastically. The mask's current power was already terrifying, but if they could evolve and grow stronger, would their final power rival that of a tailed beast? What are the conditions? Chiyo, ever sharp, immediately honed in on the critical point. The dire state of Sunagakure left her willing to consider any means to bolster their strength. She was fully aware that the ever-sinister Orochimaru wouldn't share this information out of kindness. There had to be some hidden agenda she couldn't yet discern. But even so, she couldn't afford to ignore this opportunity. Sunagakure was at its breaking point. If they succeeded, the village could endure. If they failed, the village might survive for a time, but it would no longer stand among the 5 great ninja village. Even if this path led to poison, Sunagakure had no choice but to drink it. Chiyo's resolve was evident. She had even brought along the Jinchuriki of the One Tail for this meeting. She had come prepared to stake everything on this gamble. Chapter 123, Chapter 94.2, Cornered Sunagakure. Souls. Raza gave an answer that surprised no one. A large number of souls, or the souls of powerful individuals. The stronger the ninja, the more souls the mask absorbs and accumulates. The faster the mask can evolve and grow. What Raza didn't mention was that the body of ninjas with Kekkei Genkai were also part of the mask's diet. However, the masks didn't truly consume their flesh. Instead, they absorbed the ninja's blood and devoured their abilities. In other words, their evolution has already begun. Chiyo glanced outside the tent. She seemed to catch the faint scent of blood in the air and feel the oppressive atmosphere of despair. Do we have intel on how many masks the Cloud Ninjas possess? Chiyo turned her gaze to Raza. 3. Raza responded without hesitation. But that was the number reported earlier. We can't be sure if they've hidden additional masks. Chiyo's tense expression eased slightly. 3. They had 4. From a numbers standpoint, they could use their masks to create 4 powerful mutated entities. But the 3 masks on their side are far stronger than the ones we control. Especially the first. Every time it appears, it spells defeat for the Sand Ninjas. Raza glanced cautiously at Chiyo, forcing himself to continue. The first is indeed difficult to handle. It's already as dangerous as a tailed beast, Pakura added from the side. That monster, slaughtering indiscriminately on the battlefield, had become a nightmare for every Sand Ninja who had witnessed its horrors. The mere mention of its name made at least half the Jonin in the tent look visibly uneasy. Let's go over the intel. If it shows up again, I might be the one to face it, Chiyo said, her sharp eyes scanning the group. She sighed inwardly at their reactions. If possible, she truly wished she could spend her later years peacefully with her grandson. But her grandson Sasori hadn't returned to the village for a very long time, nor had there been any news of him. It was just like the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, still no trace or word to this day. Her duties and responsibilities weighed her down, making it impossible for her to even send someone to search for her grandson. As far as we know, the masks and their powers vary just like the tailed beasts. A mask's power grows based on the strength of the ninja it consumes. Generally speaking, the first ninja to wear a mask will simply have their own abilities and strength enhanced. But the more souls the mask devours, the more users it bonds with. The mask eventually evolves to produce powers akin to a ninja's Kekkei Genkai. Kumogakure possesses 3 masks, 1, 2, and 4. Of these, Mask 1 represents ultimate defense, survival, and destruction. It's said that the first person to wear Mask 1 was a steel-release ninja from Kimo named Monim. Because of that, its defensive capabilities are the strongest among all the masks. Its skin, often called steel skin, can block all thrown ninja tools and even resist most wind-release techniques. Even if its defenses are breached and it suffers injuries, its powerful vitality allows it to heal rapidly. It possesses terrifying strength, capable of causing wide-scale damage akin to a jutsu with pure physical force. Once it charges into a group, even a jonin might not survive. The scariest part is that it can improve its powers by devouring more. The last time it appeared, it not only had its incredible defense, rapid regeneration, and overwhelming strength but had also gained enhanced speed and the ability to conceal itself. It's like an immortal monster wandering the battlefield. Unless the mask is removed or the wearer's body burns out and collapses, it turns the battlefield into a meat grinder. Raza spoke slowly. What about sealing jutsu? Chiyo frowned and asked, isn't sealing the best way to deal with such a troublesome enemy? Chiyo's frustration was evident. From Raza's words alone, she could tell how problematic this enemy was. It was like dealing with a tailed beast. Every village that controlled a tailed beast knew the best way to handle them wasn't to exhaust themselves trying to kill it but to seal it away whenever possible. Our sealing squad has suffered heavy losses, Raza replied. Without the ability to restrain the enemy, they can't get close enough to prepare the seal. We must conserve the strength of the sealing squad for other major threats. Chiyo fell silent for a moment. She already knew what Raza meant by other major threats. The tailed beasts. Whether it's the Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village or the Sand Village, they always need the sealing team's presence. If the Jinchuriki loses control, the sealing team has to step in and try to seal the tailed beast. Right now, the war between the Cloud and Sand Village has reached a critical point. Without outside interference, it's highly likely, almost certain, that both sides will release their tailed beasts for the final battle. Thinking of their own Jinchuriki, Chiyo couldn't help but glance over at the elderly man in the corner, his eyes closed as if unaware of everything happening around him. Even at such a critical moment for the village, Bunpuku still refuses to release the tailed beast's power to fight for the village. What's even more unusual is that Bunpuku shows none of the violent tendencies or hatred toward the village that most Jinchuriki have. Even though the village has imprisoned him, he remains calm and unbothered. For a Jinchuriki, Bunpuku is truly an anomaly. He's strong, and he can control the tailed beast well enough to prevent it from breaking through the imperfect seal, yet he acts as though the tailed beast doesn't even exist. But now that the situation is dire, if Bunpuku continues to be so stubborn, they may have no choice but to forcibly release the tailed beast. Your choice is right. I said too much, Chiyo shook her head. What about IWA? We've held off the Cloud Village forces for them. When will they do their part? At Chiyo's question, Raza paused for a moment before answering. IWA has already fought the Cloud Village multiple times. Anoki wants to deal with the Cloud Village once and for all. Once and for all. Chiyo furrowed her brows. As one of the oldest surviving leaders of the 5 great ninja villages, Anoki was undoubtedly someone who had to be taken seriously. Having fought alongside IWA, Chiyo knew that Anoki, that stubborn and tough old man, wouldn't say something like that unless he had a plan. Yes, according to what Iwa's told us, Anoki has mobilized almost all their shinobi. They plan to surround the Cloud Village and, with our help, eliminate their forces. When Raza heard this plan, he was both shocked and invigorated. In truth, the only reason he had been able to hold out so long against the fierce attacks from the Third Raikage and the Cloud forces was due to Iwa's crucial support. Raza wasn't unaware of what Anoki was trying to do. Essentially, Anoki wanted to drain the Cloud Village's strength, and hopefully, have both the Cloud and Sand forces weaken each other. Then, IWA would step in and take advantage of the situation. By then, IWA could seize the most benefits while the already heavily damaged Sand Village would be unable to compete. And once IWA goes to war with Konoha, the Sand Village, as Konoha's ally, would be unable to provide any assistance. But no matter what, if Anoki can really do what he says, at least the current dire situation in Sunagakure can be resolved. Chapter 124, Chapter 95, Anoki. Boom. The sound of an explosion was accompanied by rising smoke and swirling sand, spreading between the 2 monstrous figures locked in battle on the battlefield. Is the Sand Village out of ninjas? Why are there so few of you here? The Third Raikage shouted at Raza, who was panting heavily. Magnet release, gold dust. Raza completely ignored the Third Raikage taunts. Streams of gold dust surged from beneath the desert sands, forming a rushing river that tightly trapped the Third Raikage in the middle of a golden sea. Their battles always played out this way. If the fight got up close, Raza would lose the upper hand. But if he could maintain a distance, trapping the third Raikage in his sea of gold dust, the Raikage could only struggle to stay afloat in the gold dust sea. No one else usually dared to intervene in their clashes. Over time, Raza and the third Raikage developed a mutual understanding to take their fights far away from the main forces whenever they faced each other. In the past, the third Raikage had ignored Raza's challenges and charged alone into the Sand Village's elite troops, massacring them without restraint. In retaliation, Raza used his magnet release to devastate the Cloud Village's forces. After several battles, the third Raikage realized that this tactic of mutual destruction was a losing game. From then on, he was forced to face Raza directly, pulling their fights away from the main battlefield. By now, the two had developed an unspoken agreement: whenever war broke out, they would always target each other. The third Raikage knew very well that Raza's strength was not on par with his. But Raza's wind release and magnet release posed a significant threat, effectively countering his techniques. When cloaked in the lightning release armor, Raza couldn't deal any substantial damage to him, no matter how much effort he put in. However, the constant barrage and pressure of the gold dust slowed the Raikage down, preventing him from building up speed for his deadly charges. Through countless battles, Raza could practically write a manual on how to counter and restrict the third Raikage. While he couldn't overpower him, Raza focused on containment. As for the Raikage's endless insults and provocations, Raza had learned the hard way, after a close brush with death, to tune them out entirely. "It looks like the Sand Village really doesn't have any reinforcements left," the third Raikage remarked. As he skillfully pulled himself out of the flowing gold dust, he still had the presence of mind to glance at the battlefield around them. This time, the Sand Village's resistance was even weaker than before. Entire divisions were missing, and the once-renowned puppet troops had been shattered, now scattered in fragments to supplement other ninja units. From the battlefield situation, it was clear that Tsunagekyu's defeat was only a matter of time. In truth, the fact that Tsunagekure managed to hold off Kumogakure's forces for nearly 2 long years had already exceeded the third Raikage's expectations. Originally, he thought that a village without its Kage, even one of the 5 great shinobi nations, could at best last about a year under Kumogakure's offensive. But now, Tsunagekure has finally reached its breaking point. Even though the plan to completely annihilate Tsunagekure hadn't succeeded, once Tsunagekure became a defeated nation, Kumogakure could still reap significant benefits from the Land of Wind and the village itself. For one, Kumogakure could seize a large share of the missions that Tsunagekure's shinobi once handled. Beyond the funding provided by their respective nations, the number of missions a shinobi village could secure was a critical measure of its economy and strength. Tsunagekure's forces had already retreated near their encampment, and their formations were fragmented and surrounded by Kumogakure's troops. With victory in sight, Kumogakure was on the verge of delivering a decisive blow to wipe out the last of Tsunagekure's shinobi. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. Yet, inexplicably, a sudden, intense sense of danger surged within the third Raikage. The sea of gold sand erupted violently, swirling to trap him where he stood. At the same time, a brilliant and deadly white light shot from the distant sky, streaking straight toward the third Raikage. The lightning surrounding the third Raikage erupted again, solidifying into tangible arcs of electricity that buzzed with a cacophony resembling the cries of thousands of birds. In a critical instant, the third Raikage twisted his body to the side, altering his angle just enough. The white beam that was aimed at his chest instead grazed past his left arm. It was utterly silent. The Raikage's arm seemed to vanish into thin air, as though it had been erased. Even the strongest shield of the lightning armor, which once deflected countless attacks, provided no protection. The golden dust and sand stirred up by the Raikage's explosive movement settled quickly, revealing his sharp gaze locking onto a hunched and diminutive figure hovering in midair. Dust release. It was none other than the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, the man known as Inoki of both scales. The sight of Inoki immediately set off alarm bells in the third Raikage's mind. If Inoki was here, it could only mean one thing: the Kumogakure forces stationed to defend and monitor Iwagakure's movements had likely suffered devastating losses. The idea that Inoki had come alone to assist Tsunagekure and Raza was dismissed almost immediately. As an old rival, the Raikage knew Inoki's personality all too well. The man was cautious, stubborn, and utterly ruthless in achieving his goals. Inoki would not recklessly place himself in danger, nor would he risk his life for Tsunagekure's sake. His presence here had only one explanation: to end this war and claim the spoils for himself. Raza, seizing the opportunity, retreated swiftly. The Raikage glanced at Raza's figure retreating through the air back toward the Tsunagekure camp but made no move to stop him. His focus was entirely on Inoki, who was steadily floating closer. Sensing the situation was rapidly turning against him, the third Raikage silently wished Raza would leave the battlefield entirely, even if it meant taking the defeated Tsunagekure forces with him. If Raza and Inoki joined forces, it would become nearly impossible for the Raikage to escape this battlefield unscathed. Magnet release, golden sand waterfall. A massive torrent of golden sand surged across the battlefield, cutting through the clash between the Kumo, cloud, and Suna, sand, shinobi. The golden wave rescued the Suna ninjas who had been surrounded by the Kumo forces, one by one. As the commander of the Kumo forces, Dodai immediately regained control of his troops upon witnessing this scene. The appearance of Raza made both Dodai and the Kumo shinobi realize that something must have gone wrong on the Raikage side. Lord Dodai, the sensory unit has detected the appearance of a massive chakra presence. There are at least 10,000 shinobi. A panicked Kumo ninja hurriedly reported to Dodai from the rear. 10,000 shinobi. As Kumo's strategist, Dodai instantly understood that this was the worst-case scenario. The Suna forces had been nearly decimated by the Kumo army. Even if Sunagakure were to deploy reinforcements, they wouldn't be able to send that many ninjas. As for Konoha, based on what Dodai knew about the Hokage, Konoha would never commit all their forces to this battlefield. The only village in the entire ninja world that could field 10,000 ninjas, and appear here, was just one. Iwagakure of the Land of Earth. Anoki was here. In that instant, Dodai pieced together the situation in his mind. He now understood why Raza had been able to leave the Raikage's battlefield, while Kumo's third Raikage had yet to reappear. Chapter 125, Chapter 96.1, Cloud Retreats. There was no time to think about finishing off the Sand Shinobi. Dodai began pulling back the Kumogakure forces while also sending people to scout and provide support for the third Raikage. Meanwhile, Anoki floated down from the air, returning to the elite squad of Iwagakure guards assigned to protect him as the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage-sama, the Sand Shinobi are retreating. Should we pursue them? Asked Higashi Shibito, an IWA Jonin, as Anoki landed. Let them go, Anoki said after hesitating briefly, shaking his head. Wouldn't it be better to stop them here? Higashi Shibito asked, surprised that their Tsuchikage was willing to let the already defeated Sand Shinobi escape. We've received new intelligence. That old puppet master from the sand, Chiyo, is bringing the one-tailed Jinchuriki with her, Anoki said quietly. Higashi Shibito immediately understood. Bringing the one-tailed Jinchuriki and leaking that information on purpose was clearly meant to intimidate them. A desperate gamble. Higashi Shibito didn't believe that a single one-tailed Jinchuriki could stand against Iwagakure's current forces, even with Kumogakure's help. But if the Sand and Cloud Shinobi were forced to join hands, it would undoubtedly become a huge problem for Iwagakure. Anoki, being cautious as always, clearly didn't want to take any risks at such a critical moment. It wasn't worth creating unnecessary complications. Letting them retreat was the better option. The Sand Village was already so weakened that they could barely defend their home, let alone actively participate in the war. For all intents and purposes, they were halfway out of the current Shinobi World War. Now, if they could just eliminate the Cloud Shinobi here, Kumogakure would also be forced to retreat and lick their wounds. This would give Iwagakure the chance to launch an all-out invasion of the Land of Fire, setting the stage for the final battle against Konoha. AI, take B and the Cloud Ninja troops and return to the village. The third Raikage gave orders to his son and subordinates as he returned to the camp. Father. AI's eyes widened in shock, and the unease in his heart quickly spread, reaching its peak. I will stay behind and hold off Anoki and the main force of the IWA ninja, the third Raikage said calmly. Raikage-sama. Hurry up, as long as you're still here, Kumo won't be eliminated from this great battle, and we will remain one of the 5 great shinobi villages. The IWA ninja have surrounded the battlefield, but with me drawing their attention, breaking through the encirclement won't be difficult for you. I will hold off as many of their pursuing forces as I can. The third Raikage interrupted Dodai's words, speaking decisively and resolutely. AI, from now on, you are the fourth Raikage. The third Raikage fixed his gaze on AI and spoke with determination. Lastly, leave the mask with the code 1 to me. Have they split their forces? Where is the third Raikage? Anoki had received the intelligence from the IWA ninja about the Cloud Ninja splitting their forces to break through, but he wasn't surprised. His attention, however, was focused on the third Raikage. If they could eliminate the third Raikage, even if some of the Cloud Ninja managed to break through, they wouldn't escape the follow-up pursuit from IWA. The Raikage is charging toward us with his men. The IWA ninja delivering the report were also somewhat surprised by the third Raikage's choice. Is he coming to his death? Anoki instantly grasped the third Raikage's intentions. His heart was moved by this choice. The second Hokage of Konoha had done something similar back then. The Raikage is truly a worthy leader. Anoki admired him, but without hesitation, he began issuing a series of specific orders to the IWA ninja. Though they might share a mutual understanding or even make the same choice if they swapped places, that wouldn't stop him from destroying him and the Cloud Ninja he wished to protect. The third Raikage led a small squad of Cloud Ninjas into the vicinity of the Rock Ninjas. As they were swarmed by the attacking Rock Ninjas, the Cloud Ninja squad members who followed him were quickly taken out, leaving only a single, muscular figure flickering like lightning on the battlefield. The overwhelming ninjutsu couldn't catch up with the figure racing across the battlefield. Even when wide-range ninjutsu attacks were launched, the flickering figure could be seen bursting out of the techniques area, charging straight into the group of rock ninjas casting the jutsu, causing them casualties. For a moment, it seemed like the entire battlefield was filled with afterimages of the third Raikage, and the frontline rock ninjas were suffering devastating losses. No one was a match for him in one-on-one combat. As the third Raikage charged forward, he was like a death god, crashing into his enemies and killing them instantly, or grazing them and leaving them injured. Many rock ninjas never even saw his figure, they only heard the roaring sound of thunder and saw a blinding flash, before their bodies were sent flying, torn apart in midair, and killed on the spot. Ordinary ninjutsu couldn't limit the Raikage's movements. His reckless charge into the rock ninja rank seemed like a suicidal act, but with his unbeatable defense and unrivaled speed, it turned into a nightmare for the rock ninjas. In just a few hours, the rock ninjas had lost hundreds of their soldiers. Meanwhile, the dazzling figure, wrapped in lightning, continued to move tirelessly through the rock ninja lines, spreading death wherever he went. Wherever the lightning flashed, confusion and death followed. Under the booming thunder, the cries of the rock ninjas echoed through the battlefield. Lord Tsuchikage. Higashi Shibito looked at the third Raikage, surrounded heavily by the rock ninjas, and glanced cautiously at the calm-faced Tsuchikage. Wait a bit longer. We need to drain more of his chakra. Inoki said calmly. Though it was cruel for the rock ninjas on the front lines, war was like this. A ninja powerful enough to be called one of the 5 Kage could easily take on thousands. Since they wanted to kill one of the Kage, Inoki had prepared himself for the necessary losses. Now wasn't the time to send in the rock ninja elite. At least wait until the Raikage chakra is depleted, that's when the IWA ninjas will strike. The Raikage clearly realized this as well. Although he was full of energy and his chakra was still abundant, the IWA ninjas had figured out how to limit him and slow down his speed. The area he moved through was already covered with large patches of quicksand and swamps. His speed, though still fast like lightning in the eyes of the IWA ninjas, had clearly been affected. If this continued, he would become a target for concentrated ninjutsu attacks. At that point, it would be even harder to inflict significant damage on the IWA ninjas. This method of slowing him down and reducing his damage output was familiar to the Raikage. It reminded him of his previous battles with Tsuna's Raza. The main difference was that Raza's Kekkei Genkai was far more limiting and restrictive for him than the techniques of these IWA ninjas. Iwagakure clearly aimed to deplete his chakra this way, at least limiting his speed. Only then could Inoki's dust release become a real threat. The worst part was that he had already lost part of his arm to dust release earlier, which severely impacted his ability to use and release ninjutsu. The lightning armor and hell stab were difficult to use with the same range and long-distance capability as other lightning release techniques. Chapter 126, Chapter 96.2, Raikage vs Jinchuriki. One whole day and night, and he's still holding on. This kind of determination. Looking at the figure of third Raikage still tirelessly charging forward, single-handedly creating a defense to block the Iwa's ninjas, Inoki couldn't help but show some signs of respect. The IWA ninjas outside the encirclement, facing the silent figure that was holding them back, couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. The powerful body of the opponent, along with his lightning release armor, remained mostly unharmed under the intense barrage of their ninjutsu. However, once they closed the distance, the only outcome would be death. His speed has slowed down. Standing high on a platform, the third Tsuchikage Inoki looked down at the third Raikage in the distance, who was being hindered by earth-style ninjutsu that altered the terrain and limited his movement. He spoke calmly. The third Raikage remained a significant threat, but his ability to deal damage was rapidly diminishing. Losing an arm, the third Raikage's combat strength was clearly affected at this moment. The opponent could no longer use any other ninjutsu to turn the tide or counterattack. If they could just maintain the current situation, the third Raikage would eventually fall to their overwhelming numbers. In fact, the third Raikage holding out for an entire day and night had already surpassed the expectations of all the IWA ninjas. They viewed him as a monster, like a tailed beast. Boil release, unrivaled strength. A towering IWA ninja, his body steaming and wearing red armor, collided with the third Raikage with powerful momentum. In that instant, the IWA ninja poured his chakra to the boiling point, and all his strength was concentrated, exploding outward. The armor on his body emitted a large amount of white steam, and the mist spread outward like a fountain. The loud sound of steam and the deafening thunder of lightning mixed together. Boom. The impact from the clash of these two incredibly powerful beings sent a shockwave that scraped the ground beneath them. The mud, quicksand, and dirt mounds that were meant to trap the third Raikage were all instantly swept away by the shockwave. Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han. A powerful IWA ninja skilled in boil release, who used it as an offensive weapon. The battle style of a Jinchuriki, especially one who could control the power of a tailed beast, often reflects the influence of the tailed beast within them. Just like the five tails, once it charges, the horns on its head can deal devastating damage to the enemy. As the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han also inherited the beast's offensive methods. In terms of raw power, he is one of the strongest in the entire shinobi world. After a brief moment of stalemate, the two monsters were sent flying in opposite directions. Han is actually injured. Higashi Shibito stared in shock as Han tumbled and rolled on the ground, his body bouncing like a stone skipping across water. He only stopped when a large burst of steam erupted from his back, halting his movement. As a high-ranking shinobi of Iwagakure, Higashi Shibito knew exactly how powerful Han's body was, especially with the support of the boil release and the Five Tails. Once he charges with the assistance of the steam produced by boil release, almost no one can stop him on the battlefield. Even Jinchuriki wearing their tailed beast cloaks would be crushed by his brute force, their bones broken from the impact. The third Raikage is indeed powerful, but after fighting non-stop for a day and night, he is far from his peak condition. But Han. As the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, he had been conserving his strength. Still, in their exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage in his most familiar fighting style. After regaining his balance, Han's body emitted a loud steam whistle. A tail and a layer of tailed beast cloak appeared on his body. Boom. The sound of steam whistling was like a speeding train, dragging a white steam illusion behind him, which resembled a dragon, as he charged toward the third Raikage once again. However, in the face of Han's provocation, the third Raikage's eyes flickered for a moment. He used his speed to quickly dodge, avoiding another collision with Han. Though the previous clash had put him at an advantage and even injured Han, the speed of his charge was still forcibly halted by Han. In a one-on-one fight, the third Raikage wasn't afraid of his opponent, even if Han fully transformed into his tailed beast form. Having once defeated the Eight Tails, the third Raikage was confident he could handle him. Surrounded by the IWA ninjas, he, as the one left behind, had to delay the IWA forces to buy more time for the Cloud Ninja troops to retreat. The life of a Jinchuriki is incredibly resilient, and fighting against a Jinchuriki who can transform into a tailed beast is a tiring and exhausting task. Once he is restricted, IWA can safely spare many of their forces to break through his blockade and chase after the retreating Cloud forces. Therefore, after experiencing Han's power, the third Raikage decisively pulled back. With the help of his lightning armor, what IWA found most troublesome wasn't his extreme defense, but his lightning-fast speed. This gave him a great deal of freedom on the battlefield. If it weren't for Iwa's use of overwhelming numbers to surround him, he wouldn't have wanted to stay for the sake of the Cloud Ninjas. Without the interference from Inoki and the others, they couldn't have stopped him from leaving. But now that the Five Tails Jinchuriki had appeared, it meant that Inoki was beginning to deploy his elite forces to the battlefield. Soon, another powerful ninja appeared, confirming the third Raikage's suspicions. Intense heat accompanied chunks of molten rocks, falling from the sky like meteors and crashing down on the third Raikage. A man, wrapped in blazing lava, with the air around him shimmering from the heat, was dressed in purple clothes and armor, with a large beard and a serious expression. He, along with Han, began to close in on the third Raikage. The three of them chased each other, engaging in a fierce battle within the encirclement. Facing two Jinchuriki with powerful defenses and rapid recovery speed due to their tailed beast chakra, even the third Raikage began to feel the pressure. Especially Inoki, floating in the air and constantly gathering white light in his hands, forced the third Raikage to pay attention to his movements. After all, Inoki, in the sky, wielded the only ability that could deal a fatal blow to him, dust release. The night gradually fell. The third Raikage felt a rare emptiness and fatigue inside him. After a sudden burst of strength and a clash with the two persistent Jinchuriki, he created some distance and, under everyone's watch, dispelled his lightning armor and put on a pale bone mask on his face. Chapter 127, Chapter 97.1, Transformed Third Raikage. A sinister and oppressive power suddenly erupted from the third Raikage. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, his body hunched over as though enduring intense pain. Dense black chakra spiraled and surged from him, soaring into the sky. Like a wind release net stirring a storm, the chakra roared outward, sweeping across the battlefield. The IWA shinobi caught in the shockwave instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces, feeling the fierce wind cutting past them. That cold, dark chakra sent shivers through their exposed skin, causing them to step back uneasily, their hands trembling as they touched their chilled flesh. The third Raikage's skin turned a deep, unnatural black, and his disheveled hair began to grow rapidly, spreading out behind him like a wild tangle of thorns. A black tail extended from his back, pulling his hunched form even lower. The most shocking sight, however, was his severed arm, the one obliterated by dust release. Flesh and blood churned and writhed as the limb regenerated, reforming completely in moments. In the blink of an eye, the third Raikage had transformed entirely. Not only was his body whole again, but his size had doubled, radiating an overwhelming presence. What is that? Inoki's eyes widened as he felt the crushing aura and immense chakras emanating from the Raikage. Tailed beast transformation. The pressure felt similar to that of a tailed beast, but his form was entirely different from the tailed beast cloak or partial transformations. Crackle. Black lightning flickered and danced around the third Raikage, who had now mutated into a monstrous form. His legs bent backward like a goat's, and his feet morphed into clawed talons that dug into the ground. His physique was lean but muscular, with bulging muscles beneath his blackened skin. Two horn-like protrusions jutted out from either side of his forehead, and he forcibly condensed lightning into a spear, gripping it firmly in one hand. Beneath a pale bone-like mask, his golden eyes burned with savagery and hunger, locked onto the two Jinchuriki charging toward him. The third Raikage's appearance and sheer presence cast a heavy shadow over everyone on the battlefield. A suffocating fear gripped their souls, an uncontrollable terror that made them tremble. So fast. Han's pupils suddenly contracted. The mutated third Raikage in front of him vanished in an instant, as if through teleportation. In the next moment, an alarm rang loudly in Han's mind, a deadly sense of danger surged within him. Reacting instinctively, he released a massive amount of steam, boosting his speed and moving unpredictably to evade. But it was all useless. Just as the sense of danger in his heart eased for a brief moment, a dazzling spear of lightning struck him out of nowhere. The lightning spear, carrying immense penetrating power enhanced by its incredible speed, pierced straight through Han. The tailed beast cloak surrounding his body offered no protection against the sudden attack. A massive hole was blasted through his chest in an instant. What made it worse was the paralysis carried by the lightning. The electric currents forcibly disrupted his nervous system, leaving him frozen in place. The lightning spear continued its trajectory after piercing through Han. It streaked through the dark night, creating a brilliant arc of light in the air, before slamming into the ground near the Iwagakure shinobi outside the encirclement. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Upon impact, the spear unleashed all its stored energy in an instant, generating unparalleled destructive force. Within a 100-meter radius, every Iwagakure shinobi was obliterated in the intense explosion and scorching heat. The shockwave roared outward like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. Han. Older Jinchuriki Rashi arrived just in time, stepping in front of Han. His body, covered in molten lava thanks to the power of his tailed beast, clashed head-on with the monstrous third Raikage. The intense heat of the molten lava scorched the third Raikage's skin. Finally slowing his opponent down, Rashi unleashed several red lava spheres at point-blank range. The molten projectile splattered onto the monster's face. The searing hot lava sizzled as it hit the third Raikage's face, producing the sharp sound of burning flesh. But in the next instant, to Rashi's shock, the temperature of the lava rapidly dissipated. The molten material cooled and hardened, and even his own lava-coated tailed beast cloak seemed to be forcibly stripped away by an unknown power. Boom. Sensing danger, Rashi immediately detonated the molten lava-like tailed beast cloak covering his body, releasing its power in a sudden explosion. The shockwave from the blast separated the two combatants. Rashi was sent crashing into Han, pulling him along as they tumbled awkwardly across the ground, rolling a considerable distance away. "How are you holding up?" Rashi asked in a low voice, keeping his eyes locked on the now standing third Raikage in the distance. The Raikage looked more like a monster than even the Jinchuriki themselves. "I'll live," Han muttered gruffly from under his red armor. The surging tailed beast chakra around him was rapidly working to close the gaping, deadly wound on his abdomen. However, it was clear that even with the tailed beast's chakra aiding his recovery, Han regaining his peak fighting form was out of the question. "Suna hid some critical information from us," Rashi growled. "Anoki's dust release attack hasn't delivered the expected results." Dust release, a devastating Kekiai Tota, was almost unparalleled in its destructive capability. It was especially effective against large, slow-moving, or cumbersome enemies. But against an opponent like the third Raikage, fast, agile, and highly reactive, the hit rate of dust release left much to be desired without proper constraints. Now, as Anoki matched the mutated Raikage's behavior with scattered intel about Suna and Kimo's previous battles, he realized Suna had definitely doctored and withheld important details. They had deliberately downplayed critical information. Yet, there was no time to dwell on Suna's deception. Anoki's immediate concern was figuring out how to restrain and deal with the mutated third Raikage. The Raikage had already gravely injured the Five Tails Jinchuriki with a single attack, and his speed had only grown faster. At this point, the third Raikage was a bigger threat than even a rampaging tailed beast. Lava release, flowing lava river. Rashi tossed Han toward the Iwagakure shinobi rushing to provide backup. Then, his hands blurred through a series of seals before spewing scalding hot lava onto the ground. The molten river surged forward, streaming toward the third Raikage with immense heat and destructive force. Rashi's sharp instincts told him that something was deeply wrong with the third Raikage. His condition seemed eerily similar to a Jinchuriki losing control and entering a mindless, tailed beast-driven frenzy. When those golden eyes locked onto Rashi, he could feel the weight of emotions behind them: madness, destruction, and greed. The sheer intensity of the darkness in that gaze sent chills down his spine. Earth-style, seismic core. Anoki, floating in the sky, could no longer stand idly by. He coordinated with Rashi to unleash a jutsu that could restrain the third Raikage. The ground began to shift and rise, creating uneven terrain. The seismic core jutsu allowed the user to manipulate chakra flow to shape the battlefield into an advantageous formation. Iwagakure shinobi, known for their mastery of earth style, held a clear edge in terrain manipulation and defensive warfare compared to other styles. 3 massive rock walls rose from the ground, restricting the third Raikage's movement. A river of molten lava surged through a deliberately left opening, flowing straight toward the trapped Raikage. Under Inoki's frightened and tense gaze, what seemed like an inescapable trap was disrupted. The flesh on the Raikage's back twisted and shifted, and from either side of his spine, 2 pitch-black wings emerged. Chapter 128, Chapter 97.2, Power of Hollow. Hogyoku Series, Curse Seal of the Void, I. Quality, Gold, 10-001/50-000. Traits, amplifies a specific emotion or willpower within the individual. The strength of this emotion or willpower determines whether rationality can persist. Description, a technique rooted in the power of the soul and natural energy. The soul of an individual afflicted by the Curse Seal of the Void is gradually consumed by the seal's power. During this process, the afflicted individual gains the power of natural energy. If the bearer of this power cannot maintain their sanity, their soul and willpower will be devoured by the Curse Seal of Void. Endless battles and consumption will occur within this ninja tool. Subsequent users inherit the strength, experience, and techniques of its previous bearers until their own soul and willpower are entirely consumed, becoming the next source of sustenance. Notes. The trapped soul enters an endless cycle of combat and evolution within the host until it transforms into a complete entity. Those who successfully master this power can become sages skilled in senjutsu. The power continues to grow stronger, limitlessly so. Approval rating, 60, 001/100, 000. Physical attributes, plus 50 chakra, plus 5,000. New traits with approval. Sage body enhancement, plus 1 soul strength attribute enhancement, plus 1. Conclusion, you are entering a phase of inspiration for further developing the Curse Seal of the Void. The only limit to realizing your ideas is the availability of materials. Golden card reward, Power of the Hollow. Kagetsu noticed the sudden surge in recognition value. Even the quality of the Cursed Seal's hollow mask, which had been scattered outside, had transformed into gold. He had a theory in mind. Could it be that the mask finally had a worthy wearer? Pausing his current experiment, Kagetsu carefully wrapped up his work and made his way to the room where the original Cursed Seal's hollow mask was stored. With a gentle touch, his fingers brushed against the mask. This mask, the first to carry the Cursed Seal's hollow power, had the unique ability to sense the presence, division, strength, and even the souls of other masks, despite its power having partially leaked out. Unlike the discarded masks that fell off wearers, this bone-white mask before him was the true original. Kagetsu distinctly sensed a ferocious, uncontrollable power and a resilient will emanating from it. That power felt strangely familiar to him. Lightning release. But it was stronger than what belonged to AI from the diplomatic mission. The third Raikage. Kagetsu pieced together his hypothesis, identifying the key figure behind this transformation. As recognition value increases, it becomes harder and harder to advance it. For it to leap past 60,000 in one go, it could only mean one thing, a war. A massive war, involving a significant number of ninja. His mind began racing, brimming with ideas for further development of the Cursed Seal's hollow mask. Kagetsu wasted no time, jotting down every idea that came to mind to ensure nothing would be forgotten later. Considering factors like cost, experimental tools, materials, and funding, he categorized the ideas, prioritizing the most feasible ones for immediate attention. The more extravagant or currently unachievable concepts were carefully set aside for future reference. It wasn't until late into the night that Kagetsu's flood of ideas finally began to slow and stabilize. Looking at the several notebooks now filled with notes and sketches, Kagetsu, feeling slightly tired, shook his sore arms. Yet, his heart was filled with satisfaction. Afterward, Kagetsu didn't forget to conduct a thorough check on his body. His physical strength hadn't increased much, but the strength and resilience of his soul had greatly surged. To put it simply, the increase in his soul's strength and resilience made him much more resistant to genjutsu, mental techniques, and soul-related ninjutsu and methods. Additionally, he found it easier to learn and master techniques related to in release and those that involve the mind and soul. With his current soul strength, Kagetsu believed that even if he lost his physical body, he could still exist in the world in his soul form for a while, rather than disappearing into the pure land. At the same time, his affinity and control over natural energy had surpassed Yugo in certain aspects. With his yang nature, in release, soul strength, and affinity for natural energy, Kagetsu could better control the natural energy entering his body. Unlike Yugo, who lost control after reaching a certain stage, almost like a mental breakdown, Kagetsu had no such problem. Mastering Sage Mode and learning Sage Arts also required talent. Natural energy was far more dangerous than forbidden techniques, and the success rate was much lower. At least his teacher, Orochimaru, had been intimidated by the risks of Sage Mode training in the Ryuchi Cave and turned to Yugo for help. He hoped to familiarize himself with natural energy through research, to eventually control it with ease and improve his chances of succeeding in Sage Mode training in the future. For Orochimaru, the uncertainty and high risk of death involved in Sage Mode clashed with his desire for immortality and survival. He wouldn't gamble everything unless he was certain. Orochimaru had also warned both Kagetsu and Anko that, without confidence, they should not easily take on the sage trials in the Ryuchi Cave. As Kagetsu was thinking, a small white snake slithered quickly from a dark corner. Its tiny head gently touched Kagetsu's finger twice before its mouth suddenly opened wide. The snake's jaws stretched out at an astonishing angle, and from its small body, it spat out a scroll much larger than itself. Kagetsu took the scroll the snake had spit out. The outside of the scroll was clean, without any mucus. After using a sealing technique to open it, the scroll contained battlefield intelligence sent back by Orochimaru. The Rock Ninja had joined the battle, the Cloud Ninja had retreated, and the third Raikage was holding off the Rock Ninja army alone. Kagetsu quickly scanned the contents of the scroll, focusing on the parts that interested him. The third Raikage had indeed used the Curse Mark of Void technique and fought for 2 days and nights, enduring the ravaging effects of the technique. The 5-Tails Jinchuriki was seriously wounded, the 4-Tails Jinchuriki was heavily injured, and the third Raikage's whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 129, Chapter 98.1, New Prophecy. The sky was laced with fine drizzle, and the vibrant green of flourishing life stretched as far as the eye could see. Towering trees pierced the sky, their dense canopies blotting out the sun. Massive stone statues of toads were scattered among the trees, half hidden by the towering trunks. The air was thick with natural energy, abundant and lively. Here, any skilled ninja could distinctly sense the presence of this potent force. This was Mount Myaboku, the sacred land of the Toad clan, one of the 3 legendary summoning beast sanctuaries. Throughout the history of the ninja world, the 3 sanctuaries of summoning beasts had held an unshakable place in legend. According to ancient texts passed down through generations, their existence predates even the tailed beasts and the ninja themselves. In every era, powerful ninjas forged contracts with these 3 sage regions. The summoning beasts aided their contractors in battle, and, on rare occasions, the summoners would assist the sanctuaries in return. Among those who signed summoning contracts, only the most exceptional and qualified individuals were allowed to request training in the art of senjutsu from the sanctuary sages. However, the path to mastering senjutsu was fraught with peril. The stone statues of toads and the petrified forms of ninja beneath them were tragic reminders of those who had failed during their training in Mount Myaboku senjutsu, their bodies turned to stone as they were assimilated into the natural energy. "You finally arrived, little Jiraiya." With a puff of white smoke, a familiar voice greeted the white-haired ninja, who had just landed with a confused expression. Sage Fukasaku. Jiraiya, dressed in his Konoha Jonin uniform, with a Konoha forehead protector tied securely and 2 bold red lines marking his face, lowered his gaze to the small green toad with a white beard standing before him. "I'm sorry for calling you over at this time. There seems to be another war brewing in your world, isn't there?" Sage Fukasaku apologized to Jiraiya. "Yeah, I'm handling some urgent matters in the Land of Rain right now, so I can't stay long," Jiraiya replied with a sheepish laugh, scratching the back of his head. "I had no choice, the great toad sage has had another prophecy, and it needs to be shared with you," Fukasaku explained while leading the way. The toad moved with astonishing speed, leaping great distances with ease. Jiraiya followed closely behind, keeping pace. A new prophecy. Is it about the child of prophecy? Jiraiya instinctively connected the thought to the foretold individual who would end the wars and bring peace to the ninja world. It seemed that only this prophecy could have anything to do with him. After all, according to the great toad sage's vision, the person who would resolve the great conflict in the ninja world and bring lasting peace would be one of his disciples. From what Jiraiya could see, 3 of his disciples were the most likely candidates for this prophecy: Yahiko, Nagato, and Minato Namikaze. While stationed in the Land of Rain, Jiraiya knew he needed to take this time to better understand Yahiko's and Nagato's ideologies. "No, it's not related to the child of prophecy. But I don't know much more about it," Sage Fukasaku shook his head. "The great toad sage has become muddle-headed in his old age and isn't lucid for long each day. Little Jiraiya, I think sometimes you put too much pressure on yourself. The great toad sage's cryptic prophecies, some of them don't even come true." As the 2 spoke, they stepped into a grand hall. Inside the hall sat an enormous, ancient-looking toad, sprawled lazily on a massive, soft chair. The toad was so large that its head, topped with a hat, almost touched the ceiling of the hall. A necklace with the character 4 oil hung from its chest. Standing beneath the toad, Jiraiya appeared no bigger than a small insect in comparison. With a strong push from his hind legs, the petite sage Fukasaku leapt up onto the armrest of the great toad sage's chair. On the other side of the chair stood another toad of equal size, whose head was partly covered with purple markings. Great Toad Sage, little Jiraiya is here. Sage Fukasaku called loudly to the half-asleep Great Toad Sage, whose eyes were barely open as if caught in a haze between sleep and wakefulness. The Great Toad Sage didn't respond and remained immersed in his peculiar drowsy state. Great Toad Sage, I've arrived. Jiraiya called out loudly from below. He also took a moment to greet Sage Shima, who stood nearby with her distinctive purple hair. Old fool, little Jiraiya is here. Seeing that the Great Toad Sage still showed no reaction, Sage Shima raised her eyebrows sharply. Her booming voice echoed through the hall, reinforced by natural energy. Oh. Oh. Sorry, I almost fell asleep. The Great Toad Sage suddenly opened his eyes, as if waking from a dream. He glanced around blankly but didn't even bother to change his position as he mumbled. Little Jiraiya is already here. Great Toad Sage, if you have any prophecies to share, please get on with it. Once you're done, I still need to prepare dinner. Little Jiraiya is staying today to try my new menu. Sage Shima called out in her usual booming voice, glancing briefly at Jiraiya below as she spoke. Though the elderly Great Toad Sage appeared muddled and senile, Jiraiya showed no disrespect whatsoever. After all, the sage's prophecies, apart from the one about the child of prophecy, had all come true. This unwavering accuracy made Jiraiya deeply trust the sage's visions, leaving no room for doubt. He held immense respect for the Great Toad Sage who delivered these prophecies. Oh, yes, there's a new prophecy, and it's about Jiraiya. What's your name again? The Great Toad Sage's abrupt lapse in memory caused Jiraiya, along with the two smaller sages, Fukasaku and Shima, to exchange exasperated looks. This is little Jiraiya, the summoner of Mount Mayaboku. Great Toad Sage, you've already made several prophecies about him. Sage Fukasaku explained, his face filled with helplessness. The Great Toad Sage often seemed to toy with them by feigning or genuinely displaying forgetfulness and confusion. At this point, it was hard to tell whether it was an act or a sign of genuine senility. Ah, I remember now. Little Jiraiya, of course, the Great Toad Sage finally exclaimed with a sudden look of realization. I called you here because I need your help with something. Does it concern the child of prophecy? Jiraiya stepped forward, his voice serious. In his mind, only something involving the child of prophecy could warrant the Great Toad Sage summoning him so urgently. No, it's not about the child of prophecy, the Great Toad Sage shook his head. This time, it's something new. A dream I had, it felt peculiar, very strange. Peculiar and strange? Jiraiya was taken aback, struggling to understand what the Great Toad Sage meant. Speak clearly, will you? How is little Jiraiya supposed to understand you if you talk like that? Sage Shima said in exasperation. A devastating war will give rise to immense darkness. The Pure Land will no longer be the only destination for souls. Restless spirits, unable to find peace, will seek to return to the living world in a new form. They will bring new power to the shinobi world, but they will also bring chaos and widespread death. The Great Toad Sage spoke in a weak and weary tone. As it spoke, its heavy eyelids, briefly lifted, began to close again. By the time it finished, it seemed ready to drift back into its usual half-asleep, half-awake state. Chapter 130, Chapter 98.2, Shinno. What do you mean by chaos and death? Jiraiya shouted urgently. It will be a transformation that shakes the entire shinobi world, one filled with death. No one will escape it. You must be prepared. The Great Toad Sage's voice grew weaker as it spoke. What should I do, then? Who is behind all this? Will it be good or bad for the future of the shinobi world? Great Toad Sage, what is it you want me to do? Jiraiya, always feeling a natural sense of responsibility when it came to prophecies and missions, leaned forward. He was sure the Great Toad Sage would give him a task, a way to respond to this ominous vision. He needed its guidance to decide his next steps. I don't know. Huh? Jiraiya wasn't the only one stunned into silence. Beside him, Fukasaku and Shima, the two Toad Sages, were equally dumbfounded. None of them expected such an uncertain answer from the Great Toad Sage. I can't say for sure whether its arrival will be good or bad for this world, but its presence will undoubtedly shake the very foundation of the shinobi world and its people. I only saw glimpses of images and passed them to you as a prophecy. But, you could look for a powerful medical ninja. They might be the key to everything. The Great Toad Sage's voice faded entirely, replaced by the sound of soft snores. Its belly rose and fell rhythmically, clearly lost in another dream. A powerful medical ninja. Jiraiya was taken aback. Only one person came to mind, a woman with a ponytail, an impressive figure, a penchant for gambling despite terrible luck, and debts spread all across the shinobi world. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, the princess of the Senju clan, and the acknowledged medical master of the shinobi world, Tsunade Haim. Could it be that Tsunade is researching something that could create a world-shaking monster? Such a thing seems more plausible if it were Orochimaru, doesn't it? Jiraiya wanted to ask more questions, but the great toad sage had already fallen into a deep slumber, completely unresponsive to any further inquiries. Well, the prophecy has been delivered. Since little Jiraiya doesn't visit often, let's have a meal together, Sage Shima suggested as she leaped down from the armrest of her chair. Along with Fukasaku, she hopped several times before perching on Jiraiya's shoulders, one on each side, and extended the invitation. No, I have urgent matters to attend to. Jiraiya's face, deep in thought, instantly changed at Shima's invitation. A tinge of green appeared on his complexion, and he shook his head so rapidly that afterimages seemed to form. His tone was both serious and firm. That's such a shame. I even prepared a new feast menu. Shima lamented, sounding genuinely regretful. Next time, I promise. Jiraiya replied, waving his hands dismissively. Don't let the prophecy weigh too heavily on you. What's destined to happen will happen regardless, Fukasaku reassured Jiraiya. I know. Jiraiya nodded, though his determination to investigate hadn't waned. Whether it was about Tsunade or any other renowned medical ninja, Jiraiya planned to make inquiries as soon as he returned to the shinobi world. In his mind, he was already sorting through names of shinobi known for their exceptional medical ninjutsu. Tsunadeheim. The Wandering Nun. And Shino, a healer who treated both civilians and shinobi without seeking wealth in return. As the Sanin's expert in gathering intelligence, these were the only three names that came to mind. Among them, he was most familiar with Tsunade. Her loyalty to her teammates and friends made her a close and trusted ally. Next was the Wandering Nun, a famed figure in the shinobi world. Few women could match her prowess in medical ninjutsu, putting her on par with Tsunade in certain respects. However, she had vanished from the public eye for years, shrouded in an air of mystery. As for that person, Shino, his deeds were simply too notable during the time of the war. It seems that he recently appeared in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya had heard his name mentioned by the citizens of the Land of Rain. If the person truly is Shino, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiraiya to return and investigate. He could easily track him down and make contact. Out of the three targets, Shino seemed to be the only one Jiraiya could possibly find and approach in the short term. Gather intel on Shino. Yahiko looked at his teacher, confused. You don't know Shino? Jiraiya asked, frowning as he noticed Yahiko's puzzled expression. As the representative of Konoha sent to connect with the Akatsuki, Jiraiya was well aware of how sensitive his position was. He couldn't afford to expose himself to the eyes of the Rain Village, or it might provoke Hanzo into taking rash actions. Jiraiya planned to stay with the Akatsuki for a while. On one hand, he would handle Konoha's cooperation with the Akatsuki, and on the other, he would observe his three disciples and the organization they had founded. Shino. A low voice came from behind Yahiko. It was Kakuzu, dressed in the black cloak of the Akatsuki. He lifted his head from the Akatsuki's ledger. You know him. Jiraiya turned his gaze to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure who had the identification scroll from Kagetsu, claimed to represent the Konoha Technology Development Department and handle finances. Jiraiya had exchanged a few friendly sparring matches with him before, and they both recognized each other's strength, though neither had gone all out. Once Jiraiya confirmed that Kakuzu held no ill intentions, and that he was simply focused on managing the finances with skill, Jiraiya felt at ease. I've heard of him. He's a doctor with a high reputation for offering free medical care all over the place. I once crossed paths with him, but since he didn't have any bounty on him, I didn't do anything, Kakuzu said thoughtfully. Is he in the Land of Rain? Sensei, are you trying to find him? Yahiko asked, his opinion of Shino improving significantly. He even thought about asking him to join the Akatsuki. After all, the Akatsuki didn't have any medical ninjas, and if Shino joined, he could even help teach Konan some medical ninjutsu. The heavy rain poured down. Shino, who had been mentioned by Jiraiya and the others, was now staring at a monstrous body with a mix of shock and greed in his eyes. It was a beast like a demon, with long limbs, black and tough skin, and two horns like those of a ram twisting from its head, its face obscured. A cracked, pale bone mask covered the monster's face. Chapter 131, Chapter 99.1, Third Raikage's Corpse. Darkness. Evil. Power. Even in death, the corpse exuded an unparalleled force. It was almost like another Zero Tails, another source of darkness, born from the collective shadow of all living beings. To Shino's senses, the residual power lingering on this corpse far surpassed the quality of the dark chakra amassed by the Zero Tails. Standing before the lifeless body, Shino could feel his soul trembling. Even though it lay silent and unmoving, its mere presence emitted a suffocating aura of oppression. This was a pressure that reached deep into one's soul, a feeling that defied reason. Standing in front of the corpse felt like an ant staring up at the remains of a colossal beast. What a delightful surprise. Shino couldn't hide his satisfaction. He was so pleased with this unexpected discovery that he even considered abandoning his current plans and taking this peculiar corpse back to his headquarters immediately. After all, he had been away for quite some time, and his true mission was essentially complete. It was time to leave with the group of people he had recruited. Shino began inscribing sealing symbols one after another. Without proper measures, sensory-type shinobi could easily detect the anomaly of this corpse. At the very least, he needed to restrain and suppress the overwhelming chakra radiating from it before sealing it away completely. Once the room was covered in meticulously drawn sealing symbols, Shino formed hand signs, compressing the symbols into the corpse's body. When the final sealing symbol vanished into the corpse, the oppressive aura dissipated completely, leaving the room devoid of the chilling dread that had previously gripped him. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room. Outside the door stood a shinobi in a black cloak, bearing the hidden Rain Village's headband. Behind him were several frightened villagers and a familiar, muscular white-haired ninja. Jiraiya. Shino froze when he saw the white-haired man. Have we met before? Jiraiya blinked, momentarily thrown off by Shino's calm and friendly demeanor. At first glance, Shino's presence radiated the unique aura of a medical ninja, a temperament Jiraiya had seen in Tsunade and the medical staff of the Hidden Leaf's medical division. Yet, Shino's aura went beyond that. There was a profound gentleness and compassion in his expression that left a favorable impression on anyone who met him. I've heard Tsunade and Orochimaru mention you, Shino replied, stepping aside to let the villagers return to their homes. He gestured for Jiraiya and the Rain Village shinobi to enter the room. So, you know Tsunade and Orochimaru, Jiraiya said, nodding slowly. His sharp instincts detected traces of a familiar yet faint energy dispersing from the room. Clearly, Shino had been studying something moments before they arrived. Shino answered calmly, I've run into Tsunadeheim before and discussed some medical ninjutsu with her. As for Orochimaru, we've talked about certain aspects of body modification. Before Jiraiya could ask further questions, Shino smoothly took control of the conversation, shifting the focus from himself to Jiraiya. So, late at night, one of the Sannin visits me. What's your purpose here? You don't seem to be injured, Shino inquired. It's not about me, Jiraiya waved dismissively. I'm here on behalf of the Akatsuki organization to extend an invitation to you. He didn't mention anything about the prophecy, instead opting for a more acceptable excuse. Truthfully, this excuse wasn't entirely fabricated. Yahiko and the others did want to recruit Shino, even if only temporarily. For Jiraiya, this was an opportunity to observe the men more closely and determine if he might be the medical ninja connected to the prophecy. Akatsuki, is it a group nurtured by Konoha? Shino glanced at the Rain Nin nearby, then back at Jiraiya, a look of realization dawning on his face. During his time in the Land of Rain, Shino had heard of the Akatsuki organization. He knew their members were Rain Nin, easily recognizable by their black cloaks and the forehead protectors of the hidden rain village they wore. Seeing Jiraiya apparently backing the Akatsuki, Shino quickly connected the dots. No. Akatsuki has nothing to do with Konoha. Jiraiya denied hurriedly. Konoha only has some dealings with them, that's all. Shino's skeptical gaze remained, prompting Jiraiya to sigh in resignation. The founders of Akatsuki are somewhat connected to me. I once taught 3 kids here in the Land of Rain. After they grew up, they went on to form Akatsuki. I only learned about it recently. But yes, Konoha does have a business arrangement with them. Jiraiya then explained the details of the healing tags, knowing it wasn't sensitive information that needed to be kept secret. Shino accepted the healing tag Jiraiya handed over, examining it closely and testing its effects. He nodded in admiration. As a medical ninja, Shino immediately recognized the healing tag's value. To his surprise, today seemed to be full of opportunities, first, obtaining a unique, highly researchable corpse, and now receiving this healing tag. He decided to accept Jiraiya's invitation to teach Konan some medical ninjutsu for a time. During this period, he figured he would have plenty of opportunities to uncover the secrets behind the creation of the healing tags. Even just a portion of the knowledge would be enough for him to reverse engineer some aspects and create a new healing tag with similar effects. After all, what limits most people is creativity and ideas. Once an idea successfully comes to life, competitors offering similar products are bound to emerge over time. His future research and plans would also require a significant investment of money and resources. The healing tags, however, could quickly help him amass wealth. When it came to stealing information or obtaining what he wanted, Shino was just as confident as he was in his medical ninjutsu. After all, even in Konoha, he had managed to obtain 2 S-rank forbidden techniques. The Zero-Tail technique, the 8 Inner Gates. After discussing medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, Shino had already started working on his own medical forbidden techniques. Konoha Hidden Village. Technology Development Department. The test subject has disappeared. After losing all traces of the third Raikage, who had undergone holification, Kagetsu speculated 2 possibilities. Either the third Raikage had entered a dimensional space, something akin to Obito's Kamui dimension in the future or the realms of the three great sage lands. Or, the third Raikage had fallen into the hands of a ninja, or a group of ninjas, and been sealed away using a sealing technique. He was starting to understand why Orochimaru would scour the ninja world recruiting talented children. They could serve as backup bodies for Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation technique or be trained to act as capable subordinates. Currently, the only people under Kagetsu's command who could effectively handle dirty work and hold value were Kakuzu and Yugo. Kakuzu was sent out to manage finances and collect debts, while Yugo's unique physical constitution was unstable and difficult to control, meaning he could only be considered half useful. Should he create one, or several, helpers who could function like clones? This thought was becoming stronger for Kagetsu. His main body needed to remain in the village for experiments whenever there were no missions, but occasionally, he had to leave the village for activities that couldn't be publicly disclosed. If he had trustworthy subordinates outside the village, they could immediately retrieve rare resources like the third Raikage corpse, a valuable subject. Chapter 132, Chapter 99.2, Mission. After all, there was only one experimental subject of the cursed seal of void who had not been completely consumed by the mask and was undergoing a deeper transformation. The third Raikage's strength, willpower, soul, and body had evidently withstood the erosion of the cursed seal of void and reached a certain equilibrium with it. As long as this balance remained unbroken, the battle of souls and devouring within the mask would eventually come to an end over time. The ultimate victor would merge with the body eroded by the cursed seal of void, coexisting as a brand new being. What worried Kagetsu was that someone might disrupt this evolution, causing it to halt prematurely. Although the cursed seal of void was already being upgraded, with the first-generation seals nearing obsolescence, this subject still had the potential for success. Its data was still highly valuable to Kagetsu. The Land of Rain, huh? Reflecting on the direction sensed from the cursed seal of void mask, which matched the location he'd marked on Kakuzu, Kagetsu began piecing things together. The Akatsuki's base was located in a mountain outside the hidden rain village. They used ninjutsu to hollow out the mountain, creating living quarters for both Akatsuki members and their families. In the room where Kakuzu rested, a small black snake slithered out from a dark corner. Its tiny head swayed back and forth in front of Kakuzu, who was calculating finances, until it captured his attention. Once it did, the snake opened its mouth, stretching its jaws to an impossible size, and spat out a scroll from its slim body. After completing this task, the snake coiled itself up on the table, silently observing Kakuzu with unblinking eyes. Damned thing. Seeing the snake's curious gaze, Kakuzu cursed inwardly, annoyed that it interrupted his accounting. Ever since he had joined, Yahiko and the others had practically thrown the organization's entire financial responsibility onto him, with an urgency that made Kakuzu feel like they had been waiting for him all along. At first, Kakuzu assumed the Akatsuki had considerable wealth to manage. However, once he took over the finances, he discovered the organization was dirt poor. Not only was there no money to count, but Kakuzu had to rack his brain daily to figure out how to save money for the group while ensuring they acquired the necessary supplies in sufficient quantities with the least amount of funds. To put it bluntly, Kakuzu was astonished the organization hadn't already disbanded due to lack of money. Especially Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki. Even when he could barely afford to feed himself, he would go as far as donating his own blood to provide food for the citizens of the Land of Rain. This kind of behavior was enough to make Kakuzu feel his blood pressure rise. Yahiko and the members of the Akatsuki acknowledged Kakuzu's skill in managing finances, but whenever they needed to get money out of him, it was an agonizing ordeal. Kakuzu didn't approve of their actions at all. He believed that spending money and resources on these doomed and worthless citizens was nothing but a waste. This difference in opinion caused several heated arguments between Kakuzu and Yahiko's group. Yet, in the end, the one who always won was Yahiko, unwavering in his determination. I can't abandon them. If the Akatsuki can't even protect the people around us and ensure their survival, then what's the point of our dream for peace in the ninja world? It would be nothing more than a joke. Faced with Yahiko's resolute declaration, Kakuzu could only respond, I'm just the temporary treasurer. You're the leader. If you've made up your mind, then do as you please. Of course, it was hard to say how much of Kakuzu's eventual retreat was influenced by the supportive and goofy smile of Jiraiya, who stood behind Yahiko with clear approval on his face. For Kakuzu, this mentally draining work of figuring out how to stretch every Ryo to buy more supplies and spending money as efficiently as possible was pure torture. He would much rather return to his identity as a bounty hunter, vent his frustrations by taking down a few unlucky targets, and then trade their heads in the black market for cash. At this point, he didn't want any contact with Yahiko. Yahiko's ideals clashed so strongly with Kakuzu's own survival philosophy that it was unbearable. The whereabouts of the third Raikage's corpse. After reading the intelligence on the scroll, Kakuzu destroyed it without hesitation. You know, my work doesn't come for free. Kakuzu said as he finished disposing of the scroll, his gaze landing on a small black snake coiled up on the table. The black snake seemed to understand Kakuzu's words. Its tail moved swiftly, using chakra to write a number on the table. After finishing, it slashed a line through the middle of the number with its tail. Deducting a 30 million Ryo debt, huh? Fine, I'll take the job. Kakuzu easily understood what the snake intended to convey with its actions. 30 million Ryo was indeed worth the effort for this task. It's just a matter of finding the location of the third Raikage's body. According to the information revealed on the scroll, the third Raikage's body is in the possession of a ninja or a ninja organization in the Land of Rain, someone skilled in sealing techniques. What ninja organizations are there in the Land of Rain? The Hidden Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization, and rogue ninjas who either wandered here or defected from their villages. What does he mean by help in the scroll? Kakuzu gestured that he had taken on the mission and then asked. The black little snake's body moved across the table, and its mouth opened wide once again, this time almost tearing its body in half with how wide it stretched. A white bone mask was spat out from the snake's mouth, landing on the table. A strange power began to emanate from the mask, and Kakuzu felt his mind suddenly become heavier. However, the feeling quickly disappeared, almost too fast to tell if it had been real. Can this mask help me find the third Raikage's body? Kakuzu, enduring the uncomfortable sensation in his soul, picked up the mask and examined it briefly before asking. The little snake nodded repeatedly under Kakuzu's gaze, its small head moving so quickly that it almost left afterimages in the air. Enduring a slight feeling of unease, Kakuzu followed the instructions on the scroll and channeled chakra with spiritual intent into the mask. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Nothing happened. It seems the body isn't nearby. Kakuzu opened his eyes, thought for a moment, and then the tendrils formed from his earth grudge fear shot out from his shoulder, binding the mask and pulling it into his skin. A faint face appeared on Kakuzu's right arm. As long as he was close enough to the target, it would automatically alert the wearer. Chapter 133, Chapter 100, Might Dway. 998. 999. 1000. Two figures, one large and one small, both clad in green jumpsuits, flipped their upside-down bodies upright, planting their previously raised legs firmly on the ground. Right on time. Might Dway beamed at his son, Might Guy, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He raised a thumbs up with a wide, toothy grin. Despite his exhaustion, Might Guy pushed himself to return the gesture to his father, lifting a trembling arm to give a thumbs up of his own. Dway-san, a calm voice interrupted the heartwarming father and son moment. Please, come in. The speaker was Kagetsu, who gestured politely for them to enter. Kagetsu. Might Dway bounded over to Kagetsu with remarkable agility, his ever-present enthusiasm evident in his movements. Beside him, Might Guy, though weary, managed to greet Kagetsu and the young man standing next to him, Shursue Uchiha, with a respectful nod. Shursue was no longer surprised by the pair's boundless energy and friendliness. Ever since he joined Orochimaru's team, he had encountered this unusual father and son duo regularly. The two were quite famous in Konoha, though not always for positive reasons. After all, anyone who had spent even a short time in the village would have noticed them training every single day, regardless of the weather, be it rain, shine, or storm. Handstand walks, frog jumps, running, push-ups, all performed with unwavering determination. Their bright green jumpsuits and bowl-cut hairstyles made them impossible to overlook. Yet, despite their grueling training, Might Dway was still officially a genin, incapable of performing most elemental ninjutsu. Most Uchiha wouldn't spare the duo a second glance. But Shursue knew better, Might Dway's abilities far exceeded what others assumed. At least when it came to taijutsu, even with his Sharingan's enhanced dynamic vision and observational powers, Shursue could feel the pressure whenever he sparred with Dway. Thank you for your help again this time. Might Dway bowed deeply to Tsunade and Kagetsu, holding Might Guy beside him. Dway was incredibly grateful to Tsunade, Kagetsu, and the other Sannin Orochimaru, especially Tsunade and Kagetsu, who had helped adjust and heal their bodies. The 8 inner gates was a forbidden technique. To unleash its full power, the user had to train their body to its absolute limit. This process of training was extremely painful and required daily effort without a moment of rest. Pushing the body to its limits, inch by inch, was a grueling task. If not for chakra, an energy unique to shinobi, an ordinary person's body would have broken down long ago. It was only because of chakra's presence and its nourishing effect that someone like Might Dway could endure such intense physical strain and still remain active and full of life. However, that didn't mean there were no risks. Might Dway wasn't a medical ninja. He had relied solely on his own experience, slowly figuring out the correct training methods. While he could guide Might Guy to avoid many mistakes, helping him master the 8 inner gates more effectively and build a stronger body, this guidance came from Dewey's own sacrifices and trial-and-error approach. The arrival of Tsunade and Kagetsu was a blessing for both father and son. Their intervention not only minimized potential risks but also raised the ceiling of what they could achieve with their technique. Might Guy might not fully understand the implications of this yet, but Might Dway did. Though he seemed straightforward and carefree, Dewey was no stranger to the ways of the world. Having endured constant ridicule and scorn, he was actually more sensitive than most. Dewey deeply understood how much Tsunade and Kagetsu's help meant. Their willingness to check their bodies regularly and use medical ninjutsu to support their health made a huge difference. Over the years, Dewey could clearly feel the changes in his own body and the growth in his strength. As for Might Guy, his foundation was even more solid, ensuring that his future potential and achievements would far surpass his own. All of this made him feel deeply grateful to Nara Kagetsu and Orochimaru, who allowed it to happen. No need to thank me. Your body data and blood are valuable research materials for me as well. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Kagetsu said, shaking his head. As he spoke, he led the two of them into the laboratory. Might Dewey and Might Guy didn't pay much attention to Kagetsu's words. Years ago, when the 8 Gates technique was first discussed, Kagetsu had held a similar perspective. While the technique was incredibly powerful, Might Dewey never intended to keep it a secret. In fact, whenever someone expressed a desire to learn the technique and approached him about it, he would usually teach it without holding anything back. It wasn't just Kagetsu who had asked Dewey, eternal genin, for the 8 Gates technique. Once, a medical nin from another village, who noticed some potential in Dewey's training methods, also approached him to learn the technique. Since this person was on good terms with Tsunade and had come to Konoha on her recommendation, Dewey willingly taught the full 8 Gates technique without hesitation. The strength of this technique lay in the physical and mental discipline built up over time. Without such preparation, it was nothing more than a forbidden jutsu that consumed life force and damaged the body in exchange for power. After entering the lab, Might Dewey and Might Guy lay down on the operating tables with practiced ease. They calmly watched as Kagetsu connected a series of monitoring patches and wires to their bodies. Once the setup was complete, they even performed combat tests on a training dummy to assess the damage potential. By the time all the data on their new bodies was collected, more than 2 hours had passed. Dewey-san, the Technology Development Department has recently created a new potion that can enhance physical fitness. It could have a special effect for someone like you and Guy, who practice the 8 Gates technique. Would you like to try it? Kagetsu spoke up suddenly after finishing the physical adjustments for both of them. A potion to enhance physical fitness. Might Dewey looked at Kagetsu in surprise. It can increase the limits of the human body, Kagetsu explained. Additionally, it helps reduce the spread of injuries caused by fatigue or internal damage and significantly speeds up the body's self-healing process. It could also alleviate the aftereffects of opening the 8 Gates. Is that so? Then let me be the first to try it, Dewey readily agreed, but he excluded Guy from the offer. As a father, he always wanted to experience things himself first before passing on his insights and feelings to his son. While Dewey trusted Kagetsu's skills and integrity, his instinct to protect Guy remained strong. No rush. I still need a bit of time to create a potion specifically tailored to your latest physical data. Give me a couple of days, Kagetsu replied, unconcerned about whether Guy would be involved or not. He was mainly interested in seeing how effective his potion could be for a ninja who had already pushed their body to its limits. Chapter 134, Chapter 101.1, Experiment on Dewey. 2 days later, as expected, Might Dewey appeared in front of Kagetsu and agreed to the experiment. This time, Might Dewey came alone without Might Dewey by his side. I'm ready. Dewey, lying on the operating table, nodded at Kagetsu, signaling his readiness. The process of the medicine taking effect will be extremely painful, Kagetsu warned again, drawing seals on the ground. I understand. I'll do my best to stay conscious. Trust me, I can endure pain. Dewey responded seriously. Years of intense training, constantly pushing his body to its limits, and recovering from injuries that felt like near-death experiences to most people, Might Dewey had persevered through it all with unwavering determination. The 8 Gates technique itself was a grueling practice that trained one to endure excruciating pain. I will use a curse mark technique and tools to restrain your body. This is to prevent any accidents. Although failure is unlikely, it's always good to be prepared. The final sealing technique is a safety measure, it will buy me time to save you if something goes wrong, Kagetsu explained. Finishing the last seal on the floor, Kagetsu injected a syringe into the skin on Dewey's neck. Under his skin, worm-like ridges began to appear, wriggling. His veins bulged, and his eyes were wide with rage and strain. The sight of him on the operating table was truly terrifying. Kagetsu stood ready, hands forming the signs for his shadow imitation technique, prepared to activate it the moment Dewey broke free of his restraints. Surprisingly, despite Kagetsu's calculations that Dewey's pain should now be unbearable, he managed to maintain control of his consciousness. Dewey fought through the agony, forcing his body to remain in check. Minute by minute, time passed. Dewey's condition began transitioning to the final phase. After a grueling 14 hours, under Kagetsu's careful observation and intervention, Dewey's body finally stabilized. Success. Might Dewey's body had already absorbed and processed the effects of the physical enhancement medicine. Did it succeed? As the agonizing pain that felt like it was tearing his soul apart gradually faded, Might Dewey's consciousness, flickering like a candle in the wind, on the brink of falling into silence, began to regain clarity with a refreshing sensation. His gaze started to focus and landed on Kagetsu, who was using medical ninjutsu to examine and heal his body. How do you feel? Noticing the focus in Might Dewey's eyes, Kagetsu maintained his medical ninjutsu while gently asking. How do I feel? A little weak, Might Dewey answered honestly after carefully sensing his body. At that moment, he indeed felt drained, as though he had just gone through intense training. Additionally, his throat felt dry and scratchy, and his voice was hoarse and strained. Do you feel any discomfort or pain? Kagetsu asked. Might Dewey shook his head. Though his body felt weak, under the effect of Kagetsu's medical ninjutsu, it was as if his exhausted body was soaking in warm water, washing away his fatigue and slowly restoring his strength. He knew this was Kagetsu's unique healing technique, based on medical ninjutsu. It allowed a ninja to quickly recover their physical strength, condition, injuries, and mental state. It was a powerful, all-around restorative medical ninjutsu. What about hunger? Kagetsu asked again. I'm very hungry. Strangely, before Kagetsu asked, Might Dewey hadn't felt hungry. But as soon as she asked, a sudden wave of hunger swept through his body. It was as if he had been under an illusion before. Now that the illusion had broken, his true physical condition was warning him. I'm accelerating your recovery and stimulating your organs, Kagetsu explained. After a moment, he released the yang chakra from his hands and removed the restraints and tools binding Might Dewey. Might Dewey felt his body regain some strength. Although his muscles were still extremely sore, the itchy sensation now overpowered the pain. He still had difficulty using his body's strength, but he had regained enough control to manage it. He could now give commands to his body and make it follow them. Might Dewey propped himself up on the operating table with his arm and sat up. He watched as Kagetsu removed the various patches and instruments from his body, feeling a bit dazed as he asked, Is it all better now? Yes, but there's a recovery period ahead. Don't worry, it's not the medicine causing any issues. I just need to monitor your body's changes over the next few days, Kagetsu said, glancing at Might Dewey, who was drenched in sweat, looking like he'd been caught in a storm. His hair clung to his head. After your recent training, if possible, you should come to me for some tests and report any physical changes you've noticed. No problem. Might Dewey struggled to raise his arm and gave Kagetsu a thumbs up. Chapter 135, Chapter 101.2, Effects. Go eat first. Your body needs a lot of nutrients right now. Over the next period, your appetite will increase and you'll eat a lot. This is normal, Kagetsu continued, sighing as he watched Might Dewey cautiously place his feet on the floor. His knees buckled, and he nearly fell. A black shadow from Kagetsu's body merged into Might Dewey's shadow, and black, nerve-like tendrils quickly climbed up his body. After just regaining control of his body, Might Dewey suddenly felt an additional force supporting him. His weak body was held up like it was using a crutch, helping him stand firm on the ground. Might Dewey knew about the Nara clan's shadow techniques and had experienced Kagetsu's shadow jutsu many times before. But the sensation now was completely different from before. It was a strange feeling. There was no struggle for control between him and the shadow, but his body seemed to be controlled by two different forces at once. The new control felt more like an aid, something like a crutch, supporting his body. It was conscious, replacing his control over his own body. It was like his body couldn't move, but with the help of tools, he controlled the tools to indirectly control his own body. I'll take you out, Kagetsu said as he walked, signaling Might Dewey to follow. I've prepared some special military rations pills for you. They can temporarily ease your hunger, Kagetsu said as he walked past the operating table and handed a palm-sized bag to Might Dewey. Might Dewey opened the bag to reveal 3 military rations pills sealed in wax. He didn't hesitate, took one, and broke the wax shell. He quickly popped the black pill into his mouth. After chewing a couple of times, he swallowed it with saliva. In an instant, he felt a noticeable change in his body. His digestion felt almost unfamiliar to him. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, he felt it completely digested. His hungry body quickly absorbed the contents of the pill, and it was gone almost immediately. At that moment, Might Dewey wasn't sure whether Kagetsu had improved his original military rations pills or if his digestive abilities had become terrifyingly efficient. Guy. After leaving the technology development department, Might Dewey quickly spotted Might Guy, who was training near the lab. He realized that, to wait for him, Guy had probably been training here for a long time. Touched, Might Dewey rushed forward and hugged him. Father. Might Guy returned the hug, also excited. Guy, to celebrate youth and passion, let's start training. After the emotional reunion, Might Dewey declared their training session. No way, Dewey-san. Kagetsu's voice suddenly came from behind them, causing the father and son to freeze in place for a moment. You should eat first and make up for your body's energy deficit. Ha ha ha, I forgot. Might Dewey turned around, awkwardly scratching his head and smiling at Might Guy. 7 days later. After completing the tests, the Might father and son were fully freed. My physical strength has nearly doubled. My chakra amount has also increased by double. The cost is that my appetite has grown, and my digestion has improved. The fatigue after training can now be recovered quickly in a short time. If I have food, this recovery time will be even faster. As for the 8 gates technique, I could previously handle the aftereffects of opening the 5th gate without too much of a problem. But after opening the 6th gate, my body would suffer a backlash from the burden of the 8 gates, and my combat strength would decrease for a period. But now, my body can handle the pressure of opening the 6th gate. This means that I can use the 6th gate as a regular technique, and because of the increased chakra, it's even stronger now. Kagetsu was listening while happily recording all the data about Dewey's body into his experimental scroll. Dewey's body data was incredibly valuable for a taijutsu ninja. For research-type ninjas who could use it, the benefits were even greater. If the ninja practiced the 8 gates technique, it became even more precious and important. Yeah, everything's great. The only downside is my bigger appetite, Might Dewey said with a frown. In the past, the food he and his son, Guy, ate after training was manageable, but now that his appetite had grown, even though he was taking on more missions, his food expenses had increased massively. Recently, Might Dewey's daily training routine included hunting in the Forest of Death for wild game. The forest had a rich supply of large animals, and it also gave him a chance to get familiar with his body, which was gradually becoming stronger again. Yes, before, he had reached his limit and could barely maintain his state through intense training. But now, with his physical strength improved, his potential has been raised once more. Chapter 136, Chapter 102, Separation and Discovery. Land of Rain. In a secluded canyon, members of the Akatsuki, cloaked in black robes, were locked in a fierce battle against a group of Iwagakure shinobi wearing rock-patterned forehead protectors. The relentless downpour from the sky provided a natural advantage to the Akatsuki's water-style ninjutsu specialists, amplifying their power in the rain-soaked battlefield. Under the leadership of Yahiko and Nagato, the Akatsuki clashed head-on with the Iwagakure jonin who led their opposing forces. This was a sudden and unexpected confrontation. After Conan successfully began crafting healing tags, Yahiko had immediately sought out clients, including the Rain Village and Iwagakure, who were conducting a search in the Land of Rain. Due to the unique properties of the healing tags, both the Rain Village and Iwagakure unsurprisingly showed strong interest in acquiring them. Compared to the impoverished Rain Village, Iwagakure's Tsuchikage, Anoki, had no objection to the Akatsuki's proposal of trading healing tags for supplies. The two sides had already completed one successful transaction, with Iwagakure delivering a shipment of supplies, including food, as promised. This was their second trade. The meeting location had been chosen by Iwagakure. But just as the transaction was about to proceed, Iwagakure suddenly turned on them, launching a surprise attack. At the same time, numerous Iwagakure shinobi, who had been lying in ambush, revealed themselves, surrounding the Akatsuki from all sides. Caught off guard, many Akatsuki members were injured immediately. If not for the swift intervention of Yahiko and Nagato, the ambush would have wiped out the majority of their group in an instant. Why? Yahiko's furious roar echoed through the rain, mingling with the clash of kunai. His face was a mask of rage. However, the Iwagakure jonin fighting Yahiko showed no remorse, only a glimmer of mockery and cold indifference in his eyes. Did this rogue organization, unrecognized even by the Rain Village, truly believe they could negotiate as equals with Iwagakure, one of the 5 great nations? Such naivety was pitiful. Are you sure it's fine not to help them? Beyond the battlefield, on the steep cliffs overlooking the canyon, a man named Shino softly asked as he observed the skirmish below. This is something they must go through. Only by proving their strength can they secure a foothold in the ninja world, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Otherwise, the healing tag won't be the salvation of the Land of Rain, it'll become a death warrant. Jiraiya's expression showed a hint of reluctance, but his tone remained firm. You're not entirely honest with yourself, are you? If they were in danger, even if it meant exposing your identity, you'd still go save them, wouldn't you? They're all kind-hearted kids who dream of peace. Shino responded dismissively to Jiraiya's words. And what about you, Kakuzu? Shino turned to the third person present, the silent and reserved Kakuzu. For some time now, Shino had occasionally felt a sense of being watched. Yet, whenever he tried to investigate, the feeling would vanish without a trace. Though Shino had great confidence in his sensory skills and abilities, this experience left him slightly paranoid. Both Jiraiya and the mysterious Kakuzu were on his list of suspects. I'm only responsible for protecting the girl named Conan. As for the other two, that's a separate fee, Kakuzu replied gruffly. It seems Iwagakure's mission is doomed to fail. After a moment, Shino looked down at the crumbling Iwagakure team and remarked. Are you leaving too? Jiraiya suddenly turned to ask Shino. Yes, I've already taught Konan everything she needs to know. There are still many places in this world I need to travel to and countless patients waiting for me to treat them. With Konan and the healing tag, the land of rain no longer needs me. Shino's expression was filled with pride as he responded to Jiraiya, much like a teacher watching a student grow capable of standing on their own. So far, Shino had presented himself as a gentle, caring, and compassionate medical nin. During his time with the Akatsuki, he had easily won the respect and admiration of many members. Yahiko, in particular, resonated deeply with Shino's empathetic words, which often reflected his own ideals of ending war and pursuing peace. You should also be preparing to leave the land of rain, shouldn't you? Iwagakure and Kirigakure have already tacitly joined forces to wage war against the land of fire's Konoha. As one of the legendary Sannin, Konoha won't let you stay stationed here in the land of rain for long. As they spoke, the battle in the canyon had reached its peak. Although the Akatsuki was initially caught off guard, Yahiko and Nagato's fierce counterattack turned the tide. The IWA nin who had surrounded them suffered significant casualties and losses. Nagato, in particular, turned ninjutsu into an art form. Under the pouring rain, every water release technique he unleashed caused devastating harm to the IWA nin. The typical chakra principle of earth overpowering water had no effect on Nagato. His water release techniques effortlessly broke through earth release defenses, injuring the IWA nin in the process. The IWA nin facing Nagato were horrified to realize that he was like a monster who could see through the mysteries of their ninjutsu, and even copy and use it effortlessly. Nagato moved like a master artist, blending raindrops into his attacks, creating and unleashing all sorts of ninjutsu with fluid grace. Water release, lightning release, fire release, and even the earth release techniques that the IWA nin excelled in, Nagato wielded them all with ease. His techniques were executed effortlessly, yet their power was astonishingly immense. The two IWA nin jonin leading the team only held a brief advantage before Nagato completely turned the situation around. Shino, observing the victorious Akatsuki members below as they began securing prisoners and cleaning up the battlefield, decided to test Jiraiya's reaction. So, have you been summoned back to Konoha? Shino asked. Yes, I've received orders from the Hokage to return, Jiraiya replied without hesitation. He had a certain level of trust in Shino. And what about Kakuzu? Shino's gaze shifted to Kakuzu. Compared to Jiraiya, he harbored much deeper suspicion toward the bounty hunter. Shino had a sharp intuition for detecting malice. His exposure to the dark chakra of the Zero Tails had heightened his sensitivity to shifts in people's emotions and intentions. Yet, with Kakuzu, Shino found himself puzzled. His instincts couldn't definitively determine whether Kakuzu harbored malice toward him. Fortunately, Shino was about to leave, taking the healing tag technology with him. The only regret was that Kakuzu guarded that girl, Konan, too closely. Coupled with Jiraiya's presence, Shino hadn't found an opportunity to abduct her. Otherwise, Konan could have become a gold mine in his hands, playing a crucial role in his grand plans. I'll be staying, Kakuzu replied. As he spoke, Kakuzu felt the faint warmth of the mask stored on his shoulder, subtly signaling him. Shino, he's the person Kagetsu has been searching for. Or perhaps, he has had contact with the corpse of the third Raikage. Chapter 137, Chapter 103, Meeting. Mist surrounded the dense forest. Several swift figures moved quickly between the trees. You're late. A disgruntled voice echoed through the fog. Kakuzu, dressed in a black robe with snake-like patterns, stepped out from behind a tree, blocking the newcomer's path. We had to leave the village, it takes time. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Kakuzu, a calm voice replied. The speaker, Kagetsu, came to a halt with Shursue and Anko by his side. The three stood in front of Kakuzu. This is such a hassle. Why couldn't I handle this myself? Kakuzu grumbled. It's just a medical nin, after all. Everyone knows that unless the medical nin is someone like Tsunade Senju, they're not much of a fighter. Shino, who wandered the lands, might be a bit trickier to deal with, but Kakuzu, whose strength had grown significantly, was confident he could take him down. To Kakuzu, Kagetsu's decision to come in person was entirely unnecessary. The debt deduction will proceed as agreed. Where is he? Kagetsu's words instantly calmed Kakuzu down. He's in the town ahead. Honestly, he seems like a nice guy. I actually enjoyed working with him, Kakuzu said as he turned and started leading the way. Sounds like he's good at hiding his true nature, even fooling someone as experienced as you, Kagetsu replied with a faint smile, following Kakuzu. You're saying it's an act? Kakuzu's tone showed a flicker of surprise but quickly returned to its usual indifference. For Kakuzu, it didn't matter if Shino was a good person or not. It wouldn't stop him from treating him as a target to settle his debts. As a notorious bounty hunter in the black market, Kakuzu never let morality interfere with his work. Watch out. Shursue suddenly shouted, swiftly forming hand signs. A wall of earth erupted in front of them, blocking a sudden barrage of kunai that emerged from the mist. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of kunai striking the wall echoed sharply, accompanied by the rapid clatter of mechanisms. In an instant, several volleys of projectiles turned the wall summoned by Shisui into something resembling a porcupine. Wind release, great breakthrough. Anko quickly formed hand seals, her puffed-up cheeks releasing a powerful gust of wind as she turned her head. The fan-shaped blast cleared away the thin mist, revealing a radius of clear visibility spanning about 100 meters. In front of the now dispersed earthen wall stood a group of shinobi holding strange mechanical devices. They surrounded a figure that Kakuzu immediately recognized. So, my sensory abilities weren't mistaken. Someone has been secretly tailing me, Shino said as he raised his hand, his gaze fixed on Kakuzu and his group of 4. Kakuzu-san, haven't we gotten along quite well so far? Why are you harboring such hostility toward me? Is it because of these Konoha shinobi? Shino's eyes shifted to the trio behind Kakuzu, Kagetsu, Anko, and Shisui. You do have secrets, don't you? Kakuzu replied indifferently, completely unfazed despite being surrounded by numerous shinobi. His eyes carried an odd glint as he observed Shino. These shinobi don't look like people a wandering medical ninja could rally to their cause. Everyone has secrets, why pry into mine? Tell me, what is it that you want? Shino demanded loudly. Shino had no intention of exposing his secrets, but circumstances had forced his hand. Now that he'd been uncovered, Kakuzu and his group had to be eliminated. He was stalling for 2 reasons: 1, to allow the encirclement to be completed, and 2, to figure out why Kakuzu had been targeting him and why he teamed up with these 3 Konoha shinobi. Zero Tails. Kagetsu stepped forward from behind Kakuzu, meeting Shino's gaze directly as he uttered a name that caused Shino's expression to darken instantly. Wait a second. That's not what you told me. Kakuzu scowled. Weren't you after the 3rd Raikage's corpse? And what the hell is the Zero Tails? Kakuzu, a living relic of the ninja world, was shocked. He'd never heard of the Zero Tails before. But judging by Shino's sudden change in expression, it clearly existed. Could it be some unknown type of tailed beast? I knew it. Konoha must have discovered that I'd stolen the technique to control the Zero Tails, so they sent people to eliminate me. Shino's face darkened further as he quickly pieced together his own explanation in his mind. But soon, he realized there was something off about his conclusion. 3rd Raikage. How do you know the 3rd Raikage's body is in my hands? Shino's gaze shifted back and forth between Kakuzu and Kagetsu, mistakenly thinking that the 2 of them were working together for their own separate purposes. Is there really such a thing as the Zero Tails? Kakuzu grinned. If we sold it to a major ninja village, it would definitely be worth a lot, right? The Zero Tails is mine. Kill them. Shino's friendly and compassionate expression had disappeared, replaced by a cold and ruthless demeanor. Underestimated, huh? But do you mind if I warm up a bit first? Kakuzu glanced at Kagetsu, and seeing him take a step back, Kakuzu quickly formed hand seals. Lava release, starburst break. Kakuzu's chest and abdomen swelled up as he shot out sticky, acidic liquid toward the oncoming ninjas. The acid spread like water splashing, covering a large area ahead. Any ninjas who couldn't avoid it had their flesh instantly begin to dissolve, revealing their white, bone structures beneath. Boom. 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 Amidst the tragic screams, the ninjas whose bodies had melted into skeletons struggled miserably in the acidic liquid. Under Kakuzu's control, the liquid exploded upon contact with the air, causing a chain reaction of explosions in front. Flames filled the air, obscuring the view. The ninjas who had rushed forward were wiped out. The remaining ninjas stopped in their tracks, stunned by Kakuzu's display of power. Shino's face grew even darker, but he did not order his ninjas to keep advancing. Instead, he made a hand signal. Seeing this, the ninjas around him immediately pulled out a cylindrical object and fired a flare into the sky. Soon, a loud rushing sound came from above. Shisui looked up at the sky, and his Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. A group of ninjas with special ninja tools are flying towards us, Shisui said, his expression changing. He then asked Kakuzu and Kagetsu, should I handle them? Kagetsu nodded. In an instant, Shisui's 3-tomo Sharingan transformed, its shapes twisting into a 4-point windmill. A green skeletal structure extended from his body, and a massive green giant, holding a long green spear, rose from the ground. Chapter 138, Chapter 104.1, Battle. What is that? Seeing the enormous green giant, Shino and his ninja subordinates widened their eyes in shock. Is that also ninjutsu? Feeling the cold, oppressive chakra that filled the air and the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the giant, the ninjas surrounding Kagetsu and his group became flustered and hesitant. This is unbelievable. Kakuzu's eye twitched when he saw the Uchiha kid activate Susanoo once again. Why does that Uchiha brat always like to go all out during battles? Back when Kakuzu first fought him, the kid's display of power was a sign of respect for Kakuzu's strength. But now, against a group of ninjas armed with nothing more than specialized equipment. What was the reason for going all out here? Kakuzu quickly found his answer. The sky was filled with strange flying devices, each carrying mechanisms that unleashed a relentless barrage of kunai launchers and explosive tags. Mixed in with the kunai and tags were various wind release techniques, further enhancing the scale of the assault. The dense rain of projectiles, resembling a downpour of glittering needles, made even Kakuzu's expression darken. Such an attack wasn't just powerful, it was overwhelming. This level of firepower could easily overrun a small ninja village. Even the hidden villages of the 5 great nations would suffer significant losses if caught off guard by such a sudden, massive offensive. However, what came faster than the kunai rain was an unending wave of vibrant green arrows. The green giant's chest plate opened to reveal a circular hollow, from which countless emerald arrows shot out. The arrows adjusted their trajectory with the giant's movements, expanding the area of their assault with terrifying precision. Explosive tags tied to kunai collided with the green arrows in midair, veering off course and detonating into fiery explosions that lit up the sky. The continuous explosions painted the heavens in blazing hues, creating a breathtaking spectacle of fire. Meanwhile, shattered pieces of the flying devices, accompanied by falling silhouettes and agonized screams, rained down from the sky amidst the chaos. In just a few breaths, the fan-shaped sky in front of Kagetsu and his group turned into a blazing sea of fire. Shino's expression darkened instantly. Without hesitation, he ordered the nearby ninjas to attack and hold off Kagetsu's group, while he swiftly retreated. He's running. Want me to chase him? Kakuzu asked, glancing at Kagetsu while watching his target vanish quickly. Several burning fireballs fell from the sky. Just before they hit the ground, a massive green arm swept them aside. The force of the giant arm's movement stirred up strong winds, making Kakuzu's black cloak flutter loudly below. This should be his secret base. Let's go together, Kagetsu replied calmly. He didn't seem concerned about Shino's escape, as he had already locked onto the target's location. Unless something unexpected happened, Shinno wouldn't get far. Is that so? As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, he charged forward. His arms spread behind him like wings as he sprinted at high speed. Despite being alone, compared to the dozens, if not hundreds, of ninjas rushing toward him, Kakuzu exuded the overwhelming presence of an unstoppable force. After clearing the sky and sweeping away the falling debris, the green giant dissipated into thin air. Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes reverted back to the standard 3-tomo Sharingan. A thin trail of blood trickled down from the corner of Shursue's eye, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with fatigue. However, the curse mark on his shoulder suddenly became more active, releasing a unique chakra that flowed throughout his body. The excruciating pain from using Susanoo and the strain on his body were quickly soothed by a cooling sensation, significantly improving Shursue's condition. A kunai struck Kakuzu, producing a metallic clang. In the brief moment when the attacker froze in fear, Kakuzu's punch landed squarely, sending the ninja flying with no resistance. Contrary to common belief, a ninja's body isn't as fragile as it seems, especially those skilled in taijutsu. When ninjas are quickly defeated, appearing weak in both offense and defense, it's often because they were utterly outmatched. For example, a certain Jiraiya can still move energetically despite enduring Tsunade's monstrous strength. Even if Tsunade holds back, it's not a level of force an ordinary person could withstand. Kakuzu, now with the steel release Kekkei, was incredibly satisfied with his body's toughness. Most taijutsu attacks couldn't even scratch him anymore. With earth release techniques for reinforcement, his defense could reach even greater heights. What thrilled Kakuzu even more was how the properties and resilience of his earth grudge fear technique were enhanced by his steel release and lava release bloodline limits. Having familiarized himself with this newfound power, Kakuzu had already begun crafting an entirely new combat system. A group of ninjas leaped into the air, their weapons aimed at Kakuzu as they surrounded him. Their strike seemed unavoidable, but in an instant, their bodies were pierced by countless black spikes, suspended in midair like skewers. As the black spikes slowly retracted, the corpses, riddled with holes, fell to the ground. Standing amidst the carnage was Kakuzu, his body bristling with black spikes like a porcupine. The spikes retreated into Kakuzu's body as he tore off his tattered black robe, tying it around his waist. At the joints of his arms, fresh sprouts of earth grudge fear threads burst through his flesh, writhing like vines. The threads wove together in midair, forming 2 double-edged axes on either side. Enhanced by the steel release and lava release Kekkei, the axes wrapped around his hands hardened to a metallic sheen. Their edges glowed red-hot, radiating the searing heat of molten iron. Kakuzu's modified body, transformed by earth grudge fear, gave him an arsenal of deadly and adaptable abilities. Under his control, the threads, imbued with the toughness and hardness of steel release, became versatile weapons of destruction. Damn it! Shinno moved swiftly, the scenery on either side blurring as he rushed forward. In the distance, across a vast expanse of water, the outline of a massive structure began to emerge through the sea mist, its silhouette resembling the tip of an iceberg. Sensing no pursuers behind him, Shino exhaled in relief but quickened his pace toward the colossal building looming faintly in the fog. As he sprinted across the water's surface, his footfalls light and quick, he suddenly noticed a massive shadow beneath the waves. It was rapidly expanding, as if some enormous creature was about to break through to the surface. Shino's instinct screamed danger. Without hesitation, he stomped hard on the water, launching himself high into the air and away from the shadow below. Boom. A huge splash erupted as a colossal figure burst out of the sea, sending waves crashing in all directions. The surrounding waters trembled violently. The creature resembled a snake, with a long, sinuous body covered in dark brown scales segmented like armor. Its head bore a terrifying maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, resembling the beak of an octopus. It had no visible eyes, but it clearly possessed a unique sense for locating its prey. The monstrous head, which alone measured over 10 meters in length, locked onto Shino's position. Its jagged mouth opened wide, spinning like gears, and unfurled like a blooming flower as it lunged down toward him. Boom. The surface of the water exploded once more, sending violent waves in every direction. The sea churned as if it were boiling. Chapter 139, Chapter 104.2, Zero Tail. What is this monster? Shino could only feel the overwhelming strength of the massive creature as it brushed past him. If given a choice, he wouldn't have tangled with this sudden monster. But it was clear, he had already become its locked target. Splash. A terrifying maw erupted from directly beneath Shino. The gaping jaws stretched wide as the creature's massive, elongated body shot out of the sea, rising 20 to 30 meters high before its momentum waned. It then plummeted back toward the ocean's surface. Shino moved swiftly across the splashing waves, agile as ever. As he closed in on the beast, the muscles in his right arm bulged suddenly, and he delivered a powerful punch straight into its massive form. Despite its colossal size, the monster staggered from the force of Shino's blow. Its long, straight body bent into a U-shape under the impact. A piercing screech erupted from the creature's maw as it tumbled, crashing heavily onto the sea's surface. Twin walls of water, 10 meters high, surged up from either side of its body and sprayed a fine mist into the air. This scene alone demonstrated the sheer power behind Shino's punch. It rivaled the strength of another medical ninja renowned for her monstrous strength, Tsunade. When it came to understanding and enhancing the human body, Shino prided himself on being no less capable than Tsunade. However, their paths had diverged. Ultimately, both had arrived at a similar conclusion: neither Shino nor Tsunade fit the common perception of medical ninja as frail and in need of protection. Simply put, they excelled at harnessing their physical bodies, maximizing potential, and making themselves exceptionally hard to kill. Shino's punch was the result of activating the muscles and cells in his arm, combined with his mastery of the 8 gates technique. For an ordinary ninja, even if they could unlock their body's potential to this degree, such a strike would render them incapable of continuing the fight. But as a medical ninja, Shino relied on his self-developed medical forbidden techniques to perfectly bypass these side effects. Yet, despite seemingly dealing with the monster, Shino's expression remained grim. From within the thin mist over the sea, several faint figures began to emerge. Looks like I've encountered an unexpected situation. Shino stood shirtless, his entire body drenched, and his chakra surging intensely. It was clear he had just been in a fierce battle with someone, or something. A huge black shadow rose from below, lifting Kagetsu high into the air amidst the surprised and ominous gazes of Kakuzu and Shino. A faint buzzing sound came from the monster's body, emerging through its mouth, carrying a sense of grievance that could be felt by anyone nearby. All right, Kagetsu crouched down, soothing the distressed insect. After checking its body, he found everything to be normal. It might have taken some damage from Shino's hands, but there were no serious injuries. Of course, this could also be because the insect's vitality was incredibly strong, making it hard to receive any injuries that could severely harm it. After all these years of nurturing and refining it, the insect's vitality had reached a level that even Kagetsu found somewhat tricky to deal with. There's a city over there. Anko quickly climbed up, following the insect's body that had risen above the water's surface. She shaded her eyes with her hand, gazing at the enormous black shadow in the distance. Among the shadow, a small part of it was a giant stone-carved face. Anchor Vansion. Once the location of the Land of Sky. It was a giant, mobile fortress capable of floating in the sky. What should we do? Kakuzu asked, keeping his distance from the insect, while watching Shino. Should we cut off his limbs and slowly extract information? Or just eliminate it right here? For him, the mission was the priority. Only by completing the mission could some of the debts he owed be paid off. As for using his own savings to repay his debts, Kakuzu was strongly against the idea, even if Kagetsu would accept. That money, it was his lifeblood. Counting money late at night and watching his wealth grow was one of the few joys left in his otherwise dull and lengthy life. I'll hand over the third Raikage's body to you. Our battle will end here, is that acceptable? Shino took out a scroll from his body, raising it high in his hand and shouting at Kagetsu. Since the four had chased after them, it was clear that Shino's previous forces had been wiped out. Shino harbored deep caution toward the Uchiha. That kind of chakra giant was enough to send a chill down even his spine. If possible, he didn't want to continue fighting Kagetsu and the others. Where is Zero Tail and the city behind you? Kagetsu pointed at the massive structure that was slowly emerging from the sea mist. Shino's face instantly turned dark with displeasure. Zero Tail and Anchor Vansion were two indispensable foundations for achieving his ambitions. Losing either of them would cause his ambitions to fall apart. Unless he was cornered with no way out, he could not accept this at all. Since that's the case, I'll just have to let you see the true terror of Zero Tail. Shino did not want to hand over both Zero Tail and Anchor Vansion, at least, he didn't feel like he had reached the end of his rope yet. He tore the pad of his finger against his teeth. Fresh red blood began to drip down his hand. Shino quickly smeared the blood along his fingers, forming seals, then slammed his hands down onto the surface of the sea. The symbols spread out across the sea like a spider's web, rapidly expanding in all directions. A huge black shadow, accompanied by white smoke, appeared. An overwhelming aura of evil, gloom, and an oppressive, dense chakra filled the surroundings, making everyone's hair stand on end. Hey, hey, hey. Is this Zero Tail? Kakuzu, standing nearby, stared at the black creature that appeared before them, his eyes widening in shock. It was a black, serpent-like monster with a coiling body. Its head had a masked face, and on its forehead was the large character for Zero. A sinister black aura surrounded its body, with chakra radiating an icy coldness and despair. Chapter 140, Chapter 105.1, Ashoji Jiso. The chakra is even darker and colder than that of a tailed beast, Shursue murmured, his Sharingan fixed on the massive entity looming over the ocean. The faint outline of a four-pronged pinwheel flickered in his eyes. Genjutsu using the Sharingan. Without specific means, the Zero Tails cannot be controlled, Shino remarked, retreating a safe distance from the beast. His tone and actions betrayed a deep wariness toward the Zero Tails. Whoosh! 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 Invisible chakra tendrils shot out from the Zero Tail's body, lashing out indiscriminately at every living thing around it. Shino leaped deftly, evading several tendrils that came dangerously close to him. Although the Zero Tails had only recently been resurrected, no one present understood its nature better than Shino. The Zero Tails was the embodiment of humanity's darkness, an amalgamation of all negative emotions, created as a chakra-based monstrosity akin to a tailed beast. Like the tailed beasts, it possessed immortality. However, while a tailed beast's rebirth relied on chakra, the Zero Tails was reborn through the darkness in human hearts. Its chaotic and destructive tendencies rivaled those of the tailed beasts, yet its nature as a manifestation of dark chakra made it even more uncontrollable and violent. If he had a choice, Shino would not have awakened it so prematurely, nor summoned it from the energy sealing chamber of Anchor Vansion. The Zero Tails, freshly revived, had not yet matured to a stage he found satisfactory. The ongoing ninja world war was the perfect crucible for its growth. Prolonged conflict bred despair, rage, fear, sorrow, pain, and hopelessness, the very emotions that thrived in the hearts of the ninja world's people and provided sustenance for the Zero Tails. But now, with no guarantee of defeating Kagetsu and the others, Shino had no choice but to play his trump card and forcefully unleash the Zero Tails. The only regret was that he could not yet fully control its power. Powerful sound waves rippled outward from the mouth of Ashoji Jiso, sending violent gusts that crisscrossed in front of it. The force carved deep trenches into the ocean's surface before slamming into the Zero Tails. When the wind release technique, powerful enough to stir massive waves in the ocean, made contact with the Zero Tail's body, it instantly dissipated into a gentle breeze, completely absorbed by the writhing mass of its form. Fire release, Flame Dragon Jutsu. Anko quickly formed hand seals, and within a blaze of fiery light, several fire dragons emerged, lunging toward the Zero Tail's extended and splitting appendages. The fire dragons collided with the divided limbs, but instead of burning through, massive mouths suddenly appeared on the Zero Tail's flesh. Like serpents, the mouths constricted tightly around the fire dragons, devouring them entirely. The multitude of mouths on the tentacles even exhaled small puffs of smoke afterward, as if letting out a satisfied burp. It's absorbing the chakra for my jutsu. Anko exclaimed, realizing that her connection to the fire dragons had been forcibly severed. Her chakra was drained completely, leaving her unable to detonate the flames and cause any damage to the Zero Tails. Noticed it, have you? That's right, Zero Tails doesn't just devour the darkness within human hearts. It can absorb jutsu and chakra too. It's a tailed beast specifically designed to counter ninjutsu. Dark chakra similar to the Zero Tails began emanating from Shino's body, causing the Zero Tails to perceive him as an ally and cease its attacks on him. So, jutsu are useless, then. Kakuzu muttered, hardening his body to slice through the Zero Tail's black, wriggling tentacles as they lashed toward him. However, he quickly noticed a troubling pattern. The tentacles were slimy and extraordinarily resilient, and even his Earth Grudge fear-hardened axe-like blades failed to inflict significant damage. Only his lava releases intense heat managed to singe the tentacles slightly, forcing them to retract momentarily. But this was a mere temporary reprieve. The Zero Tails seemed to grow more aggressive, spawning even more tentacles that sprouted hand-like ends, lunging to grab at Kakuzu. The Zero Tails resembled a mass of malleable clay, constantly splitting and reshaping its body to evade attacks and entangle its enemies like ropes. Once it ensnared a target, it unleashed its devouring power, draining the victim's chakra completely. As one of the largest combatants, the same size as Zero Tail, Ashoji Jiso became an immediate target of the Zero Tails. Its massive body was quickly enveloped by numerous tentacles, engaging in a brutal close-quarters struggle. Note, for easier time reading, the bug or insect that Kagetsu raised will be called Ashoji Jiso, the same name as Zanpakuto of Kurotsuchi Mayuri. Even though the Zero Tail's teeth couldn't pierce Ashoji Jiso's tough exoskeleton, it shifted tactics, spawning even more tentacles to cocoon Ashoji Jiso tightly, like a silken web. The Zero Tail's body shimmered with an eerie glow as it began voraciously siphoning the chakra from within Ashoji Jiso. Poo 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 poo. Black spikes shot out from the gaps between the tentacles of Zero Tails as it wrapped around Ashoji Jiso. In the next moment, under Zero Tails' confused expression, its body, pinned by the spikes, was spun violently as Ashoji Jiso twisted its body in a rapid spiral. Seawater from the ocean was siphoned upwards, spiraling along the massive bodies of the two beasts, forming a colossal waterspout that reached into the sky. The sound of Zero Tails' wailing seemed to echo all around. In just a few moments, segments of Zero Tails' body were shredded into pieces and flung outward. When the waterspout finally dispersed and the scene within became visible, the once dominant Zero Tails had been reduced to scattered, mangled limbs stubbornly clinging to Ashoji Jiso. Kakuzu, who had taken the opportunity to escape the clutches of Zero Tails' tentacles, reappeared beside Kagetsu and the other two. He looked at the scene before him with a hint of surprise and spoke up. "Is it already dealt with?" Bearing the title Zero Tails, Kakuzu had assumed it would be just as tough and formidable as the other tailed beasts. Yet, the fearsome beast had been handled by an unknown summoned beast in a single fierce confrontation. Was this some kind of disgrace to tailed beasts? After all, Kakuzu had never heard of a tailed beast being defeated one-on-one by a summoning beast. Impossible. Zero Tails is immortal. As long as darkness exists in people's hearts, it will keep reviving over and over again. Besides, these injuries mean nothing to Zero Tails. The one answering Kakuzu's question was Shino. At that moment, Shino had already completed a hand seal and merged with Zero Tails' severed head. Under his control, Zero Tails suddenly seemed to gain consciousness. Its scattered limbs and remains began to reintegrate into its main body. I should thank you for heavily injuring Zero Tails. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to gain control of it. Now, round 2 begins. With those words, Shino's body sank, disappearing into the depths of the sea as he fully fused with Zero Tails' forehead. Chapter 141, Chapter 105.2, Hollow. Facing the now even more powerful Zero Tails, Kakuzu silently began extracting and compressing the 2 Keki powers within his body. This mission is beyond what I signed up for. Make sure to pay extra when this is over, Kakuzu muttered grimly to Kagetsu before charging forward to attack Zero Tails head-on. Ninjutsu didn't work. Close combat was dangerous, as Zero Tails' splitting tentacles could easily bind and entangle its opponent. The sheer difficulty of dealing with Zero Tails was undeniable. With Shino's unpredictable strength added to the mix, this had become one of the toughest missions Kakuzu had ever undertaken in his decades of life. Second only to the time he faced his assassination target, the first Hokage. However, under Shino's control, the Zero Tails did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, its long, slender body began to swell strangely, bulging here and there. Its form became bloated and distorted. The massive beast curled up tightly, thrashing about like a struggling water snake or an earthworm. It churned up the ocean surface, creating towering waves with its violent movements. Seeing this, Kakuzu's eyes glimmered with a hint of joy. Although he couldn't understand what was happening, it was clear that the Zero Tails' body was out of control. Shino's battered body forced its way out of the Zero Tails' forehead. Covered in injuries, he crawled out desperately, only to plummet straight into the ocean below with a splash. The Zero Tails' struggles grew more intense but gradually weaker. Finally, it became motionless, floating lifelessly on the water's surface like a dead fish. What did you do to the Zero Tails? A furious voice roared from the front. A burly, shirtless man leapt out of the sea, glaring at Kagetsu and the others with rage as he stared at the stiff, lifeless form of the Zero Tails. Eating random things can upset the stomach. Didn't you ever teach it that? Kagetsu stood on the ocean's surface, Ashoji Jiso swirling in the nearby waters. Their subtle movements gave an oddly smug impression. Is it that thing? Shino's gaze locked onto Ashoji Jiso. He noticed that it was no longer concealing an aura, one even darker and more sinister than the Zero Tails. Kagetsu's gaze shifted past Shino to the unmoving Zero Tails behind him. Even though it's not a soul-based entity, a collection of dark emotions should be sufficient. Let's see which is stronger, the so-called dark chakra or the power of the hollow. What are you talking about? Shino's body vanished instantly, creating a powerful splash as he moved. Watch out. Shursue drew the short sword from his back, stepping in front of Kagetsu to block Shino's sudden attack. Darkness wave. Black chakra condensed in Shino's palm, forming a dark sphere of energy. He slammed it down, only for it to collide with a skeletal structure that appeared before him. Susanoo. The moment Shursue sensed danger, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and summoned Susanoo as a shield to block in front of him. Under the impact of the attack, Susanoo's skeletal frame cracked with numerous fractures. Simultaneously, Shursue's body trembled from the shock, and he had to channel more Yin chakra through his Mangekyo to repair the damaged Susanoo. Shino's attack was clearly beyond the expected scale. Even Susanoo in its first stage barely withstood the force of his punch and almost collapsed. Anko dashed forward. As Shursue distracted Shino, she struck in perfect coordination with him. With her flaming fist, she delivered a heavy blow to Shino's face. The bones in Shino's chest deformed instantly, and the intense heat from Anko's attack scorched his skin, producing a sizzling sound as it burned black. As his body was blasted backward, the flames surrounding him seemed to accumulate enough chakra to detonate within his body. Mid-air, Shino became a human torch before crashing heavily into the sea. With a loud hiss of steam from the clash of fire and water, he sank beneath the surface with bubbling sounds. Is he dead? Anko stared at the spot where Shino disappeared. A punch like that would have killed any ordinary ninja instantly, even most jonin. Yet, having made contact with his body, Anko felt oddly certain that Shino wouldn't die so easily. His muscles were simply too strong. His physical defense, purely from the density of his muscles, was nearly on par with the power of the Earth Grudge Fear technique. No, he isn't. His chakra is still flowing rapidly, Shursue said, his Sharingan fixed on the surface of the water where Shino had sunk. Through his Mangekyo's enhanced vision, Shursue could see the chakra coursing through Shino's body with remarkable clarity. Even those seemingly fatal wounds were healing quickly before his eyes. Shino's fading vitality surged back to life. Then let's hit him a few more times. Anko declared. Floating flames appeared around Anko and, with a wave of her hand, arranged themselves in 3 rows in front of her. One after another, the fireballs shot toward the spot where Shino had fallen. Boom. 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 The continuous explosion sent massive plumes of water high into the air. The fireballs tracked Shino's movements underwater, bombarding the area for nearly a full minute. The temperature on the surrounding sea surface rose by several degrees, and the high-temperature steam mixed with the thin sea mist around it. It's useless. Under this ultimate body, even if my injuries are severe, I can still recover. Even if you tear my body into pieces, I can perfectly reassemble and come back to life. On the path of resisting death, I've come farther than anyone in this world, the voice of Shino echoed. His burn scars and wounds rapidly healed and regenerated under the gaze of Anko and the others. You're the first to witness me in this state. Next, I'll use the forbidden taijutsu I obtained from your Konoha to fight. In an instant, the violent chakra within Shino's body exploded, and his chakra surged upwards, increasing by several times in the blink of an eye. Perfect 8 gates. Not a single ounce of power will leak out, it's all locked inside this ultimate body. Every muscle and cell within me is filled with chakra. Even when opening the death gate, I can maintain it for a long time and remain alive. Shino felt the immense power surging through him, and a surge of confidence filled his body. This seemingly omnipotent power gave him a strong sense of security and overwhelming self-assurance. Fool, Kagetsu only had time to mutter a short remark before being struck by a giant black tail. He was sent flying across the sea, bouncing several times like a drifting object, leaving a deep trench on the surface of the water. The rushing seawater quickly filled the trench, and Kagetsu looked at the revived Zero Tail with a surprised but satisfied expression. A half-finished hollow. A monster that controls hollow powers. For the first time in this ninja world, a potential chakra entity that could evolve into a true hollow in future had appeared. Chapter 142, Chapter 106.1, Shino vs. Zero Tails. This overwhelming sense of oppression. I've only ever felt this from the first Hokage. Kakuzu's eyes locked onto the newly reanimated Zero Tails, his stance shifting to one of extreme caution. In just a brief moment, the threat emanating from Zero Tails had risen to a level so intense that even someone as battle-hardened as him felt a chill run down his spine. What stood out the most was the oppressive aura emanating from its body, a sensation that unconsciously reminded him of a man he would never forget. Of course, Kakuzu didn't think Zero Tails could truly rival the first Hokage in power, but he was acutely aware that the beast had undergone a profound transformation. A transformation that made it undeniably stronger. This wasn't the hollow strength it previously displayed, it was a real, tangible power that Kakuzu could perceive and observe with clarity. The swipe it had just landed on Shino demonstrated this all too well. The speed and sheer force were astonishing. Even with his steel release Kekkei Genkai and the defensive buffer provided by his Earth Grudge Fear technique, Kakuzu couldn't emerge completely unscathed. Cough. Damn it. What have you done to my Zero Tails? Shino's battered and broken body began rapidly healing under the effects of his forbidden medical ninjutsu. As long as his chakra wasn't completely depleted, his technique could restore his body to full strength and functionality. However, despite his physical recovery, Shino's heart was consumed by panic and fury. It wasn't the physical injury that shook him, it was the realization that he had lost control over Zero Tails. Even though he still held the jutsu designed to command the beast, Zero Tails no longer responded to his will. It absorbed a power it shouldn't have and was assimilated by an even higher level energy, that's all, Kagetsu said calmly, stepping back with Shursue and the others to create more distance. Although Zero Tails had reawakened, it hadn't attacked Kagetsu and the others again. Instead, it thrashed about in agony within the sea. Shino had been struck purely because he was too close, caught in the chaos of its rampage. The seawater around Zero Tails churned violently, as if boiling, with massive waves surging outward from its writhing form. The black, tar-like surface of Zero Tails began to change as white, bone-like plates emerged from beneath its skin. At the same time, a massive hollow cavity appeared in its tail, nearly splitting its body in two. The white mask bearing the kanji 4-0 on its face expanded, transforming into something that resembled a skeletal frame without flesh, fused to its head. From its open maw, an inaudible hum spread outward. Though silent to the ear, it resonated strangely in the minds of everyone present. It felt like a soul-piercing shriek, causing a momentary lapse in focus for everyone nearby. Tail Beast Ball. When Kakuzu saw the black sphere forming within Zero Tails' open maw, his pupils contracted instantly. No shinobi would want to face a tailed beast ball directly, even if they could withstand it. It's not a tail beast ball. It's a Zero. Kagetsu corrected Kakuzu's assumption. A jet black beam shot out from Zero Tails' mouth like a black sword. As Zero Tails swung its head, the beam swept across the sea, carving a deep trench into the water and exposing the shallow seabed below. It looks like a tail beast cannon. Kakuzu cast a curious glance at Kagetsu. He had witnessed both the standard tail beast ball and its variant, the tail beast cannon. However, Zero Tails' Zero, while similar, had an entirely different essence. At the very least, the energy emanating from Zero Tails carried a strange power Kakuzu couldn't recognize. This energy was stronger than chakra, more dangerous, more ominous. While Kagetsu and Kakuzu were observing Zero Tails, Shino was desperately trying to awaken the technique he had planted within the beast. To him, Zero Tails was more than just a source of power, it was the cornerstone of his ambitions. Without Zero Tails, the energy source for Anchor Vansion would be compromised. Without Zero Tails, he would lose his ultimate weapon to wage war against the 5 great shinobi villages. Shino couldn't accept this outcome. He had gone to great lengths to resurrect and control Zero Tails. He only needed more time for it to fully integrate with Anchor Vansion. Then, once the 5 great nations were exhausted from prolonged conflict, he could emerge as the one who claimed the ultimate victory. Everything had been carefully planned. Yet now, the very foundation of his plans was spiraling out of control. Where else could he find a tailed beast-level power source? Every tailed beast was fiercely protected by its respective village. Attempting to seize one would not only provoke the village but also expose himself and the land of sky to the entire shinobi world. Even now, if he couldn't deal with Kagetsu and Kakuzu, Land of Sky's existence, and his connection to it, would be laid bare. Shino's relentless efforts eventually bore some fruit. At the very least, he managed to divert the pair's attention toward himself. Zero Tails, devoid of will and consumed by chaos and pain, seemed to sense the contract tying it to Shino. Slowly, its focus shifted toward him. A peculiar desire to devour surfaced in Zero Tails' newborn mind for the first time. It had no idea where this urge originated, but it was clear that it felt a greedy hunger for the person who kept trying to control it. The emptiness within it was unbearable. Zero Tails believed that by consuming that tiny insect, fusing him with itself, it could finally quell the maddening hunger and emptiness tormenting it. Thus, Zero Tails' body unfurled like a serpent in the ocean, slowly swimming toward Shino. Watching the approaching Zero Tails, Shino's expression stiffened. He thought he had regained control of it, but there was no feedback from Zero Tails to confirm it. Yet, to say control had failed entirely wasn't accurate either, as it seemed to obey his commands partially. The next moment, Shino didn't need to guess anymore, because Zero Tails launched an attack against him without hesitation. Did the summoning beast just turn on its master? Kakuzu muttered as he watched Zero Tails and Shino locked in combat. He exhaled lightly, relieved. At least for now, they didn't have to face that strange beast directly, giving them more time to observe and gather intelligence on Zero Tails. It's likely that Zero Tails realized consuming Shino, the one it signed a contract with, is the only way to achieve a sense of completeness and satisfaction, murmured Kagetsu, his unblinking eyes fixed on Zero Tails. He was curious whether this first artificial pseudo-hollow could transform into a true Minos Grande, possibly with some unique abilities. Shino wasn't weak. With his mastery of forbidden medical techniques, he was nearly impossible to kill. Coupled with the enhancements of the 8 gates, even the size disparity between him and Zero Tails wasn't enough to make him an easy opponent. Would Zero Tails undergo another transformation and evolution after devouring Shino? Kagetsu wasn't certain but remained deeply intrigued. However, he doubted that Shino alone would be enough to satisfy Zero Tails' hunger. It was merely that Shino's actions had first drawn Zero Tails' attention. If all went as expected, after devouring Shino and completing any potential evolution, Zero Tails' gaze would undoubtedly shift to them, or more precisely, to Ashoji Jiso. After all, Ashoji Jiso's body also contained dormant hollow energy. Although inactive and not enough to transform him, it still made him a living reservoir of hollow power. As a hollow energy storage vessel, Ashoji Jiso emitted a faint but recognizable aura that Zero Tails could detect, prompting further combat and devouring attempts. Chapter 143, Chapter 106.2, Evolution. Boom. Shino's fist swung forward, wrapped in gale force winds. He stood his ground, repeatedly punching forward, unleashing a barrage of tightly packed shockwaves. The wind wall created by his pure taijutsu nullified Zero Tails' special effects against ninjutsu and chakra. Its massive size and relatively slow movements made it a perfect target. Shino's relentless assault carved the ocean's surface several meters deep, his fists raining down like a heavy drumbeat against Zero Tails' enormous body. Zero Tails' skin, known for its toughness, showed remarkable resilience against attacks. However, under the relentless and ferocious assault from Shino, which was like a storm, its hard shell began to crack and break apart little by little. Its massive body trembled uncontrollably under the barrage of punches, as if struck by lightning, and eventually collapsed in a broken, battered state into the seawater below. Huff! Huff! After such an intense outburst, Shino couldn't help but breathe heavily. His chest heaved violently like a bellows, inhaling and exhaling massive amounts of air like a wild beast. Even from a distance, the harsh, thunderous sound of his breathing reached Kagetsu and the others, faintly resembling the rough creak of a wind pump. This is truly astonishing, Kakuzu remarked, clearly surprised. He hadn't expected Shino's sudden surge of power to be so overwhelming. Placing himself in Zero Tails' position, Kakuzu admitted that if he had tried to withstand Shino's attacks head-on with his steel release, one of his precious Keki-Igenkai hearts might have been destroyed, leaving him incapacitated. 8 gates. Kakuzu silently committed the forbidden taijutsu technique to memory. To think someone could really combine the 8 gates with medical ninjutsu, Kagetsu said, genuinely impressed by Shino's talent in medical ninjutsu. Tsunade had never taken this path because she had better options, and this route was extraordinarily dangerous. But Shino. I don't think his destructive power matches Dewey's 8 gates, Shisui murmured quietly, sharing his thoughts with Kagetsu. Having sparred with Might Dewey a few times in the past, Shisui relied on the insight of his Sharingan to make his evaluation. Back then, when Dewey opened 6 or more gates, Shisui had to rely on his Mangekyo Sharingan just to keep up in a direct confrontation without using Jinjutsu. If Dewey opened the 7th gate, even his 3-stage Susanoo would become dangerously fragile. Still, Shisui believed his Susanoo could endure Shino's 8 gates. The 8 gates vary from person to person, Kagetsu explained. Factors like chakra reserves, physical strength, and sheer willpower all influence how powerful this forbidden technique can be. Shino only managed to open the 8 gates by taking shortcuts. He used medical ninjutsu to activate his body, reducing the technique's power and aftereffects. Instead of truly fusing healing and destruction, he forced the two together. Kagetsu shook his head. As a medical ninja, Shino might have a deep understanding of the human body's chakra pathway, but when it came to battle experience, he was severely lacking. Even an average Chunin who had survived the battlefield would likely surpass Shino in combat experience and strategy. Might Dewey and Might Guy, on the other hand, might lack Shino's intricate knowledge of the human body, but they had honed their own bodies through sheer determination and relentless training. They mastered every ounce of strength within themselves, wielding the wild power of the 8 gates with precision and control. It was a power that was pure, without any unnecessary flair, strength born solely from will and force. Just as Shino thought he had dealt with Zero Tails and prepared to reassert control over its weakened form, he noticed something shocking. The battered and scarred Zero Tails was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zero, He Arrow, and high-speed regeneration. The 3 signature abilities of Hollows were fully displayed by Zero Tails. If you added its ability to forcibly absorb and steal chakra, that would make a 4th. A black energy sphere formed in Zero Tails' mouth once again, brimming with darkness. Almost instantly, it unleashed the attack. However, Shino reacted swiftly. Just before the Zero could aim at him, he dashed to Zero Tails' side, running along its massive body. His fist, wrapped in black chakra, struck Zero Tails' jaw with tremendous force. A dark beam pierced the sky. But even as Shino tried to retreat, Zero Tails' body extended countless tentacles, wrapping around him and trapping him in place. Kakuzu, watching Shino's actions, couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Approaching Zero Tails, knowing it could split itself into countless tentacles. Was his combat experience really this immature? If Shino had discovered or targeted a critical weak point, then such a move might have been a quick way to end the battle. But without finding the weak spot, he had clearly put himself in a cage-like predicament. It was just like the current situation with the Shino. Although countless tentacles were being torn off by Shino, the tentacles that continued to swarm in were nearly endless. Even though Shino desperately swung his fists, creating a strong gust of wind that almost formed a wall in front of him, it still seemed like he was running out of strength in the face of the transformed Zero Tail. There were simply too many tentacles. After a frantic struggle and attempt to break free, Shino's body was ultimately wrapped up by the layers of tentacles, forming a ball with layers of tentacles inside and out, before being drawn back into Zero Tail's body. Is the battle over? Kakuzu looked at the now calm Zero Tail and turned to look at Kagetsu, hoping to get instructions for the next step from him. But Kagetsu's gaze was firmly fixed on Zero Tail. Under the watchful eyes of Kagetsu and the others, Zero Tail's body underwent another change. Its outer skeletal shell grew even more, making it seem like its defenses were stronger. On the bone mask of its face, a faint outline of a person began to appear. The massive body didn't grow any larger, in fact, it seemed to shrink, becoming smaller by more than half. However, despite the smaller size of Zero Tail, the pressure it exuded, along with the sense of spiritual oppression, felt even heavier than before. Chapter 144, Chapter 107.1, Ashoji Jiso vs. Zero Tails. A pair of eyes brimming with the world's darkest malevolence locked onto Kagetsu and his group as Zero Tails swung its head in their direction. So, it's finally our turn. Kakuzu sighed reluctantly, but before Kagetsu could respond, he stepped forward to stand at the front, positioning himself as the first line of defense. Let Ashoji Jiso go first. If it can handle the situation, we'll head to their base and take care of that, Kagetsu said. Kakuzu felt slightly comforted by Kagetsu's words. At least it didn't seem like he was being sent out as cannon fodder again. Though confident in his abilities, the oppressive aura emanating from Zero Tails was undeniable. The threat it posed seemed even greater than that of most tailed beasts. In the face of Zero Tail's malice, Ashoji Jiso, encouraged by Kagetsu, let out an invisible roar of the soul, a soundless attack that struck the spirit and soul with a ferocious impact, leaving a momentary but heavy sense of disorientation. The two colossal entities collided. Ashoji Jiso's body erupted as its black scales flared outward. Each scale, sharp as a blade, sliced into Zero Tail's flesh with a grating noise, leaving pale marks all over its surface. Not to be outdone, Zero Tails retaliated. Despite being on the receiving end of the assault, its malleable, clay-like body adapted, splitting into countless tendrils that tightly ensnared Ashoji Jiso layer upon layer. With its steel-like hide and rapid regenerative ability, Zero Tails showed little concern for the damage to its body. Its singular focus was to devour Ashoji Jiso, absorbing its strength and soul. The two monstrosities fiercely battled in the ocean waters. Let's go claim Shino's legacy, Kagetsu said, showing no intention of waiting for the battle to conclude. He had already seen what he needed. Legacy, huh? Through the sea mist, Kakuzu gazed at the colossal structure gradually emerging into view, along with faint silhouettes of figures moving on its surface. His interest piqued. For such an imposing building to exist, housing so many shinobi while remaining unknown, Shino's legacy must indeed be no small matter. Kakuzu's gaze subtly shifted to glance at the young man, Kagetsu, behind him. Although the money from this mission wouldn't end up in his hands, at least the boy could help count it and take a cut as compensation for the effort. It wasn't much, but earning something was better than earning nothing. Wealth is built little by little, after all. The second wave of Sky Ninja reinforcements arrived and stopped just outside the area where the two monstrous beasts were battling. They seemed to be observing the situation. However, the two enraged beasts had already entered a mode of indiscriminate attacks. Zap. Blinding sparks of electricity erupted from Ashoji Jiso, spreading through the body of Zero Tails and into the surrounding seawater. The electricity surged wildly through the water but quickly disappeared. Zero Tails, like a massive battery, absorbed most of the electricity from Ashoji Jiso and converted it into chakra. The spreading electrical charge affected the surrounding Sky Ninja, leaving their bodies tingling and briefly paralyzed. Their chakra flows became chaotic, disrupting their control and causing them to fall helplessly into the sea. Fortunately, the paralysis faded quickly. Once they regained control of their bodies, the Sky Ninja at the front spread out over the water's surface, forming a fan-shaped formation and preparing their jutsu. The leader among them had seen Zero Tails before and knew it had been summoned by Shino. Though Shino himself was nowhere to be seen, they could clearly sense his chakra emanating from Zero Tails' body. Thus, they decided to work with Zero Tails to take down the other monster first. As dozens of Sky Ninja formed seals, the winds over the sea suddenly turned fierce and wild. Under the influence of wind release techniques, the chakra-infused gusts were shaped into various lethal forms. Thin, razor-sharp wind blades with unparalleled cutting power, and wind bullets with immense penetrating force, were unleashed in an instant. They rained down like a storm, targeting Ashoji Jiso battling Zero Tails. The relentless barrage inevitably affected Zero Tails as well, as it stubbornly clung to Ashoji Jiso in close combat. Most of the wind release attacks either bounced off the monster's tough hides or scales, but a few managed to pierce through and inflict real damage. After the wave of attacks, both beasts were left covered in fresh battle scars. But in the next moment, their wounds began healing rapidly, thanks to their powerful regenerative abilities. The Sky Ninja's assault seemed to have angered the two monsters. While they continued biting and tearing at each other, absorbing each other's strength, they also began directing some of their power toward dealing with those annoying little insects on the sidelines. The severe wounds on both monsters mostly came from each other, and the surrounding seawater was heavily tainted with their blood and chakra. Web-like tendrils shot out from Zero Tails' body, easily sweeping away Sky Ninja within a 100-meter radius. In an instant, it created over a dozen black cocoons on the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, Ashoji Jiso spat a lightning spear-like ninjutsu from its mouth, striking an area densely packed with Sky Ninja. The lightning strike instantly illuminated the region, and those struck directly by the spear were charred and lifeless in moments. Shursue, sprinting quickly across the ocean toward Anchor Vansion, noticed something peculiar with his spinning three-tomo Sharingan, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Although he couldn't confirm it, it seemed that the so-called Zero Tails wasn't just consuming chakra. The flesh of its victims remained intact, but once the black cocoons cracked open and the tendrils retracted, the ninjas inside were left lifeless. Their chakra was completely drained, their lives extinguished, and it seemed as though even their souls were pulled out by those black tendrils and absorbed into Zero Tails. Its aura is even stronger now. Despite being far away, Kakuzu could still feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zero Tails, a force that seemed to weigh on his very soul. As more ninjas lost their lives and chakra to the beast, its power appeared to grow at an incomprehensible speed. Vaguely, Kakuzu noticed that the second wave of wind release attacks from the Sky Ninja seemed far less effective. Few of their techniques even left a mark on Zero Tails' body. Were the ninjas' attacks getting weaker? Kakuzu doubted that. The most likely explanation was that Zero Tails had grown stronger, and its defensive power had increased dramatically. The attacks that could harm it just moments ago now couldn't break through its enhanced steel-like defense. Chapter 145, Chapter 107.2, Enter. Ninjutsu doesn't work on it anymore. Shursue, more perceptive than Kakuzu, realized what had happened. Zero Tails had evolved. Its skin had strengthened to a point where it not only possessed incredible defense but also rendered it immune to wind and lightning release techniques. Shursue had no doubts, any other fire, earth, or water-style jutsu would also be quickly neutralized and absorbed by Zero Tails. The opponent was practically a nemesis for ninjutsu users. A ninja skilled in ninjutsu would find themselves at a severe disadvantage against Zero Tails if unaware of its abilities. Even with prior knowledge, escaping its predatory hunts without meticulous preparation would still be nearly impossible. Kakuzu and Anko easily dispatched the ninja trying to block their path with just a few strikes. These ninjas weren't particularly strong, they relied on unusual mechanical tools and basic teamwork. In terms of individual skill and strength, without their tools and tactics, they couldn't compare to ninjas from the 5 great nations, or even those from smaller villages like the Land of Rain or the Land of Grass. The blockade was swiftly broken. Anchor Vansion. It's a flying fortress, isn't it? Kakuzu muttered, standing beneath the enormous structure. He tightened his grip on a captive's throat, silencing them instantly. From the information extracted, the fortress was a project meticulously designed and rebuilt by Shino for warfare. However, due to various limitations, it was still only a prototype. Still, as long as it had a stable energy supply, Anchor Vansion could move and fly for a limited time. To avoid drawing attention, the fortress mostly drifted on the ocean's surface or remained at the ruins of the Sky Ninja village for maintenance. Following the directions obtained during the interrogation, the group quickly located an entrance. They took out the guards at the entry point and, without attempting to hide, walked inside. Inside Anchor Vansion, chaos reigned. With their leader, Shino, missing and no further orders being issued, confusion spread. The reinforcements sent out had suffered significant casualties, and now, intruders were openly walking into their base without bothering to conceal themselves. The internal managers of Anchor Vansion argued among themselves, but as the invaders advanced deeper, they finally agreed on one thing: deal with the intruders first. Only then could they recover Zero Tails, the fortress's power source, and search for Shino. Who are these people? Walking through a dimly lit corridor, the flickering flames along the walls cast long, dark shadows. The sight that met their eyes was rows of prison-like rooms. Inside the cells were groups of people. Some appeared to be poor civilians, while others were clearly ninjas. Help us. Please, save us. It seemed the ninja in the cell noticed the forehead protectors on Kagetsu and the others. From one of the cells, a shinobi wearing the Omega Kure forehead protector suddenly stumbled to the bars, stretching out his hand through the gaps, pleading for help from Kakuzu and his group. Under the flickering light of the flames, the Omega Kure shinobi's face appeared gaunt, his body alarmingly frail, like skin stretched tightly over bones. His sickly appearance made him look like he was on the verge of death. Even from their sensory perception, his life force felt as fragile as a flickering candle about to be snuffed out. I'm not your subordinate. Following Kagetsu's signal, Kakuzu muttered in a dark tone but still stepped forward. Threads of earth grudge fear surged from his arm, forming a sharp battle axe. After gesturing for the Omega Kure shinobi to back away, he swung the axe, splitting the bars of the cell apart. Thank you. Thank you. The Omega Kure ninja's eyes lit up with gratitude and a desperate will to survive as he saw the cell door opened. He scrambled out of the confinement with all the speed he could muster, practically crawling on his hands and knees. Even this small effort left him gasping for breath. Once out, he had to lean against the wall to keep himself upright. It's chakra. Shursue said, observing the cell and the surroundings before pointing at certain seals etched into the ceiling. These cells are absorbing their stamina and chakra. That's correct. We are the power source for this place, the freed Omega Kure ninja replied between labored breaths. As long as you're locked in these cells, your chakra and stamina are drained constantly. You can barely muster enough energy to perform even a single jutsu. This is a forbidden area for ninja. Were you captured and brought here? Anko asked as she walked ahead, glancing at the rain ninja's dire condition. No, I was tricked into coming here by Shino, the rain ninja admitted, still leaning heavily on the wall. He hesitated as he watched Kagetsu and the others move forward. He's incredibly powerful. My advice is to escape quickly before he realizes we've broken out. If you have a mission, the four of you alone won't stand a chance of getting away if Shino finds us. Don't worry about this, Anko said, as she and Kakuzu opened the prison doors along the way, not bothering to care whether the imprisoned ninjas inside came out. We're heading to the control room. Does anyone know where it is? I know. The first ninja to be freed saw the calm expressions on Kagetsu and the others. He gritted his teeth and quickly closed the gap, speaking up. Then lead the way, Kagetsu said, stopping to wait. Kakuzu helped the weak rain ninja as they followed the freed ninja's directions toward the main control room. Along the way, several empty ninjas charged out, trying to stop and eliminate Kagetsu's group, but they were all swiftly dealt with. The rain ninja leading them began to feel more confident and secure about Kagetsu and the others. Before long, under the guidance of the rain ninja, they arrived at the main control room of Anchor Vansion. The room was large, with dozens of empty ninjas inside. As they entered, these ninjas seized the opportunity to launch a long-planned combined attack. However, all those combined ninjutsu were blocked and absorbed by a black shadow wall. When the black wall dissipated, a mass of black shadows shrank back toward Kagetsu's feet. Without even needing to communicate, Kagetsu began his attack on the group of empty ninjas, who looked increasingly anxious and frantic. The black shadow transformed into a monstrous figure, suddenly expanding from Kagetsu's feet. After spreading for a short distance, it branched out like tree limbs, expanding wildly in all directions. The black branches quickly filled the entire vast control room. The empty ninjas who couldn't escape were trapped by the black branches. With cries of panic, their bodies lost control and began attacking their nearby comrades uncontrollably. Chapter 146, Chapter 108.1, System Message. The chakra of the Zero Tails has disappeared. Kakuzu bound a row of sky ninja tightly with the tentacles of his earth grudge fear technique and dragged them toward the prison. At this moment, they had already taken control of the main control room and locked up most of the sky ninja. A living sky ninja fetched a bounty of 100,000 ryo, a Chunin earned 1 million ryo, and the rare Jonin was worth 3 million ryo. Although the money wasn't much, the job was conveniently close, the targets were numerous, and their strength was subpar. Kakuzu had already deducted 20 million ryo from his debts through this mission. Is it dead? Shursue also sensed the disappearance of that overwhelming pressure that could be felt even deep within Anchor Vansion. He instinctively looked toward Kagetsu. Don't worry about it. Kagetsu was busy tallying Shino's assets. The fate of the Zero Tails didn't concern him, or rather, it wasn't that he didn't care, but he knew the truth: the Zero Tails, like the tailed beasts, was immortal. As long as humanity harbored darkness in their hearts and strong emotions persisted, the Zero Tails would revive, even if it was slain. Indeed, even now, the Zero Tails was still present on his status panel. Hogyoku Series, Cursed Mark of the Void, Hollow, Zero Tails. Quality, Purple. Name, Zero Tails, Larvae Form. Description, a unique life form created through the combination of soul, emotion, chakra, and the natural energy, modeled after the legendary Zero Tails. Details, a special energy-based life form, similar to the tailed beasts. Traits. Immortality. As long as there are humans alive, souls remain in existence, and the darkness within humanity exists, Zero Tail cannot truly and completely die. Temporary death is merely a sleep followed by awakening. Targeted evolution. As long as the attack does not exceed Zero Tail's defense and resistance, it will undergo targeted evolution in the following time, eventually achieving immunity, absorption, and even the ability to reflect the current attack. Absorption and devouring. Zero Tail can feed on chakra, natural energy, dark emotions, and souls. Areas rich in chakra, dark emotions, or natural energy will naturally attract Zero Tail. Soul corruption. Zero Tail is highly corrosive to dead souls and can erode and severely pollute immortal or indestructible energy beings. Soul Devourer. This skill allows Zero Tail to absorb the abilities of consumed souls and special life forms. The prerequisite is targeted evolution. The abilities used are not mere imitations or disguises but the true power and soul essence of the devoured being. When necessary, it can disguise itself as the devoured entity, and no detection method can distinguish the truth. Notes. The devoured souls will continue to fight and devour each other within Zero Tail's body until one strong individual emerges to become the consciousness of Zero Tail. With will and thought, Zero Tail can view and remember all the secrets of the devoured beings. As long as there is enough food, Zero Tail can quickly grow, transitioning from in larva form to adulthood and acquiring more traits. The first hollow in this world, growing to its ultimate form, can become the cornerstone of hollow power. Recognition, 3700/5000. Physical fitness +30, chakra +3000. Conclusion, you have taken a firm step forward in creating hollows. The power of hollow has a high priority in causing damage to soul bodies. Progress on the creation of the Hogyoku significantly increased. Contrasting Zero Tail is the panel of Ashoji Jiso. Abilities of Ashoji Jiso. Name, Ashoji Jiso. Quality, Purple. Traits. Exceptionally strong vitality with extreme adaptability and excellent modifiability, devouring. Skills. Cocooning, crawling, eating, spinning, silk, doubling, hidden, needle storm. It can utilize 5 chakra natures, yin, yang, lightning, wind, and earth. Additionally, it has devouring abilities. Hollow powers. Steel skin, rapid regeneration. Representative aspect, hunger. Evolution path. Consumes chakra, souls, and natural energy to evolve. Ashoji Jiso has a natural appetite, capable of digesting all it consumes. If it encounters indigestible substances or becomes overly bloated, it will split to create new individuals to bear the excess burden. Evaluation, its potential depends entirely on the skill and care of its handler. Conclusion. It is now capable of undertaking significant responsibilities and possesses considerable combat power. However, it requires a controller to give orders, otherwise, its focus and energy will solely revolve around endless consumption. After devouring the Zero Tails, a new power has emerged, granting it a rare sense of fullness. It is now seeking a safe and suitable place to enter a deep slumber, where it will shed its old shell. What about them? How do you plan to handle this? After suppressing the rebellion of the Skynin, the next issue facing Kagetsu and his team was dealing with the group of former prisoners now standing before them in a dense, uneasy crowd. Many of them were wandering ninja, individuals from small shinobi villages, or mountain bandits and civilians with a degree of strength. These people understood that their fate was about to be decided. At Kakuzu's question, they turned their fearful and uncertain gazes toward Kagetsu. During the suppression of the Skynin, they had recognized who held true authority in this group. Now, as they stood before Kagetsu, the one who would decide their future, an overwhelming sense of dread kept them rooted in place, awaiting judgment. Even the ninja among them had little will to resist. It wasn't because they didn't want to, rather, their bodies were almost completely crippled from the prolonged and continuous extraction of their chakra. Even if they pushed themselves to the brink of death, their strength compared to Kakuzu's was like ants against a mountain. Let those who wish to leave go, Kagetsu said after briefly surveying the ragged, emaciated group. You don't need me to deal with them. Shouldn't what you're doing remain confidential? Kakuzu asked, his face twisting into a smile that sent shivers through the crowd. No need. In the current shinobi world. Kagetsu shook his head, standing firm in his decision. With the ongoing war consuming the shinobi world, even the 5 great nations couldn't escape unscathed. Smaller nations had become battlegrounds, and it was unlikely that these people could survive long after leaving. Kakuzu said no more, clearly understanding Kagetsu's reasoning. These individuals, once outside Anchor Vansion, would most likely perish. Even if a few survived, they wouldn't possess the power to pose any threat to Kagetsu. Nearby, Shursue let out a quiet sigh of relief. He understood that in the shinobi world, secrecy was often upheld through ruthless measures. For example, ANBU operatives might eliminate any possible leaks of sensitive information, even if it meant killing innocent witnesses. However, Kagetsu had chosen a different path today. However, when it came to targeting civilians, Shursue would act for the sake of the mission and orders, but he preferred to resolve things without unnecessary killing if possible. It made him much happier. Chapter 147, Chapter 108.2, Taking Control. After separating those who wanted to leave from those who chose to stay, Kagetsu turned to Shursue and said, "Cast a genjutsu on them. Make their memories of today confused for a while." "I understand," Shursue replied with a nod. He then took the group of people who wished to leave out of the control room. Although there were quite a few of them, most were ordinary civilians with little power. A wide-range genjutsu didn't take much out of him. "What about you all?" Kagetsu's gaze fell on the group that chose to stay. Among those who stayed, nearly half were ninja of various backgrounds. Some were from the land of rain and the land of grass, while others were rogue or missing nin from other villages. These people had a clearer understanding of how dangerous the ninja world was without strong protection. The four before them, including Kagetsu, were exceptionally powerful. They had defeated Shino, a formidable ninja none of them could handle, and had even taken over the war fortress, Anchor Vansion. No matter how they looked at it, as long as Kagetsu and the others didn't exploit them to death like Shino had, staying offered a higher chance of survival than leaving. Most of them were already physically weak and needed time to recover their strength. Leaving now meant they wouldn't even survive a minor skirmish. "We pledge our loyalty to you, my lord." A few of the rain ninja at the front exchanged glances before taking the lead, kneeling on one knee to express their allegiance. They understood that this action amounted to betraying their village. If the village found out, it could result in bounties on their heads or even being hunted down. But they were also realistic about their situation. They were just ordinary ninja from the land of rain. The strongest among them, who also held the highest rank, was merely a Chunin. They had never had access to Rain Village's secrets and knew nothing of significant value. After being away for so long without returning or sending any messages, they had likely already been classified as missing nin by their village. A few AIM nin, Rain Ninja, began speaking amongst themselves. They even took off their Rain Village headbands voluntarily, picked up a kunai left behind by one of the Sky Nin from the earlier battle, and carved a horizontal slash across their headbands. After the Rain Nin, other ninjas noticed and started doing the same. "It's all yours," Kagetsu said, turning to Anko. As a frequent visitor to the Technology Development Department, Anko, though a bit reckless, had absorbed enough knowledge from observing and assisting others. She might not be the top-tier assistant, but she was more than competent and reliable. Managing a group of defected rogue ninjas wasn't a challenge for Anko. Even if they harbored malicious intent and suddenly rebelled, she could suppress them without much trouble. Meanwhile, Kagetsu couldn't wait to explore Shino's laboratory. Compared to the financial inheritance, it was clear that the research and data in the lab were what Kagetsu truly valued. Standing at the entrance of Shino's lab, Kagetsu activated the defensive mechanisms on the door using chakra. After carefully sensing and analyzing the seals and protective measures Shino had placed on the door, Kagetsu quickly deduced the type of sealing jutsu and defenses in use. It took some time, but Kagetsu successfully disabled the defenses on the door. Sending a shadow clone inside first, Kagetsu ensured the lab was safe before entering to review Shino's stored experimental data. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Inside several transparent boxes, strange-looking creatures made noises at Kagetsu. He crouched in front of the boxes, carefully observing the creatures inside. Lab mice. Despite their grotesque appearances, Kagetsu could tell what these creatures originally were. Even after their mutations, they were still identifiable as lab mice, though vastly different from what one would typically imagine. The most recognizable one was a gray-white mouse, with fur of the same color. Its body was at least twice the size of a normal mouse, its eyes glowed blood red, and it exuded an intense aggression. According to the lab's equipment scans, all these mice had been injected with dark chakra. The results indicated that the gray-white mouse, whose appearance was the least mutated, was the most successful outcome of Shino's experiments. The other ones, aside from a few body parts that still resemble those of a white mouse, are misshapen and not as useful. However, they're not entirely useless. At least they allowed Kagetsu to reverse engineer and understand some of Shino's thoughts, ideas, and experimental process. From the experimental data, it's clear that Shino didn't fully control the power of Zero Tail. He merely grasped the basics of dark chakra, using it in the same way as other types of chakra. But this usage was dangerous. The corrosion of the body and the mental influence caused by dark chakra were inevitable. Without taking precautions, bringing dark chakra into the body and refining it required a strong body and exceptional control over it. Shino clearly achieved this. The medical forbidden technique he developed, body activation, allowed his body's cells to become more active, enhancing his overall physical abilities. Another forbidden medical technique, body regeneration, gave him the ability to control his organs and cells, allowing him to regenerate even if his body was shattered into pieces. High recovery, strong vitality, and difficulty in being killed are characteristics of most known medical forbidden techniques. Shino combined these two medical techniques with dark chakra, even allowing him to reverse his cells and make himself younger. He could even turn damaged cells and body parts into regenerated and enhanced versions after being injured. In other words, it was similar to the high-speed regeneration of a hollow, a recovery ability on a superhuman level. The body created through the combination of these two medical techniques and dark chakra was what Shino considered the ultimate body. When it came to staying youthful and immortal, Shino went further than Orochimaru and Tsunade. At least, his research data and the medical forbidden techniques he left behind were immensely beneficial to Kagetsu. When it came to exploring the potential and limits of the body, Shino had reached the extreme that a normal ninja could achieve without cheating. His research on the spirit and soul wasn't as advanced as his achievements in the physical body, but it still offered many fresh insights to Kagetsu. Even Orochimaru would consider this data a treasure. After sealing the knowledge he had gathered onto a blank scroll, Kagetsu formed some hand signs and summoned a snake about the size of a person. This was the snake Kagetsu and Orochimaru used for communication. Whether Orochimaru had a message for him or if Kagetsu needed to send something to Orochimaru, this white snake acted as a messenger, quickly relaying information between the two. With the snake's lively eyes on him, Kagetsu handed the sealed scroll to the snake. The snake opened its mouth, took the scroll, and then lifted its head, swallowing it whole. Once the task was complete, the snake, seeing that there were no further orders, turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared, returning to the Ryuchi cave. With the data safely backed up, Kagetsu now had to think about Anchor Vansion and the personnel stationed here. He needed his own research base and staff, and for now, Anchor Vansion was the best option. As for the personnel, the remaining ninjas and civilians weren't useless. They just needed to improve their strength, at least enough to guard this mobile fortress and, when needed, be capable of doing work for him. Helping these people grow stronger wasn't a big problem for Kagetsu. Chapter 148, Chapter 109.1, Hiroto. Sir. Hiroto nervously looked at Kagetsu. He couldn't help but feel anxious. After all, he was facing someone who could take his life at any moment. Being summoned to this particularly significant laboratory only added to his unease. He had some guesses in his mind about what might happen next. The good news was that he wasn't the only one brought here. The bad news? Even with several others present, they were utterly powerless against Kagetsu. Among those gathered, Hiroto was the only former shinobi from Omegakure. It seems you've recovered well. Kagetsu glanced at Hiroto and the others, who were no longer as feeble as before. His expression remained calm. I won't be staying here for long, so I need someone to help manage this fortress. Hiroto and the others exchanged uncertain looks. Their initial unease gave way to a brief moment of confusion. However, their expressions quickly shifted as a flicker of hope flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they reaffirmed their loyalty and pledged their support to Kagetsu. Lord. I've been observing your behavior these past few days and believe that in my absence, you are capable of maintaining order in Anchor Vansion. However, you should understand that the reason you're able to manage Anchor Vansion and the people here is because of my presence. If I were to leave, it's hard to say whether the remaining shinobi would still obey you. Kagetsu interrupted them, his tone calm to the point of coldness as he laid out the possible outcomes. He never deluded himself into thinking that, in such a short time, those he had rescued would all become loyal and obedient to him. Unlike Orochimaru, who excelled at manipulating and captivating people's minds, Kagetsu neither enjoyed molding individuals from a young age nor instilled his own will into children. Hiroto and the others clearly understood this as well. After all, the ninja world was a place where only the strong survived. Do you desire power? Kagetsu's words caused the laboratory to fall into a heavy silence. Power? What kind of power? After a brief pause, Hiroto stammered, his voice tinged with both anticipation and trepidation. Simply put, it's about implanting a certain power into your bodies, allowing you to use it, Kagetsu explained, then added, it's similar to a secret technique or a Kekkei, but it skips the learning and awakening process. Like ninjas, one of the civilians raised his hand. His previous identity was that of a merchant, but during the Ninja World War, his wealth was looted, and he was imprisoned in Anchor Vansion as a common civilian. It was his experience as a merchant that made him stand out in managing personnel and handling affairs. Having interacted with ninjas before, he had always admired their strength. Of course, Kagetsu nodded. However, skipping the process and directly granting you power may save you time and effort, but it isn't without risks. Without fully comprehending the power you wield, it will be difficult for your strength to grow through personal effort and training. Additionally, this transformation will require multiple upgrades and adjustments based on your feedback. Will it cause death? Another person among the four raised his hand, his face showing fear. This man was a mountain bandit with remarkable physical strength. He had been imprisoned in Anchor Vansion even longer than Hiroto. If he could learn to refine chakra, his superior physical abilities could make him as skilled as a Chunin from the 5 great shinobi villages in Taijutsu. That was already a rare achievement. In this world, the difference between having chakra and not having it is like night and day. Even a cautious genin could single-handedly wipe out a small bandit group. I won't say there's no risk, Kagetsu shook his head, but I can promise to keep the risks within a controllable range. Moreover, this isn't mandatory, it's a mutual choice. If you're afraid or worried, you can leave now. Whether you choose to stay as you are or depart entirely, I have no objections. The four, including Hiroto, exchanged glances once more. None of them backed down. They fully understood that in this world, having no power meant having no safety. Even if there was a risk, as long as it wasn't instant death, they weren't about to retreat. The only thing that truly weighed on their minds was the fact that too many prisoners had already died in this laboratory. After all, Shinno's mastery of forbidden medical techniques came at the cost of countless dissections and experiments. His appearance looked like that of a middle-aged man, but that was only because his medical techniques preserved him. In reality, his true age was likely much older than he appeared. I accept. The bandit leader was the first to speak. The hesitation and fear that had plagued him earlier gradually gave way to unwavering determination as he uttered those words. He had had enough of this precarious existence. Family, friends, children, they had all died, one after another, leaving him numb. He once thought his sole purpose in life was merely to survive until he, too, would meet the same end as his loved ones. But now, an opportunity to gain power lay before him. Even someone as desensitized as he was felt a desperate urge to reach out and seize it. At the very least, with strength, he might be able to protect himself and his loved ones in critical moments. He wouldn't have to stand helplessly by as they died before his eyes anymore. We accept too. Hiroto and the other three quickly raised their hands. Their reasoning was straightforward. In this new organization, it was obvious that having power would grant them some level of influence. From Kagetsu's attitude, it was clear that his sole intention was to strengthen their abilities. Of course, Hiroto and the others also understood that once they gained power, they would owe Kagetsu something in return. But so what? In the ninja world, they were nothing more than weeds, insignificant, discarded without a second glance if they died. To be needed and trusted was a luxury for them. They weren't irreplaceable. At any moment, they could be abandoned and replaced. No matter what, they were determined to grasp this chance. Chapter 149, Chapter 109.2, Surgery. Then get ready. You can come one by one, Kagetsu said. He didn't bother to speculate on their motives. The only reason he was giving them this opportunity was because they had performed the best out of the available candidates. But it wasn't as if they were irreplaceable. If Hiroto and the others refused, he could easily find another group to replace them. As for loyalty, that didn't matter to him. He had never expected unwavering loyalty from these people. All he needed was for them to temporarily manage the lab in Anchor Vansion that Shino had painstakingly built. Moreover, lacking loyalty doesn't mean Kagetsu has no means to control them. You are the first batch, and you will also be the batch I put the most effort into. Afterward, I will leave you some books and ninjutsu. If you wish to advance further, it's best to carefully study and learn from what I leave behind. Additionally, if you accept experiments, I will assign certain tasks to you in the future. If you can complete these tasks well, I won't hesitate to reward you. At the very least, if you desire power, the one who completes the most tasks will gain the most power. Kagetsu crossed his hands and sat calmly in his seat, looking at the four people in front of him with an open and straightforward demeanor, clearly stating his purpose and conditions. We have no objections. Serving you is what we ought to do. The four of them bowed to Kagetsu in turn, speaking respectfully. Having witnessed the harshness of the shinobi world, experienced their own helplessness, and recognized the truths of this world, they were more realistic and perceptive than anyone else. Very well. I can stay here for at most half a month. During this time, I will do my best to raise your abilities to a level where you can survive in the shinobi world. In the early stages, I won't require you to risk your lives for me. Instead, I will give you some time to grow and become familiar with the power you acquire. Do you have any questions? Kagetsu stood up from his chair after speaking to the four of them. Seeing them collectively shake their heads, indicating no questions or objections, he pointed his finger at Hiroto. Then, let's start with you. Are you a ninja from the village hidden in the rain, Omega Kure? Yes. I am a genin from the village hidden in the rain. Hiroto stepped forward from the group, bowing respectfully before Kagetsu as he answered. Then you must be familiar with the power of water release and possess the chakra nature of water, right? Kagetsu asked softly. The land of rain, much like the land of water, excelled in water release techniques, with a high number of shinobi possessing the water nature chakra. Sometimes, the environment could guide a shinobi's chakra nature and power. For example, in areas abundant with water resources, mastering water nature chakra was easier. Additionally, using water release jutsu required less chakra and often increased the technique's potency. Yes, I naturally have a water nature chakra, so I've mastered 3 E rank and 1 C rank water release jutsu, Hiroto replied. Kagetsu gestured for Hiroto to lie down on the operating table. He didn't ask the other 3 to leave but allowed them to observe the entire process of Hiroto's transformation. The transformation wasn't completed in a single step, it took 3 days for Hiroto's modifications to near completion. After moving the still unconscious Hiroto to another operating table, the remaining 3 were brought forward one by one to undergo their transformations under Kagetsu's meticulous efforts. Nearly half a month later, the fully transformed Hiroto, along with the merchant Gato, the bandit Hayato, and the last one to be altered, Sango, who was still unconscious and weak, had all undergone their changes. Now, on the water's surface outside Anchor Vansion, Hiroto was demonstrating his newly acquired powers to Kagetsu with great enthusiasm. Acting as Hiroto's sparring partner was Hayato. Hayato had visible muscles, and he tightly gripped a long blade in his hand. Are you sure about this? Hayato asked cautiously after hearing Hiroto's request, his gaze instinctively shifting to Kagetsu, who stood nearby. Don't worry about me, Hiroto said confidently, his face beaming with self-assurance. He hadn't expected to gain such immense power. Over the past few days, as he familiarized himself with his new abilities, his admiration for Kagetsu had reached an indescribable peak. Upon seeing this, Hayato did not speak any further. Instead, he swung his long blade at Hiroto's body, following Hiroto's earlier instructions. However, the blade did not strike the vital spots as Hiroto had mentioned. Instead, it avoided the vital areas and landed on Hiroto's waist. The blade effortlessly sliced into Hiroto's body, but to his surprise, there was no blood splattering out. Hiroto's body seemed to have turned into something like water. The blade passed through Hiroto's body and emerged from the other side. The area where the blade had struck should have been injured, but it was completely unharmed. This. Hayato was stunned, staring at Hiroto, who had returned to his normal state. If it weren't for the cut marks on Hiroto's clothes, he would have almost thought he had fallen under an illusion. Water transformation technique. Seeing this near-miraculous scene, Shisui immediately recalled the legends recorded in his clan's archives. During the Ninja Wars, the Uchiha clan and the major Kekkei Genkai clans of the Hidden Mist Village had frequent clashes and skirmishes. Naturally, these clans had records of the techniques and Kekkei Genkai of their enemies. He had read about the Hozuki clan's near-bloodline limit water transformation secret technique in those records. Comparing those records to the current situation, Shisui instinctively thought Hiroto might be a lost member of the Hozuki clan. No. The next moment, with his Sharingan activated, Shisui immediately discarded this idea from his mind. Hiroto was just an ordinary rain ninja, and the so-called water transformation technique seemed more like a self-activated technique that followed a seal engraved inside his body. It's not the water transformation technique. I've inscribed a technique seal organ into his body that allows the technique to transfer to any part of his body. As long as this organ is not found and destroyed, his body can freely switch between solid and fluid states. Simple weapons like kunai will not be able to harm him. Kagetsu, noticing Shisui's confusion, took the initiative to explain. However, the drawback is that he will always have a single attribute, meaning his chakra nature will always be water. Wherever there is water, it will become Hiroto's domain. As he further explores and masters his abilities, as long as he doesn't encounter an enemy that counters him, in the right environment, he will become a troublesome opponent for anyone. Similar to Hiroto, there is also Sango, who is still lying on the operating table. The medicine provided by Kagetsu is helping his new organs and body to further merge. The power granted to him by the technique seal organs is fire. Like Hiroto, at crucial moments, he can transform into flames to avoid damage and is immune to most fire-style techniques. Hayato was modified in terms of his body's chakra pathway and constitution. This allows him to have stronger physical abilities and power, as well as the ability to use some lightning-style techniques. The merchant Gato, on the other hand, had his abilities altered according to his own requests. He was granted the power to move within shadows, conceal his presence, steal information, and escape when necessary. The powers mastered by the 4 of them are currently sufficient as long as they do not reveal their own information and become targets. Once they become familiar with their own powers, learn the ninjutsu and books left for them, and understand how to cooperate, even the elite shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages will have a high chance of losing their lives without knowing the proper intelligence. Chapter 150, Chapter 110, Orochimaru's Thoughts. Unbelievable. At the campsite, Shisui, while eating, couldn't hide his astonishment at Kagetsu's methods. Although Kagetsu had previously demonstrated techniques that could enhance a ninja's abilities, those were at least based on trained ninjas. But now, ordinary people, not even ninjas, could bypass years of learning and training and directly gain power equivalent to a Chunin, or even a special Jonin. It felt like a dream. If Shisui hadn't witnessed it himself from start to finish, he would never have believed it. According to Kagetsu, this technique wasn't perfect. However, in Shisui's eyes, that was just Kagetsu being overly critical of his own work. Once this technique was revealed, no ninja village would ignore it. Not even Konoha. In fact, Shisui felt an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. If this technique became widespread, would the grueling training and education that ninja underwent from childhood still hold any value? If jutsu could be mastered without long hours of practice, if power could be gained without rigorous effort, then wouldn't that render the hard work of countless ninjas meaningless? After all, years of painstaking training might not yield as much progress as one application of Kagetsu's technique. To be honest, Shisui was now completely unsure about what Lord Orochimaru and Kagetsu were trying to achieve. "What's on your mind?" Anko asked, noticing Shisui's distracted state. She casually patted his shoulder with her greasy hand, having just finished eating grilled rabbit meat. Her body had been enhanced through repeated experiments by Orochimaru and Kagetsu, and along with that, her appetite had grown to rival that of the Akimichi clan. A single rabbit was barely enough to serve as a snack and whet her appetite. But traveling in the wilderness, eating her fill was a luxury. So, she satisfied her cravings with the rabbit and then obediently pulled out the military rations pills Kagetsu had prepared for her. With a grimace, she began to pop them into her mouth one by one, chewing reluctantly and swallowing with a pained expression. Kagetsu's military rations pills were effective, providing all the chakra her body needed to function. However, they had one glaring flaw, one that Anko found utterly unacceptable: they tasted awful. "It's nothing." Shisui, who had been nudged awake, stuffed the remaining piece of slightly cooled roasted wild rabbit into his mouth, shook his head, and finished eating. "You're overthinking again, getting all sentimental. Why can't you just be straightforward like other Uchiha?" Anko sighed. She felt a sense of helplessness toward her two teammates. The illusions she once held about having ideal companions had long since been dispelled. Looking at Kagetsu and Shisui, they were undoubtedly two handsome men. But one was obsessed with corpses, spending all his free time locked in a mysterious lab when not on missions. The other was the pride of the Uchiha, celebrated as the epitome of the new generation, a near-perfect ninja, with exceptional strength and character. Yet, he was constantly lost in thought about unattainable ideals like world peace or the unity of clans and villages. From her experience with Shisui, Anko figured he had once again cornered himself with these unanswerable questions. This wasn't a situation her carefree nature was equipped to handle, but Anko had her own way of dealing with it. She knew exactly how to pull Shisui back from his spiral. "Kagetsu, it's your turn," she said, tossing the responsibility to the quiet Kagetsu, who had been calmly eating his food nearby. That was her tried-and-true method: whenever there was a problem, ask Kagetsu. If Kagetsu couldn't solve it, go straight to Orochimaru. Why bother using her own brain when there were people smarter than her? Kagetsu raised his head, his gaze sweeping over both Shisui and Anko's faces. "I'm amazed by your technique," Shisui said with an awkward smile, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "To raise an ordinary person's strength to at least Chunin level in just 3 days, could this revolutionize how ninja are trained in the future?" "You're referring to the question of, if strength can be gained without effort, then what's the point of hard work, aren't you?" Kagetsu said, precisely pinpointing the heart of Shisui's inquiry. It was clear that Kagetsu's approach challenged the education and beliefs Shisui had been taught and instilled with since childhood. "Yes," Shisui nodded. This method seemed good on the surface, but deep down, it gave him an uneasy, almost reluctant feeling that he couldn't shake off. "This method can be tested on a small scale," Kagetsu explained, "but it's not suitable for large-scale implementation yet. Their strength is artificially granted, and without further modifications, their potential is nearly locked at a certain level. Moreover, gaining power doesn't automatically make someone a true warrior. They still need to familiarize themselves with it and train diligently to fully integrate this sudden strength into their abilities. Right now, their combat experience is far too shallow. In one-on-one battles, they might be able to defeat some ordinary Chunin using their new abilities. But if a fight drags on or their abilities are exposed, they'll inevitably be targeted and countered. So, no matter what, effort is always essential. The only difference is that their starting point is slightly higher." Hearing this, Shisui nodded in agreement. The borders of the Land of Fire. The battlefield between Iwagakure and Konoha. Inside Orochimaru's tent. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the scrolls Kagetsu had sent him. The scrolls documented Shinno's experiments and knowledge. These scrolls sparked new ideas in Orochimaru's mind. As a brilliant thinker, the fact that Orochimaru could draw inspiration from the knowledge recorded on these scrolls, and even feel amazed, proved Shinno's exceptional expertise. At the very least, the scrolls revealed an alternative path, one that aligned with Orochimaru's earliest vision of achieving immortality. That path was body transfer. Humans die because their bodies sustain fatal injuries. But what if, at the brink of death, one could replace their body with a new one? By constantly switching bodies and keeping oneself in a perpetual state of youth, wouldn't it be possible to avoid death altogether? Orochimaru's research had long followed this path. The development of the Cursed Seal, the transfer of souls, spirit, and chakra, all of it was aimed at preparing for body replacement. However, body replacement comes with a critical issue, the compatibility between the soul and the new body. An unsuitable body would weaken his abilities and place an undue burden on him. For example, if his powerful soul were forcibly crammed into a weak body, it would be like squeezing an elephant into a tiny, confined space. He would feel discomfort, and the body, the new vessel, would also bear immense pressure. But within Kagetsu's research, he glimpsed another path to immortality. This was a path entirely opposite and contradictory to the immortality of the physical body.